Hello.
Probably not.
Good morning and welcome to the OurCoop County Ground, day 3 of Derbyshire against Durham in the County Championship, a game that's moving along quite a fast pace. Derbyshire at the moment requiring 7 runs to avoid the follow-on. That's their first target of the day. I'm Freddie Cardy from BBC Radio Derby. Alongside me, in a few moments' time, will be Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle. Martin's next door at the minute, getting ready to do his 11 o'clock update. We'll have those to come throughout the day. Busy day of sport, of course. Premier League got underway yesterday. We've got all the football to come. But here, Derbyshire 127 for 6, replying to Durham's first innings score of 283. The overnight not-out batters, Anish Dal, 0-13. Ben Aitchison, 7 off 12. And they're making their way to the middle for the start of the day. Cloudy, but bright blue skies as well behind those clouds, and some sunshine as well. Pleasant day to be watching cricket. You bring a jumper, you'll probably take it off about halfway through the day. And it looks like Bryden Carse, or is it Matthew Potts? It's Matthew Potts to start things off. There'll be free slips, and Ben Aitchison is on strike. Capable with the bat. The batters to come: Nick Potts, Shoaib Bashir and Brett Randall. He's coming in at 11 after Shoaib Bashir, which might not be the best sign, but we know Nick Potts can bat, as can this man, Ben Aitchison, but it'll be a stern test. Here is Potts bowling to Aitchison. There was a big waft and it beats him on the inside edge. Through to wicket-keeper Ollie Robinson. So Derbyshire need to get up to 134 to avoid following on. If they don't, then that will be a calamity of sorts. Felt like they'd done well yesterday to bowl Durham out for 283. But losing 6 wickets, that very long final session of the day, we're still making up time as Potts bowls to Aitchison, defended into mid-wicket. Lost 58 overs on day 1. And another long day today in store. Lunch is at 1:10 and tea will be at 4 p.m. Potts turning at the top of his mark. It's a fast run-up. Bowling from the city end to Ben Aitchison. Squares him up. Yes, Derbyshire needing 7 more runs to avoid the follow-on. That's their first task of the day, the overnight batters. Ben Aitchison and Anish Dal resuming on day 3. We've got a long day in store, making up some overs that were lost on the first day. Derbyshire 127 for 6 in reply to Durham's 283 on the back foot at the moment. Derbyshire 127 for 6. So the first update of the day is out the way as Aitchison again driving. Saw a lot of that yesterday, drives and misses outside off stump. Dave Fletcher is off to Leicester City against Burton Albion for BBC Radio Derby, which is why you're hearing myself and Martin Emerson today. So free slips. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Cover, point for Potts. There's a long leg. No third man. Thick outside edge to Clark at backward point. Derbyshire 127 for 6. No change to their overnight tally. Bryden Cast, the man limbering up at long leg. Superb opening spell from him and Potts yesterday. Potts' first spell for just 18 runs of 7 overs, 5 maidens in that spell as he goes past the edge of Ben Aitchison. That's a very high quality first over of the day. Derbyshire 127 for 6. Potts starts off with a maiden. And it will be Bryden Cast to come on from the racecourse end. Of course, it was Carson Potts who did all the hard work, and then Ben Stokes came on and caught the outside edge of Harry Kane. First ball of his spell. Free slips for Bryden Cast. There is Ben Stokes, who's fit to take the field. He had some time off it yesterday. So we welcome Martin Emerson. Martin, how are you?
Good morning. Yes, all well and good. And no rain in the forecast today as well, which is a good thing. I reckon one way or another, this might have a chance of finishing today, you know. I just have a feeling.
I'll let you pick up.
Here is Carsten, right arm over, coming into bowl. And that's dropped short on the leg side, no run there. He's playing in his first championship match since Durham beat Notts in Chesley Street in May last year. They won 2 games last year. One of them was at Worcester in 2 days, and then the other against Notts. And then unfortunately, couldn't find another win, and that was basically the reason why they ended up getting relegated at the end of the season. But he's been away on England duties, had injuries. He had a hand injury earlier this year. But good to see him back in a Durham shirt for the time being as he comes bounding in from the racecourse end, hand bowls, and that's a leading edge. It's gone off towards deep point. No run there. So Dahl yet to get off the mark. He came out last night and he's faced 15 deliveries now. Aitchison at the other end has faced 18 for his 7, and Aitchison has all of the runs in this partnership of 7. If you want to get in touch, you can email we@cricket@bbc.co.uk, and we can have a chat via email. Give you a mention as it comes in again now. That's played down. Where's that gone? Oh, it's gone out through mid-wicket for 4. Well, they've got a short leg in there, and that went flying along the floor past short leg. There's no way he was going to stop that. I think the short leg will be Graham Clark. It normally is. Yes, it is. He's under the helmet, the blue Durham helmet. It's glistening in the sunshine here. It's a lovely morning. These are the mornings I really like. This. It's still, not too hot. It's just perfect temperature. Sun shining. People at the far end in the temporary permanent stand in t-shirts and shorts. That's what you want to see. I think highs today, but around about 20 degrees maybe, which is just bang on the money. Cast comes in again, 131 for 6. And that is an edge, and it's come off the glove as well. Dahl's in a lot of pain here. It's wrapped him right on the glove. And he's walked away, and he looks to be in a lot of pain. He's taking his glove off, and he's examining to make sure his fingers are all still where they're meant to be. That hurt.
It's a nasty length. About a couple on that length. At real pace.
It's his right hand that he's injured. Wonder if that will impact his bowling later. Cast comes in again. 5th ball of the over. Oh, playing a miss there from Dahl. Sort of took the bottom hand off the bat that time. So they're nearly at the follow-on target. They've got 3 more runs to get there. But I'm just wondering about the story of the game. I mean, if Durham can take 4 quick wickets this morning and end up with a sizable lead, come out there today and push that lead on into the afternoon, and then maybe, try and have a go at Derbyshire in the evening session. And so, course comes in again here and bowls. And that's played in towards the gully area. No run there. It was controlled though. End of the over. 131 for 6. And the issue, we've lost 60 overs of the game, but it is at an advanced state, really, I would say.
Yeah, they've made up some overs though. Goodness me.
Yeah, it was a long day yesterday, man. Even with the 6 overs lost to the light last night, they didn't come off till after 7 o'clock. By the time I got back to the hotel, it was virtually 8 o'clock. I went out for something to eat with Nasser and had a good natter in a restaurant in town, and then looked at my watch and it was 11. I'm thinking, how on earth's that happened? But considering never got back till late.
Here's Potts. Aitchison driving uppishly. That's a thick outside edge, and
that's the follow-on.
Derbyshire do avoid the follow-on. And then Aitchison moving along to 11, 135 for 6. So good Friday night in Derby.
We just went for a Thai meal. It was quite nice. Just a little restaurant tucked away down a side street in town.
So Derbyshire passed that mark. They trail by 148 runs now. Yeah, talk about a result today, and what Derbyshire won't want is having Ben Stokes out there trying to pile on some quick runs. It seems like a situation that he'd enjoy as now Potts goes past Aitchison's outside edge. Well,
when he came out the bat the other day, he got one that went right through him when he was on none. I think it was off Ben Aitchison, and I think he looked at that and thought, what's going on here? And then he just decided to go to town, and I think his first 4 scoring shots were 4s.
He seems very relaxed, and I know there's a lot of eyes on him.
Yeah,
but you can tell he's enjoying himself. He had a little swipe on Instagram earlier about there being no test up at Headingley in the Ashes. Aitchison driving straight to the cover fielder.
I don't really use Instagram, so I don't see any of these things. I don't look at X anymore either. Had enough.
No, people know where to find us.
Yeah.
We can't say, but people know our names. Mainly yours. They'll find us.
My daughters are quite into their Instagram accounts, and they follow varying people on there.
Yeah, I don't think Fletcher's got... I think he's on there, but I don't think he's posted anything as Aitchison defends into the offside.
Yeah, well, I have an account, but I don't use it. So I just set it up so I could access other people's accounts when I needed to, in terms of news stories or whatever.
I'm getting jingles from BBC Radio Derby.
Yeah.
And not quite sure why. I've got nothing else of the show. So the jingles are coming through loud.
I think the desk will be on split, so the split jingles playing to different parts of the region, maybe.
Aitchison
worth a shout.
Struck on the padding, gone. Finger straight up in the air. Ben Aitchison, LBW for 11.
He didn't really hang around to see the outcome of the umpire's decision-making process there, did he?
LBW to Matthew Potts. Picks up his 4th wicket.
He took 8 against Derbyshire in Chesty Street earlier in the year. He's just out for 11. 15 the partnership in the end. And the deficit, which is the big number, that's the one we need to keep an eye on, is 148. So I'm saying, if Durham could end up with a sizable lead here, say 130, something like that, go out there and push on into the afternoon and then declare. The thing is, you obviously have to bear in mind that you don't want to give the other team far too much time to chase a total, but Durham will be backing themselves, particularly with this armoury. You've got the bowlers. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 internationals, pace bowlers in this attack here, and you'd be backing yourselves to bowl the other team out again. Keep that unbeaten run going at the top of the division. Take another step forward towards promotion.
So Brett Randall was carded below Derbyshire, which surprised me. He's coming in before Potts. 0-0. Which means we're going to have to wait for Potts versus Potts.
What have we had? 44.5 overs. Yeah, we did have Potts versus Potts in June.
First look at Brett Randall with the bat. Never seen someone with 2 zeros. I've seen one before. I'll have to find out why. I think we've been able to speak to him yet.
So have you just left uni then? Have you? It must have been fairly recent.
Yes, graduated this summer.
All right. Have you had the graduation ceremony?
Yeah. Same night as England-Argentina in the World Cup. So it was.
So was it a Thursday? What was it? I can't remember.
Wednesday or Thursday. Yeah. Randall defending solidly back to the bowler.
That seems such a long time ago now. We were in Toronto when the World Cup final was on, and my wife used to watch a lot of ice hockey back in the day. I used to cover some of the games. I used to go and watch some of them with her. And there was a guy who'd been a netminder for Newcastle Vipers 20 odd years ago, called Wayne Cowley, and he went back to Canada and he set up a sports bar in downtown Toronto. So we went to the sports bar on the afternoon of the final, and it was absolutely rammed. What we hadn't realised at the time was, in Canada, the licensing laws mean you can only come in and have a drink if there's a seat you can sit at. You can't stand at the bar like you can in this country. Start of a new over from Cars, playing a miss from Annandale. Anyway, we saw Wayne and he said, "Oh, we're full. You can't. It's the World Cup final." I said, "Well, yeah, that's why we've come." And he said, "We've only got one table, but it's right in the middle of the bar, right in front of the big screen. That'll do us." So anyway, we got in and we sat there and watched the match, and it was really interesting watching it surrounded by foreign fans. So there was Argentinians in there and Spaniards and various other nations, and how they cheer and what they get excited about compared to what your average English supporter would. It was like being in a different world. Edge, it's over the slip corner and away for 4. Right off the shoulder of the bat there from Dahl. Moves on to 8 from 21 deliveries, 139 for 7. Yeah, and they all seem to be cheering in the wrong places. And then I think it turned out to be quite a good game, but the bar was massive and absolutely rammed to the rafters. And then afterwards, apparently Steve Caldwell, who played for Newcastle, I can't remember if it was him who played for Sunderland as well. He apparently lives across the road from this bar because he was a coach at Toronto FC. Carson again, he's angling that right in towards the leg stump. It's hit the pad, but it was drifting down the leg side. And apparently Kevin Kilban pops in there occasionally. He lives over there now. But the football stadium that they used for the matches in Toronto, we drove past it on the motorway. It's just on the edge of the city, and it was all being taken down when we went past. There were no ends left.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because I was watching it on the telly, and I don't know if you remember, one of the stands seemed to go out past the roof and out into the street behind. Cast comes in, bowls, and that's played the point along the floor, no run there. And I was thinking, that's a strange design. The roof doesn't seem to cover the stand. What's going on there? But they'd added all this, basically temporary stands, and there were that end had gone when we drove past, and the other end had nearly disappeared. So they were quick there, take it all apart. And I was wondering if it was actually an athletics track as well.
It was like the T20 World Cup, the stadium in New York. I think it's just disappeared. It was put in and then shipped the pitch over from Australia or something, and then nothing really remains of that ground, or it's a little club ground, I presume, in New York or somewhere near New York. Amazing logistics.
Cast to Dahl. Dahl defends. That's gone towards mid-wicket. No run there. Which tournament was that?
The T20 World Cup in America and the Caribbean. Was it 2024?
Right, yeah.
And they had the game in India, Pakistan on that awful pitch in New York.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the jingle problem in our ears is sorted.
Ah, good stuff.
Thanks to the desk. Yeah, but Derby County at home, and then Burton Albion down the road in Leicester.
Mm-hmm.
Told Fletch he's got to come back here because we'll still be going by 7.
Oh, yeah. All worth a shout. Perhaps just a little bit too down the leg side. He's given up on the appeal because David Milnes has said not out. Thumped in. It was a Yorker length ball. Thumped into the pads. End of the over. 139 for 7. Deficit is 144.
Brett Randall, first class high score of 90 not out. So that will help things out for Derbyshire. Scored 66.
Williams says Potts v Potts. He says, I seem to remember Potts won that one fairly convincingly. Well, he ended up with an 8 for.
Free slips in the gully for Matthew Potts, bowling to Brett Randall. Defends right under his eyes. It's a Clark at point in the cream white / cream coloured.
Just trying to think I think they're the best bowling figures in a head-to-head, you know. Yeah, in that innings victory in Chester Street this year, Matthew Potts took 8 for 66. Derbyshire bowled out for 237 in the second innings, lost by an innings and 21.
Randall steps across his stumps. It's flicked down to Cast at long leg. Randall wants a second. Darla's to get moving. Darla's very fast, but slow to accept the invitation. They'll come back for 2, 141 for 7.
Casey Aldridge took 5 for 19 in the first innings. So yeah, they're Durham's best figures against Derbyshire. Harry Kane getting 105 in that. 237, but they lost by an innings.
Yeah, Durham have won against Derbyshire in all formats this year, haven't they? I think they won both Blast games. The one-day cup here when Stoke scored the century. Randall defends.
They've generally had a good record here in the T20 for years anyway. And I mean, Durham are not a good side in the T20. If you look statistically at the teams who've lost the most games since the inception of the competition, it's Durham, Middlesex, Derbyshire, and another from across the West Country, who were the first teams to get to 100 defeats. But Durham have generally had a good time of things on this ground.
Potts bowls to Randall, defends back down the pitch.
This is the 37th meeting between these two in the championship. Durham have won 15 and lost 6. There have been 15 draws. That includes the last meeting here in July 2023. No play possible on the final day. Durham have 11 home wins. 2 of those were in Darlow. I covered one of them back in 2000.
Oh, Randall beats him on the inside edge. Potts looks to the skies.
So they beat them in June 2000 in Darlington and then again in 2002. And the other 9, they were in Chesley Street. There've been 3 Durham wins on the road. Chesterfield in 1994 and 2017, I covered that one. And there was a win here when they won the title in 2013.
Final ball. Potts is over. Randall defends. They'll come through for a quick single in the gap between cover and point. 142 for 7.
That was a strange one in 2013 because it had been a weather-affected match. We'd had quite a bit of rain and a lot of fog. And I remember turning up here on the Saturday morning, and it was the final day of the game, and Durham was still in their first innings. And the game finished that afternoon. Durham won. Bowled Derbyshire out for something like 60, something like that. 63 all out it was. Game turned on its head. It was one of 5 wins in a row at the end of that season which propelled Durham to the title. 142 for 7, and oh, look at that, it's a lovely number, isn't it? Only 99 overs remaining today. The second day of 104. In fact, we didn't get 104 in yesterday. They lost 6 to the light at the end of the day. Here's Cars coming into bowl to Randall. That's a big bouncer, that one, unplayable. It's been allowed, though, by Hassan Adnan, the square leg umpire. Do you know, because this is the disruptive nature of this match, I've not actually looked at any of the other scores in the championship this week. Probably should have a check to see what's going on elsewhere.
Been a bit of rain around, but
yeah, I think it was so fragmented on day one. A lot of the games hadn't had much play. There was loads of thunderstorms across the country. Cars comes in. Pitches around about off stump, played out to the covers to Stokes, no run. So what we got? Notts, they're in their second over at the Oval, so they made only 184, and then Surrey were bowled out for 162. One of the things we were saying the other day was you often find this after you've had a break in the county championship for T20 and one-day cup cricket. There are generally the resumption of the county championship. There are always a lot of low scores in that first round of games back. 142 for 7, Randall on 3. Cars comes in and bowls. That's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. So that one's at the Oval. At Edgbaston, another low-scoring epic. Sussex all out for 156, then bowled Warwickshire out for 161. And Sussex are now 94 for 3 in their second innings, so they only lead by 89. At Leicester, it's a similar story. 151, Leicestershire all out. Glamorgan all out, 152. And then Leicestershire now 99 for 3 in their second innings. And then there's the one that jumps off the page because it's always different. Taunton, Somerset 469. Essex 158 all out and following on 80 for none. Cast bowls. And the ball will just play defensively into the offside. No run there. The Yorkies are down in Southampton. Another low scorer there. They were all out for 173. Hampshire were then bowled out for 197, and Yorkshire are now 141 for 5, so that one could dead easily end today. Yorkshire ahead by 117. At Merchant Taylors, they're into the third innings there. So Kent made 350 against Middlesex. That's just near Watford, Merchant Taylors School. Middlesex all out for 249, Kent 61 for 2. In Manchester, Northants made 284. There's cast bowls, it's defended on off stump, played back to him along the floor. And the Lankies at the minute 80 for 2. Cheltenham, Gloucestershire all out for 150, Worcestershire 224 for 7. So all of the games, other than basically that Taunton one, have been a similar story this week.
Yeah, get some results. Yeah. Which is always good.
Now, who's at the bottom of Division 1?
Is it Hampshire? I think that's a bit of that Hampshire-Yorkshire games.
Right.
Kind of some, yeah, could be a big one. There's a good tweet this morning about that.
In comes Cars. That's left. It angles away past the off stump. That's the end of the over. 142 for 7.
One of the train companies that, you know, when you track your train or whatever on the app,
yeah.
and it said, train could be busy due to day 3 county championship, Hampshire versus Yorkshire Utilita Bowl.
Yeah, the train station, which is 40-minute walk from the ground. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's in a really bad location, that stadium. You've basically got to go by car. I mean, I've stayed in the hotel at the ground a couple of times, and Kevin James gave me a lift into town once because I was meeting a friend, and then to get home I had to get the train to Eastleigh Airport and then get a taxi back to the hotel from there.
A few pots bowling to dart, we can leave that one well alone.
I think I looked at it to get into the centre of Southampton by bus from there was nearly an hour or something.
Well, the T20 there got delayed due to India getting stuck in traffic, didn't it?
Yeah.
And, they got the Ashes test there.
Even by car, it's a slow road into Southampton from there. And the last 2 times Durham have played at that ground, I've stayed down the road in Fareham, which to me was just on the southern fringes of Southampton, but I was amazed that Fareham was very much a Portsmouth supporting town rather than a Southampton supporting town.
Dal defends.
County Championship Division 1 table. Well, Leicestershire at bottom, and then Hampshire, and then Yorkshire. In fact, actually, Leicestershire and Hampshire have got 75 points, Yorkshire 92. Bit of a gap up to those two. And then Surrey down there, wow. Just one win for Surrey this year.
Yeah, a few draws.
Yeah.
Ben Stokes has been windmilling his arms around. Potts comes in. Oh, Dahl gets a big inside edge that's going to run away for 4. He moves on to 12. Still probing from Potts and Cass. Dahl was struck on the glove earlier by a vicious Biden Cass delivery.
There's nobody running away with Division 1, is there? I mean, in terms of wins, Nottinghamshire and Somerset up at the top have won only 3 each. Glamorgan have won 3.
They're in the conversation, Glamorgan, aren't they?
The teams with more wins are Sussex and Essex, who are way down mid-table. They've won 4.
We won't get into that point system debate.
See, Notts have won 3 and drawn 4. They've only lost the 1.
Oh, Dahl's bowled. Inside edge and then bowled.
Field down this end.
Comprehensively by Potts. He gets his 4th wicket. It's been a struggle for him this morning, really. Ever since being hit on the glove, he's not really looked too comfortable. A thick inside edge, and then that's very much out. Derbyshire 146 for 8, still trailing by 137 runs.
Well, that was a canny ball. So yeah, he's now taken 4 for 42 in 16.4 overs. So 146 for 8. The deficit is 137. There or thereabouts what I said might happen today. 48.4 overs gone. So left to come out then, we've got Potts and Bashir. Who's going to be next, you reckon?
That'll be
It's
Potts, yeah.
Nick Potts running out here, he's overly eager.
He'll face 2 balls of Matthew Potts. Yeah, it's been relentless. This Durham bowling attack, so impressive. You think about if Derbyshire go out and try and play a few aggressive shots, you just don't really get the deliveries. It's just trying to survive. But yeah, good to see Ben Stokes bowling to Shoaib Bashir, which could be interesting. Dwayne Olivier is over with the umpire. I'll be queuing up to have a bowl at the lower order. And now one of the ground staff is jogging on there in a hoodie and shorts, just chatting to umpire Milnes. We've pointed him to something.
266 wickets now for Durham. Matthew Potts. He's got 322 in all in first-class cricket, including tests and whatnot.
They've just had to retrieve the ball. Ollie Robinson and Graham Clark from down below us took them a
went
while.
off the pitch down. Yeah. It flew down.
So 2 balls left in this over. Potts versus Potts. As the email said, you'll be backing Potts here. 3 slips. A few Potts looking for a 5-for. Some encouragement in the field. Just moving Clark at point. And is he going to have a gully as well? Or a 4th slip? Yeah, there's a gully. There's that gap in the covers now where Rhodes has been moved. In comes Potts, bowling to Potts, who defends.
Looking at the stats here, I reckon Matthew Potts and Ben Aitchison are now both on 45 wickets each for the season. And then the next ranked bowler in this division is Ben Rain, who's not playing in this one because expectant dad. He's got 41.
I liked what it said on the Durham, the team news, the expected arrival of his child rather than completely unexpected. Final ball of Potts is over, defended in front of point, and Nick Potts off the mark. Derbyshire 147 for 8, losing Anuj Dahl and Ben Aitchison this morning. Trailed by 136.
So Potts 4 for 43 in 17 overs in this one. And yeah, he's got 45 wickets for the season now. So he's level with Ben Aitchison. Plenty of words of encouragement for Bryden Cast. David Beddingham, the Durham batsman, is the leading run maker in the division as well with 812. Leas Duploy, the former Derbyshire player, now at Middlesex, is 735. And Chris Benjamin, the wicketkeeper, who was on loan from Warwickshire to Durham 2 or 3 years ago, he's third with 666. He's at Kent now. This ball from Cars is played out through mid-wicket by Potts for a single. And he moves on to 2. 148 for 8. The deficit is 135. Remember the email address weircricket@bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch.
Yeah, that's the best way today because I don't want to be pestering Fletch to forward on his emails. The excitement of Leicester versus Burton. Down to the King Power.
In comes Cars again. And that's played short to mid-wicket, no run there. I was in a bar in town last night and chatting to the barman, and he said, "You've been in here before, haven't you?" And I said, "Yeah, down to cover the cricket." And he said, "The last time you were in," he said, "didn't we talk about Half Man, Half Biscuit, the band?" So this is today's mention of Half Man. And I said, "Yeah, probably." And he said, "Right." He said, "Well, the last time I saw you," he said, "I'd been to see them 38 times. And he said, "I've now been to see them 46 times.
Wow.
And he said, "So it's roughly, I've seen them once for every year of my life." So hello, Ross the barman, if you're listening this morning. As Cars comes in, that's on the legs, and it's flicked away down towards deep square leg. They're going to get 2 runs here from Randall's bat. Takes him on to 5, 150 for 8. A milestone in the innings. And hello, Steve and Andy, who I was talking to last night as well. From I think they were Quorndon Cricket Club. They said their team had won the National Village Cup in the mid-'80s, and one of the lads now lives in San Diego in California, which is a beautiful spot. So he was back home visiting for a few days.
I thought you were going to say San Diego, which is a little bit closer.
Yes, it's not quite the same weather. That's a leave from Randall off Cars.
Meant to be lovely, San Diego.
It is, it's gorgeous. It's a strange place in that most American cities and towns, and even in Canada, they Calgary a few weeks ago, for instance, they had a Fifth Avenue. They go by numbers. And in San Diego, everything was designed by the alphabet. So we stayed in J Street, in a place called the J Street Inn. And the elders of San Diego who designed and built the city did it in a very clever manner. As Cars comes in and bowls, just misses the outside edge of the bat. There's a very tight line towards the stumps there. They built the city, the beautiful design structure, very Georgian looking, the buildings, but they built the blocks really small. And we did a guided tour of the city, and somebody said, "Have you noticed that you can get from one block to the next here very, very quickly?" And they decided that if they had smaller blocks, you would have more opportunity for corner properties of shops, which you could charge more rental for, because corner windows, more window front, you charge more rent. So that's why they did it. But it's a really nice place. Cars comes in, and that is defended by Randall, right on middle stump, and that is the end of the over. 50 overs gone, so 96 remaining today, which would normally be a normal day. The deficit 133. The zoo was quite impressive. It was massive, and there's a lot of world research goes on there. And there's a huge bridge over the bay, and when you're up on the bridge, you can look down, and the naval base is there with the Pacific Fleet, and had a lot of aircraft carriers and stuff. And then some of those aircraft carriers that we saw back in 2002, they were redundant, and they actually towed them to Britain, and they were broken up in Hartlepool.
Oh.
And they called them the ghost ships. But on the island across the bridge, you've got the largest amount of retired sea admirals in the world. And the temperature's perfect. It's quite a dry climate, but it's not overly hot.
Nick Potts facing Matthew Potts, leaves it alone. 4 slips.
You talking about the cricket stadium in New York, which doesn't exist anymore. I was watching the Major League Cricket a few weeks ago on TNT Sport, and they've built a new cricket ground in Anaheim, which is down south of Long Beach, so south of Los Angeles, and there's Disneyland and all these sorts of things down in Anaheim, but they've built this cricket stadium there.
Potts leaves alone, just a little too wide, and the bowler's frustrated.
So all the teams played at the one venue in this Major League Cricket, and then Anaheim down to San Diego is not too far of a drive down the coast. You've got a really nice little seaside town called La Jolla, just north of there as well. So yeah, recommend it if you've ever got the chance. Are you doing a gap year or not?
No, straight in. Well, I say straight into work. What is out there? Or trying.
Yeah, it's a tough jobs world at the minute, isn't it?
Yes, for everyone. Yeah. Oh, that's a beauty from Matthew Potts. They'll run through for a bite, beat the outside edge.
Bounced out the keeper's gloves. That shot through along the floor, didn't it? What is it you're looking to do?
This sort of thing, which I know is, again, Fletch has been honest to where the opportunities are.
Yeah, there's not many.
Yeah, it's tough, but study sports journalism here. When there's sports journalism and a football journalism course, about 80 people on the football journalism course, and you think how few football journalism jobs there are.
Well, how few papers come. I mean, regional paper in our area stopped covering Sunderland 2 or 3 years ago. They just scrapped the role.
Yes, our local one down in Hertfordshire had an excellent Stevenage reporter and made him redundant. Yeah. And he's doing what many people do, the Substack, and people pay for that, which might be the way it's going.
There was a sports journalism course at Kiel, wasn't there? Because it was designed for former professional sports people. So Will Smith, the former Durham skipper, he went and studied there. Because he was quite into his horse racing, but he's actually one of the match referees for the ECB these days.
Oh, now he's gone past the outside edge of Randall. Yeah, there's a few players. Cameron Steele has been doing some writing. And
Cameron's a nice lad.
Yeah.
Will did have a gig on the racing channel, I think, at one time. Oh, they've got a sports journalism course at Sunderland Uni as well, just round the corner from where we live.
Yeah, I did look at that actually when choosing to study.
Yeah. So where are you from? You're from Stevenage?
Hertfordshire, right. Hitchin, which is near Stevenage. Yeah. Some people either know it or...
My granddad's sister used to live in Hitchin, I think.
Potts bowling to Randall, turns it through mid-wicket for 1.
It's just off the A1, isn't it, Hitchin?
Yeah, so between Stevenage and Luton.
Yeah.
So we've got the train up from Luton today, and then training back. It's a little more convenient, straight to London, then back out to Hitchin. It's not easy to get to Derby.
I was in that neck of the woods last week because Durham played at Radlett on Sunday.
Yeah.
So I drove down and stayed at Boreham Wood on Saturday night. I've stayed there a few times over the years, mainly for gigs at Wembley, because it's dead handy for Wembley. And it's handy for us because it's far cheaper to drive. So it's just at the bottom of the A1. So we stayed in that area last year when there was 5 or 6 of us went to see Coldplay, and then 2 or 3 years ago we went to see Blur there and stayed there.
Yeah.
Bryden Cast continuing his spell from the racecourse end. That's rammed down the leg side and gone to the keeper.
Yeah, that's a show I'd like to go to. Blur more than Coldplay.
I've seen them a few times over the years because I saw them in Newcastle, sort of mid-90s when they were getting really big, and then they sort of disappeared off the face of the planet for a while, and I think didn't they go and live in Iceland or somewhere? And then they came back, and their comeback gig, they played in a smaller venue called the Mayfair in Newcastle, and I was sent to cover the event by the Daily Mirror newspaper. So, Cast bowls. Oh, nearly short leg catch there. Graham Clark just couldn't get his hand to it. Diving across to his right hand side. And a little bit of a life for Randall on 6. moves to 7. 153 for 8, deficit 130. So yeah, the Wembley gig, they had Sleaford Mods as one of the support bands, who I do like, but the sound in the stadium just wasn't right for Sleaford Mods. I could not work out which songs I was listening to, but Blur was very good, and the Coldplay gig last year when they gave everybody the wristbands which light up. Fantastic. Cast comes in, and that's left alone. There's a yelp from third slip from Alex Lees there, who thought that was clipping the stumps on the way through. I think it did more after it had passed the target, though.
Yeah, for Wembley, luckily my dad used to work at the fire station, and
in Wembley.
Oh, right. So when we go to football, or I don't think I've done a gig there, but we go there and give the firefighters a packet of biscuits and a good word of my dad, and able to park around the corner, which is very fortunate.
Yeah.
But that is a nightmare to get out of, in particular.
In comes Cast again and bowls. That's left.
Stokes is warming up quite ferociously. Was before that last delivery. Just that one over of Callum Parkinson last night before the light meters ended the day. I don't think anyone would have been too disappointed. Having done the long days on the camera here as well, I think those guys would have been ready to pack up.
They were complaining of the cold as well. Cast balls. Oh, that's a mess. He's eventually got his man, and Potts goes for 2, and the off stump is askew.
Didn't seem to know much about that.
No,
Potts.
That was a cracking delivery.
Yeah, 1 LBW, 2 bowled. I think most of the dismissals have been, those forms are all caught behind the wicket. It's been such relentless bowling.
51.5 overs gone, and the deficit 130. With Shoaib Bashir, the last man to come out.
That's why Stokes is warming up. I'll have a look back on the replay. That's a beauty from Bryden Cast earlier.
Was it a Yorker or not?
No, just a good length.
Yeah.
I think it just held its line. Crashed into off stump.
The bails went absolutely flying there.
So Shoaib Bashir, one of the many England players on show in this game, comes out to join Brett Randall on his debut. Randall is 7 off 23. So 3 wickets to fall this morning. Aitchison, LBW, Potts, Dahl bowled Potts, and then Nick Potts bowled by Cast. Tall figure of Shoaib Bashir striding out to the middle. We'll have 1 ball to face from Bryden Cast. Randall's taken his helmet and gloves off. And a quick drink. Just survive this delivery, Shoaib. That'll be his only objective, and then see if Randall can get anything.
They came out this morning, 127 for 6 and trailing by 156, and 47 minutes of play as Cast comes in and bowls. Edged, didn't quite carry to the keeper, and it's shot up off him. I don't know if it's hit him or bounced out of his gloves. It's got him in the midriff, I think. And it's gone off down towards third man, and he's off the mark fortuitously there, and keeps strike as well.
Yeah, you did wonder if they want to take the single, but Bashir happy to just add 1 to the total, and will now be facing Matthew Potts, who's after his 5 for 9 maidens in his 18 overs as well. Do the maths. It's a very, very impressive display. Seems to enjoy playing against Derbyshire. Of course, that controversial catch on the rope, the catch that wasn't, when I was filming down on what is now the point boundary, and the umpire sort of lost sight of it, and it was the question of whether Potts' foot had gone over the line, and it was given not out, and then he bowled the over to win Durham that T20, bowling to Matthew Montgomery, final over of the game. He held his nerve really well after he bowled a no ball. Bowling to Bashir down the leg side.
I was trying to remember who it was. It's Atif Nawaz. Have you met Atif on the circuit?
I've heard him TMS the last few days.
Yeah, he does cricket commentaries, and his family lives in Wembley. And he'd suggested to me if I was going to any more gigs, we could park on their drive. But I'm not sure how far to the stadium it is from their house. But it's totally changed around there now. I remember going to an FA Cup final in 1993. It was Arsenal and Sheffield Wednesday.
Bashir leaves rather extravagantly.
And there was a concrete yard at the back of the stadium where the tunnel end was. And you could park in the concrete yard for about £2.50 and basically walk across the road and you were at the tunnel gate. And I mean, now it's just all apartment complexes.
Yeah.
There's loads of apartments and high-rises around there. The area's totally changed.
Potts, it's a nice run-up. Bashir steers this one between fourth slip and point. They're going to hurry back for a second. 156 for 9, trail by 127. Yeah, talking of developments, I was at the Oval the other week, and
how are the flats coming
yeah,
in?
it's really interesting. They were showing some of the designs in the ground, and some funny shaped flats, in terms of the circle and how it's all going to work.
I'd put a deposit down on 2 of them for £2.5 million.
Yeah, if you've got a view of the ground, those are going to be remarkable money. Oh, Bashir's bowled, and there is the five for Matthew Potts. He's bowled at real pace, he's bowled with real accuracy, loves bowling against Derbyshire, and he has ended this innings 156 all out, trailed by 127. Matthew Potts, 5 for 46. Outstanding bowling display.
Well, the middle stump is a few feet away from the other two, but the ball has once again, it's hit the stumps at such force, it's come off the field at our end again, and Ollie Robinson's had to go and retrieve it. So the innings is all over, 52.4, the deficit 127. I said around about 130, so wasn't far wrong there. I just had a feeling things were going to develop the way they have today, and I still have a feeling this might be over today as well. But that's a good lead for Durham, 127. Just 3 scored off the final partnership. They'll have a change of innings now, so they lose a couple of overs in the day for that, and they'll come out and start the second innings in 10 minutes time. So Randall none out on 7. Bashir bowled for 3. So Durham get 3 bowling points there, and they've taken 4 points from the match. No batting points for Derbyshire, so they've taken 3 points from the match in terms of bonuses.
Yeah, it's a very solid lead. Ben Aitchison already warming up to his bowling innings. So 5 wickets for Matthew Potts, 1 for Bryden Cast, 2 for Ben Stokes, nothing for Dwan Olivier, or just the 6 overs. 2 in 8 overs for Rhodes, and then just the 1 over that was a maiden for Callum Parkinson. And should we have a little break, and we'll be back in around 10 minutes time? Welcome back to the OurCoop County Ground, where we're set for Durham's second innings after they collected the 4 Derbyshire wickets in quick time on the about 50 minutes of day 3. Derbyshire bowled out for 156, so Durham's lead is 127. 5 wickets for Matthew Potts, his third first-class fifer against Derbyshire. Of course, took that 8 for up at Chesterler Street earlier this season. And Ben Aitchison, his wickets tally for the campaign stands on 45. So a 5 for, of course, will take him to 50 wickets for the season. Derbyshire have got a lot of work to do to get back into this game. So the 2 openers, Alex Lees, Ben McKinney. First, second and fourth slip / gully. It's always hard to work out when there are gaps. Here is Aitchison bowling from the racecourse end. And off an outside edge and taken. Aitchison is a wicket first ball. It's exactly what Derbyshire needed. Alex Lees goes for a golden duck. Martin Anderson in that position, taking the catch at gully. And Durham 0 for 1 off the first ball. Lees caught behind. I'll be going over to BBC Radio Derby for an update, and it will be good news for those Derbyshire supporters who might be listening in. So Lees caught by Anderson, bowled by Ben Aitchison. There's his 46th wicket of the season. Players standing around. Where Durham have just started their second innings and have lost a wicket off the first ball of it. Alex Lees caught behind by Martin Anderson off the bowling of Ben Aitchison. Derbyshire need a lot more of that. They've been bowled out for 156 this morning. So now Durham batting for the second time to try and pile on the pressure. They are 0 for 1. Just one more of the timed updates to go today, and then it'll be into the sports scene show this afternoon. Of course, the football, Derby County at home today. Burton Albion away at Leicester City, which is why you've got my voice today rather than Dave Fletcher, who will be back tomorrow. If the game, of course, will require him to be back tomorrow. Well, Ben Aitchison has made things interesting. Will Rhodes comes to the crease. It was a well-timed wicket just before the update. It meant there was no play that you have missed there either. Martin Anderson in that position at gully, taking a good low catch. Wasn't sure at one point whether it had carried. Low down. The slips are quite close in, it seems, from my angle, the other end of the ground. Brett Randall going for his stretches at long leg. Aitchison just waiting for Rhodes. This lineup of Durham left-handers, of course. Keep Sherwood Bashir interested, but these are good seaming conditions, it seems. Aitchison bowling to Rhodes. Defends rather tentatively. No run. What a season Ben Aitchison's having. Lee's always dangerous, 63. In the first innings, just 4 boundaries, which was rather surprising me. He's a cricketer who can do it all. He can dig in like he did there, or he can rock back and hit big, particularly down the ground. We've seen that in the blast so many times against Derbyshire. Aitchison bowls, defended stoutly by Rhodes. Just opened his stance up there, full face of the bat, back to the bowler. Yeah, so muddy footmarks now, the bowlers' run-ups, but the weather has been good since that onslaught of rain on day 1. Saw us lose 58 overs. Aitchison bowls, turned away to Potts at square leg, and McKinney sent back by Rhodes. Durham 0 for 1, the first over of their second innings after they bowled Derbyshire out for 156. Derbyshire avoided the follow-on, but they were 127 for 6 at the start of the day, so Bowled out in less than an hour. 5 for Matthew Potts. Aitchison bowling to Rhodes. Oh, and he's trying to pull the bat out the way and leave it, nearly an inside edge onto the stumps. Bounces through to Brooke Guest. Ben Aitchison showing what he can do in a game where Potts' casts have impressed. Stokes only bowled a few overs and got 2 wickets. Time for Aitchison now to show why he's leading this Derbyshire attack, and he's started just how Derbyshire would have wanted. This is left alone. It's just a bit of late swing perhaps. Back through to Brooke Guest, and a wicket maiden as Ben Aitchison starts things off. The wicket of Alex Lee's first ball of this innings, and it will be Brett Randall to pull out the white headband, flick his hair back and pull that on to share the new ball. Aitchison goes into the slips, and Martin Emerson comes to join me. I wonder, did that wicket disturb your update, or was it well timed?
I saw it all in good time, and again, it's helping the game progress towards a 3-day finish. As my only thought was, had it actually carried, was it a clean catch? And I think Alex Lees initially was looking in that direction and possibly wondering the same thing, but what it means is Ben Aitchison and Matty Potts now have 46 wickets each in the season, and they're neck and neck in the battle for the leading wicket taker, as Randall comes in here with his white headband on, bowling to McKinney. McKinney plays that across towards mid-on for a single, so Durham now lead by 128.
You're sounding like you fancy a day tomorrow of Premier League watching on the sofa.
I'll be in the lakes if this finishes today.
Lovely. Sounds even better. Randall's headband reminding me of lockdown Stuart Broad.
Yeah, John McEnroe, the tennis player.
I thought he bowled well actually in Durham's first innings. A couple of wickets.
Yeah.
Bowled nicely.
Here he comes then, bowling to Rhodes. Right arm over, Rhodes up on his toes, just fends the ball away towards short mid-off. Rhodes made 60, was it, in the first innings? Or was he? No, he didn't. He made 23. It was Stokes who made 60, Lee's 63, and Clark 64. So a few of the Durham players getting starts in that innings, but nobody's gone on to big things. The top score in the Derbyshire innings, 28 twice, Jewell and Madsen. 22 for Montgomery, and that was about it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 never even got the double figures. Ball from Randall there, left by Rhodes. Amazingly, in a match where 283 plays 156, we've only had one duck.
Yeah, and that was Lee's.
Yeah.
Took me a while.
Sorry, no, 2 ducks.
So, yeah, I was going to say, it took me a while to think out who the duck was.
Sorry, Potts got a duck, didn't he? Aitchison's 5. So that's the second duck of the match, that one. Randall coming in then. Bowls from the city end. Rhodes turns this to mid-wicket. No run there. Brett Randall is 31. He's from Auckland in New Zealand. This is his 41st first-class match. And he has played for Central Districts, Northern Districts. He's played a couple of matches in the County Championship for Somerset in 2024. New Zealand's A team. He's played for 10 years ago. He was playing for Denby in the Derbyshire Premier League.
Yeah, I've been to that ground this season. Derbyshire women played a game there.
In he comes, he bowls. That's defended by Rhodes. He's been playing somewhere in the Midlands this year as well, I think, at some point. I can't. Fletch mentioned it the other day. I can't remember which club it was now.
No, I can't either. But yeah, it was interesting. His interview of the club, he sort of said the plan was to be over here in case this sort of situation happened. So he planned quite well, rather than having to make that long trip from New Zealand. And he's been able to come in, sort of hit the ground running.
His highest take with the ball, 7 for 25, Central District's innings win against Northern Districts this year. As Rhodes pushes this one wide of mid-off for a single and gets him off the mark, 10th ball, 2 for 1 Durham. And that was in the Plunkett Shield, and he bowled 5 players in a row in that one, which was a record.
Although the third decision was an absolute shocker.
Was it?
Missed the outside edge by a mile, but he was appealing for the hat trick and everything. But it looked like there was clear daylight. The batter wasn't happy. But yeah, I thought when Derbyshire signed him, I thought, I remember that name, and that was why. And I think he played in that Surrey v Somerset game. What was it? Jack Leach took the wicket right at the end, and everyone was around the bat. And,
yeah.
Somerset
fielding on their knees.
Yeah, they thought, well, that's the title. I think it was that game. And obviously,
it's
it
always
wasn't.
funny when Somerset think they've won the title.
Here is Aitchison. Down there, not Taunton. Got family in Somerset, driving back from Cornwall, and you mentioned underwhelming places, and we did have to drive back past Stonehenge.
Oh yeah,
and it is underwhelming. My girlfriend had never seen it before, and she was going, "Oh, this is exciting." And she saw it, and she went, "Yeah, I'm not quite sure."
I mean, it has been said that the Stonehenge's beauty is the passing A303.
Where everyone slows down, Martin, to look at it.
And they're trying to build a tunnel.
Yeah, the locals can't like that, slowing down, as this is tucked away through mid-wicket. Could be 2 here. Derbyshire running to do the fielding. They will jog back for 2.
I haven't been to Stonehenge, but it's in the history of it all and how they got the stones there. And I mean, they were from a totally different part of Britain, weren't they? From Wales or somewhere.
I don't think it's quite known, is it, exactly how it all worked?
Right. There's a stone circle up at just near Keswick.
Here's Aitchison. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. I was up there earlier this year. Did not see the stone circle.
There's a fantastic one on. We were on the Orkney Islands, and up towards the north near Stromness, there was this beautiful stone circle there with a lake in front of it, and we were driving past one day, and we pulled in and went to have a look around, and the sunset, the colours were just mind-blowing, absolutely mind-blowing.
Some clouds in the sky now. I've taken my sunglasses off, but it's still bright. This is turned away through square leg. Might well be the first boundary. Fielder coming around, sliding in, sticks his leg at it. Brett Randall, I think it was, coming around from long leg. They get 3 there, I presume so. Yes, they did. Rhodes moves on to 6, 7 for 1. Leads the wicket to full. First ball of this innings, caught by Anderson, bowled by Aitchison.
How were you going past Stonehenge if you were coming back from Cornwall? Why did you
to visit family who are not too far from there in Somerset? So we called in on the way back. Staying near Plymouth, where I think I'm doing Plymouth versus Burton. So I've got to go all the way back down there next month. Fletcher, I think, is quite keen.
That ground.
Aitchison bowls on the pads, but I mean height and probably pitching outside leg, so not even an appeal.
It was about October 1990. I went down to cover a Sunderland game for the Shields Gazette.
That's a trip.
The club had put on flights for supporters, and the team were also on this plane. But they'd flown down on the Friday. The supporters flew from Newcastle Airport sort of mid-morning on the Saturday to Exeter Airport.
Final ball of Aitchison's second over defended.
And it was £100 for the return trip, but it included your match ticket. There was a meal in a restaurant somewhere in Plymouth, and bus from Exeter Airport to the ground and back. So a number of reporters were on the flight, and a number of supporters. And anyway, we got to this restaurant, had a meal before the game, got to the ground. And after the game, we were waiting to do the interviews. Dennis Smith was the manager. And Sunderland gave away a late goal and lost 1-0. And Paul Bracewell, who was I think he might have been the skipper of the team at the time, he got the ball in midfield and he tried to lob it back to his own goalie, and somebody intercepted it and scored. Randall starts anew over here, bowling to Rhodes. That's played to 2 point. Awkward bounce there for Dahl as he went down to pick that up. And he got him in the chin. No run. Anyway, by the time we'd done the post-match interview, we came outside to get on the bus to go back to the airport. The police had made all the Sunderland buses leave, and the bus driver had said to the police that, well, we've still got a number of people in the ground who are covering the match, and these police officers were quite nasty and said, move now. And so they drove off and left us. So we're standing in the middle of this car park, and where's the bus gone? And I'm thinking, it's a 40-minute drive back up to Exeter Airport from here. In comes Randall, and a play in a miss there from Rhodes. That was a good ball, angled just around about off stump. Tempting line. Rhodes is going to do a bit of gardening here. He's not happy with something that he spotted. So we're thinking, well, what do we do? And I didn't have any money on me, and I'm thinking, well, how am I going to... I can't afford a taxi back to Exeter from here. And then one of the reporters turned round and saw the team bus driving down the road and ran out into the middle of the road and stopped the team bus. So they let us on, and there was only one seat left on the bus when I got on, and it was next to Paul Bracewell, and he was in a foul mood and he wouldn't speak. That was a long journey back to Exeter Airport. And this is a leave by Rhodes. That was quite close to the stumps as well. Rhodes goes for a little wander. Anyway, as we were getting on the plane back to fly back up to Newcastle, I was the last person on the plane, and the person in front of me was Dennis Smith, the manager, and the players were all down at the front of the plane, and nobody had kept Dennis Smith a seat. And as he got on, he couldn't find a seat, and all the fans at the back of the plane were booing him because Sunderland had lost. So Randall comes in and bowls. It's turned away down towards fine leg by Rhodes. We've got a single here. Bashir cuts it off just down below our commentary position. Anyway, Sunderland had gone up they'd been in the top flight the year before, and they got relegated on the last day of the season. And all the talk that summer was they had the squad that were going to come straight back up. And by the time they'd lost at Plymouth, who was struggling, I think Sunderland was struggling and they were at the wrong end of the table by then. And Dennis Smith eventually lost his job around about the Christmas time, but Jeff Brown, who is a colleague at the BBC, was working for the Journal back then, and his intro on the Monday morning I thought was an absolute classic. So Randall bowls to McKinney. McKinney whips this across towards mid-wicket at square leg, no run there. And Jeff's intro to his match report was based on Saturday's performance, Sunderland's hopes of a straight return to the top flight looked like nothing more than a flight of fancy, and then it was all about the flight home and Dennis Smith getting booed and all the rest of it.
Yeah, you couldn't imagine that now.
No.
You really couldn't.
Ball defended this time from Randall by McKinney, end of the over, and Durham are 8 for 1 after 4 overs, so they lead by 135 against Derbyshire. There's 87 overs remaining in the day. I think lunch today is again 10 past 1 because it's a 104 over day, with tea normally fixed on those occasions at 4. Don't think there's any rain in the forecast. I think it said 5% chance of rain or lower, so pardon me. So hopefully a full day without any interruptions.
4 slips for Aitchison. Rhodes is 7, McKinney 1. 8 for 1, Durham. Lead by 135. On the pads, a slip's like it, but the appeal dies down. It was 2 leg side.
When is the Plymouth match?
I want to say mid-September.
So it's during the cricket season.
Yeah, so I think Fletcher's at Worcestershire versus Derbyshire, which is the final game.
It's an interesting town to go and visit because we were there we stayed in Devon on a family holiday a few years ago, and one of the things you can do a boat trip round the harbour, and you've got the Royal Naval Depot and all that there, and there's a lot to see, and it's quite interesting, all that side of things.
Yeah, I think because we didn't actually stop in Plymouth, this is turned away to square leg, so I will do a bit of exploring. But where we were was a place called Kingsand, and there's a boat that goes from there to Plymouth. You're not far away, so you get people come over for the day in this little village.
I bought me new iron in a Tesco in Plymouth. It's now 16 years old.
Was that the one to celebrate your daughter's birth? I was watching all day yesterday.
It just happened to be bought not long after she was born. But
left alone by McKinney. hit Aitchison for 6, didn't he? And then got out in the first innings.
He needs a decent innings from somewhere because he's getting himself out cheaply too often. Yeah, we'd gone down there and we're talking about Somerset nearly winning the title occasions. That was one of them because Durham played Somerset at the end of the season, and then Somerset were going from Durham to Lords for the one-day cup final.
2 slips and a gully now. Nicely played off the back foot. Montgomery just steered his face so that ball didn't flick up and hit it, but he fielded well in the covers.
So Somerset needed to win at Durham and hope that Notts didn't win at Old Trafford. And for the first 3.5 days, Notts couldn't even get on at Old Trafford because the weather was that bad. So I think this was September 2010 from memory.
Got a good memory of the months. I mean, it's late season, so Aitchison over the wicket. Quick single to Bashir at mid-wicket.
Well, it was the final round of games, and because Somerset were going to Lords, the day's play started each day at something like 10:15 rather than 10:30, or 10 o'clock rather than 10:30, to give Somerset the opportunity to finish the match early so they could then get on the team bus down to Lords for the final. And they were on top for about 3.5 days at Chestney Street. Looked like they were going to win. Notts couldn't get on at Old Trafford because it was so wet. But Notts basically needed just 1 point if Somerset didn't beat Durham, and then Durham fought back for a draw on the final day, and then Notts gone on and got the 1 point they needed, and they won the title instead.
Aitchison's gone around the wicket to Rhodes, leaves alone, 10 for 1, leading by 137.
So they came very close, but not close enough. They had one hand on the trophy for a while, and then we drove down to Devon that weekend, and we'd stopped with my cousin in Banbury on the way down, and on the Sunday morning we were passing Taunton, and there was the Somerset team bus on the M5 heading back from Lords, having lost the one-day cup final as well. So that was 2010. And then 2016 they thought they were in with a chance of winning it.
Well, last year they lost the one-day cup and the Blast finals, and they obviously missed out on the championship as well.
Randall starts a new over, bowling to McKinney. That's a beautiful drive. That's away for 4 between the bowler and mid-off up to the temporary permanent stand at the city end of the ground. Nice shot.
He was in a couple of conversations, wasn't he, in terms of the England openers, Ben McKinney? A couple. I heard Steve Harmison saying it's just there's no point throwing him in too early. You know, still needs a bit more county cricket.
Oh, yeah, he does.
And it's good to watch him.
Well, he's still only really young, you know.
Yeah.
What is he, 21 or something? He's only 21. So.
No, I like it. I want Amelia Gay to get a little run in the side. I am a fan.
Oh, now that's characteristic of Ben McKinney. He's just hit a beautiful 4, and then he tries to smash the living daylights out the next ball and nearly edges behind. You know, he got himself out in the first innings. He hits a 6 and then plays a silly shot moments later and gets himself out. He's got to learn to value his wicket here. And Will Rhodes has just come down the track and had a word with him and said, calm yourself down.
Yeah, 14 for 1. You don't want to open things up here for Derbyshire to get into this game. It's a decent hit still to that leg side boundary.
This one's played off the hips and out through mid-wicket sensibly. It's along the floor. It's going towards the little stand in the corner with a roof on it, in which there's about 15 people, and they run 3.
Yeah, the straight drive was glorious. I think, like you said, it sort of summed him up in terms of the over. Straight drive and then trying to smash one out to that scoreboard.
$17 for 1, the lead 144. It's gone a bit gloomy out there, actually. So, got some dark clouds just drifting past at the moment.
It's the first time last night I've worn jeans for months. I've not wanted to put any trousers on.
Round the wicket comes the bowler, and that's gone. Where's that gone? That's gone for 4 or 6.
4, yeah. Front of the
Rhodes has
groundsman's
pulled a
hut.
shortish ball from Randall off towards long leg for 4. Difficult to follow the track of it in the gloom there. 21 for 1. Yeah, it's when you've had shorts on for months and then you put trousers back on for the first time. It does feel strange, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We were on when we were on holiday though. We had a right mix because we were generally in quite hot places, but there was one bit on the coast of Tofino where we were on the Pacific coast, and there was a lot of really misty, drizzly weather drifting in from there. Ball this time played by Rhodes to point no run, and it was only about 14-15 degrees, and it was actually quite nice to be in chilly weather for a couple of days, and you knew when you left that region you were going to be back in hot weather again, but it was just nice to get out of the constant heating, feel the coolness for a few days. We went kayaking in the drizzle. It was gorgeous.
Lovely. So you missed the emergency alert, did you? That caused a lot of worry.
What, here last
Yes,
weekend?
yeah.
No, I was here for that. Randall balls. That's left by Rhodes, and it just misses the off stump. End of the over, 21 for 1. No, I was in Banbury at my cousin's last weekend for that, because I covered Durham at Lancashire, and then I was on my way down to Radlett. Woke up on the morning to see this alert. But there was one when we were in Canada in Victoria, and all of our phones started making this really weird noise. And what on earth's going on here? And it was an emergency alert from the British Columbia government about a possible kidnapping. But I mean,
Blimey.
the incident had happened miles and miles from where we were, but the government had put it out to the entire British Columbia public, and they use it regularly over there because there's been a lot of wildfires and stuff in the forest and things.
Aitchison staying around the wicket now to McKinney. That one just moves away through to the keeper.
It was interesting because I discovered you could go and have a meal in the MP's dining room in the Parliament of British Columbia in Victoria, so we went and did that. It was very nice. But we then went for a tour and had a look around, and to see pictures of King Charles everywhere and the Union flag hanging everywhere, and you're thinking, no, you're in Canada, but they're so focused towards the UK.
Aitchison again, a little bit of a away swing through the air, I wonder. Just left alone.
It's swinging a bit with this cloud cover. And I mean, they're still very much part of the Commonwealth, and we met a lot of Australian and New Zealand people who were working in bars and restaurants and on varying trips we went on to, and they have a deal with Canada, the Commonwealth work permit agreement, where they can go and work in the country for 2 years at a time.
Aitchison bowls, a little straighter and turned away for 1, out to mid-wicket. Potts, who's got his sunglasses on under the wide brim hat. Bashirs are on his head. Aitchison smoothing his hair back.
I wonder if the umpires might think about sticking the floodlights on here. There's a really dark cloud right above the ground at the moment, so it will pass across in a few minutes. But
Aitchison again just swings away. Maybe not as far as the batter expected.
I tell you what, these are good leaves from Rhodes.
Yeah, now has he got the ball? It's going to swing back in. 2 balls left in the over. Aitchison, the plan is to just swing it away. Test his patience. Gone for just 7 runs, 3.4 overs. Durham lead 149. But these are good bowling conditions at the minute. There's no quick runs. And he looked to heave that away and then pulled out of the shot. Looked to pull it towards the Elite Performance Centre on the leg side, and then decided, I'm having none of that, Will Rhodes. So clearly the intent is to try and move the scoring on a little bit, but the bowling has prevented that so far. This has been good from Aitchison. 1 ball left in the over. We've got 40 minutes until lunch, 1:10 past 1. So we're making up the overs. That's a beauty. That has swung away past the outside edge of the bat through to Brooke Guest. So an excellent probing over from Ben Aitchison. 22 for 1. A lovely view of that from up here, actually. It's quite a good wicket to see. And tell you what, if there's one man who can get the ball moving around in these conditions, it's Anuj Dal. He really enjoys when there's a little bit in the pitch or a bit in the conditions. He's a man who can get on a spell and make things happen. So Dal replacing Randall, and Guest will be up to the stumps.
These are very similar conditions to when the new ball was taken on day, when was it, yesterday, wasn't it? And Durham lost 5 wickets for 23 runs in 14 overs, and there was all this cloud cover came in and sat on us, and the ball was moving around, and it was really challenging for the batsmen. And then Derbyshire came out to start their innings, and the cloud just vanished, and the sun came out again for a while. But yeah, I mean, we've seen plenty of swing there, haven't we?
Mickey Arthur's weather machine is trying to get them back into the game.
So Dal went from the city end. He's going to come right on round the wicket to the left-handed McKinney. McKinney on 10. Durham 22 for 1, lead by 149. Dal in. McKinney leaves. Ball heading its way back up towards the bowler's end. Oh, look at the speed he's going on. He's buggy there. Absolutely rattling along. Spectator at the floor of the ground shooting towards the exit gate there. You get your brakes on, mate.
Be out on that roundabout in a moment.
Dahl comes in again and bowls, and McKinney leaves. Some of these disability buggy things you can get now. I was cycling along the quayside back towards our house last year, and there was a guy coming along, and I looked down. Wasn't going out the clappers, but I was doing a steady sort of pace, 15 miles an hour, and he was just tootling along alongside me. We had a nice chat, and he had quite a good range on his. He said he could go out and do 10 miles a day on it, no problem whatsoever. Darling again. McKinney drives at that one. It's cut off. It's short extra cover. Diving stop in there by Martin Anderson.
There's a couple of umbrellas on the back of that one, so prepared for possible weather.
I think the last time Durham were here for a county championship match in 2023, and it ended in a draw with no play at all on the final day. Dahl comes in and bowls. That's defended. And I remember a guy with a little disability buggy at the far end of the ground sitting with a plastic cover on it, and it was a miserable cold day, and it just rained all day, and he never left. And I think Griff knew him, and he said he preferred sitting here in the rain in his buggy than being in the house on his own.
Yeah, Griffin Fletch very pleased to be playing Durham in 4-day cricket, mainly for their trips up there.
Oh, Dahl balls. It's missed by McKinney. It's missed by the keeper as well. It's gone over the stumps. It's going to be a bye.
So they'll need Derbyshire to to follow them up to Division 1.
Well, the two of them made it into Division 1 in the first year of the split in 2000. And I still think it's weird. The only wins either team had that year were against each other and against Surrey, who went on to win the title. Weirdly. And then they both came down, and then after that they swapped places as to who was the worst team in the country for a couple of years, finishing bottom on wooden spoonists, and then Durham managed to get themselves back up and back into Division 1 by 2006. Stayed there for 10 years. Dahl to Rhodes. Rhodes leaves. And Derbyshire did come up for a year in 2013, but went straight back down again. End of the over, 23 for 1. They got very close recently, didn't they? But then
last year they just drew a couple too many games, couple of run chases where they ended up patting out for draws. And this year there's some opportunities early in the season. Should have won at Old Trafford. And it's been a case of near misses really this season, particularly in the blast. Aitchison around the wicket. Well, his 5th overs, conceded just 7 runs, picked up the wicket of Lees. Solidly defended by McKinney. Crouches down. I don't think it kept low. It's just a full delivery. Aitchison's looking back at him. Lees was caught behind by Martin Anderson at gully. First ball of this Durham innings. The lead is now 150. For the loss of just 1 wicket. Batters to come. Beddingham, Stokes, Clark, Robinson. Very different order to the one on the team sheet. Bryden Cast lower down the order can hit big. It does feel well set up for Ben Stokes coming in this afternoon, having scored 100 here on 1 leg a few weeks ago. In the One Day Cup final over win for Durham.
That was the first match, wasn't it, on the Tuesday?
Yeah. I was here with Fletch in the commentary, and it was quite remarkable, that Stokes innings. This is left alone. It was one of those where as soon as he started cramping up, I thought, he's going to get 100 here. Because it's just, when some players are like that, when there's an injury or adversity, they just get better and better and find ways of dealing with it. And it was amazing to watch. A lot of the written press. So I've never seen so many photographers here.
Yeah.
They made the mistake of bringing out the lunches just before the end of the first innings, and there was barely anything left. There was so many people here over in the press box. Bashir Field, no run.
I remember looking at the scorecard as we were getting on a plane in Toronto, and then checking it when we'd arrived in Vancouver a few hours later. It was a bit strange with the time difference because we ended up 7 hours behind, so like drive time on 5 Live was basically our breakfast show.
Aitchison running in, struck on the pad, it was high, and they'll come through for a leg by.
A bit late in deciding.
Rhodes was, and the throw is over the stumps. I think he was in. It was a bit of a miscommunication. The run was always there for the leg by. Lead now 151. Sun is peeking through the rather dark clouds. A number of just fluffy clouds. I'm not good on the cloud types, but...
well, Google them.
I think it was Ed Seaborn who was here. He was good with the clouds. Fletch is good for flowers, as we found out at Repton School.
Is he?
Yeah.
Really?
Or maybe I was particularly disappointing. But we did a walkthrough of some of the One Day Cup games as Aitchison bowls. That swung away. It's lovely. We do some bits on camera that then go on the stream and the big screen, and we do a walkthrough around Repton School, and we did it last year and sort of had no idea where this. We've not been to Repton, either of us, before. And then came back this year and did it and realised we'd done no prep or research and did basically the same videos before me, going through these rooms of these amazing names. And there's a little rocky outcrop around the boundary where the boundary actually has to be pulled in. So there's a remarkably short boundary sort of to point on one side. And there's some steps down and then this rocky outcrop. Again, we should have checked what it's there for, and then these flowers around that. One of the fielders...
Dahl bowling to McKinney. McKinney gets a single, plays it off short on the leg side.
Chased after a boundary and ended up running up these steps because he didn't want to just fall over, and as they sometimes do, and stop himself. He ran up to the top of these steps because if he dived for the ball, he could have been heading towards this rocky outcrop. All of these flowers. It is quite special, cricket at Repton. Derbyshire had a couple of old Reptonians, they're called. Ross Whiteley, one of them, who played in the match.
It's left alone. Well, Martin Spate, who's the cricket coach there, former Durham wicketkeeper batsman, used to do some commentaries with me, and then recent years he'd been working at Sedbergh School, so he's brought quite a few of the current crop of county championship players through the system. Harry Bruton, people like that. I think they're cumulus clouds. There's lots of little fluffy clouds around at the moment. Dahl from the city end to Rhodes. Rhodes Plays the ball into mid-wicket, no run there. Durham 25 for 1, Rhodes on 11, McKinney on 11, partnership 25.
Just reminds you of the Spanish weather in the Fast Show, with different clouds.
El Scorchio.
Yeah, the ball is swinging. Aitchison's been getting it to move away from the left-handers.
That detective show is back on.
Ludwig, is it?
Yeah.
I've
Round the wicket comes Dahl, played by Rhodes. I've heard it advertised on the radio. The first series a year or so ago was really good.
I like David Mitchell, so I need to watch that.
Did you not see the first season?
So I've literally
really
bookmarked it to watch yesterday. Yeah,
but there was one episode where a guy died on a building site, and it's all meant to be based in Cambridge. And I was on the train going down to a game in London last year, and I passed this building site, and I'm thinking, why do I recognise that building site? And I realised it was where they'd filmed this scene. And it's clever how they do things in TV shows and films, as this is defended by Rhodes off Dahl, because the building site was actually in the sort of Hitchin area.
Yeah, I was going to say, you get the train through, yeah.
And it was supposedly in the series, the murder had happened in Cambridge city centre. So it's a canny walk from Cambridge to there, isn't it?
I'm sure the Hitchin local press, What Remains, might have done an article on that.
Probably.
Let's have a look.
Hitchin building site used in TV series.
Yeah.
Dahl balls. That's gone into the gloves of the keeper, standing up to the stumps. And that is the end of the over. 25 for 1, so the lead's 152. Yeah, it was a good show. David Mitchell and Webb. I used to love that.
Peep Show is one of my all-time favourites.
Well,
so I've just rewatched that constantly.
Yeah. That's very good, isn't it?
And
the scene in Mitchell and Webb where they're sitting in the trenches dressed as German SS troops, and one of the characters says to his mate, "Are you all right? You just don't seem to be yourself at the moment." He said, "Have you noticed something?"
Aitchison over the wicket now to McKinney, tucks it away to fine leg, uppishly for a couple.
2 runs. And he said, "Well, what?" He said, "Well, I've just been thinking." He said, "Look," he said, "these uniforms." He said, "The helmets and the cross." And he said, "The skull and crossbones." And he said, "Hans, are we the baddies?"
I feel like I've seen a screenshot of that quote.
Probably, yeah. Oh, I think it's used a lot as a meme now, isn't it? A meme. What do you say? Meme?
Yeah,
meme.
meme. Aitchison bowling, left alone. Yeah, Peep Show, my favourite, is when Jez he's working at the health club and he goes into the sauna and there's a girl in there and he's going, I'm going to use my line, and he goes, "It's like a sauna in here," and she bursts out laughing because and then he's thinking it always works. Yeah, I never get tired of that show. 27 for 1, lead by 154. Durham, solidly defended by McKinney. I think the aim here for these two is just to get through to lunch.
Well, they are now, aren't they? I think they've calmed. Well, McKinney's calmed down a bit. We were talking about Alan Partridge yesterday. I don't know if you heard that bit, but all of the Alan Partridge series are now back on iPlayer, and if you haven't, go back and watch. I mean, it's just absolute timeless quality. I'm
really pleased they're all on. I thought the latest one was quite good, actually. But
about the mental health.
Yeah. Aitchison around the wicket. Oh, that's a tight leave as well. I think it might have been going over. It was left on, I'd say, line.
That's a good leave.
It's one that didn't swing as much. I think it would have missed the top of off stump. Yeah, Partridge, Tom Skinner next door, Derbyshire's head of media and comms, is a regular quota, certainly in our group chats. In fact, most people probably in this press box are. Only fools and horses as well. 2 slips in a gully. Just squares him up there. Dahl does the fielding.
I mean, I enjoyed Only Fools and Horses. I couldn't really quote much of it back to you these days, but
That's hard to find now as well. You need to get the proper box sets. It's hard to watch.
I remember going on a holiday to Mallorca in something like 1997, and I couldn't understand it. Where we were, every bar was just playing endless Only Fools and Horses on videotape, and I'm thinking, why?
Aitchison around the wicket. Final ball of his 6th over, defended back to him. 27 for 1.
So what we got? We've got 25 minutes to lunch. Lunch at 1:10. The sun's shining again now.
Well, Lincoln City are 2-0 down one of the early games. Fletcher, they'd stay up against Port. They're playing Portsmouth. Fletcher's very confident. They say they're staying up this season.
That was my middle daughter's first away game, Lincoln City. Sunderland lost, and the manager got sacked. It was one of those days that Sunderland didn't see coming against the newly promoted teams. And today they're playing a newly promoted team. And it's style bowling. This is played by Rhodes to mid-wicket now and there. Over the years, the amount of times they've lost to the newly promoted teams early in the season. I commentated on a few of them. Man City's Paolo One Chop, Fulham. Ipswich back in the day.
We were talking about the nicknames quiz on BBC Sport. We had to name all 92 nicknames.
Oh,
and
I didn't have a clue.
I was defeated by Salford.
Salford. That's gone into the keeper's gloves. I wouldn't know. What is it?
The Ammies, I think.
Ammies,
according to
was it?
Fletcher, because they were the amateurs. Oh, I think it's Fletcher and Nigel Gardner who's here reporting. But they 91 out of 92 on the long journey back from Cornwall. I thought it was a perfect quiz to take on.
Silkman.
Well, not in the 92. No one.
Really?
Yeah. I was most pleased with the Minster Men for York City. That's a great nickname.
Oh, that's defended by... it's gone into the keeper's gloves. It's spat up a little bit at Rhodes there, off Anushdal. They did used to play York City at Bootham Crescent, and then they got sponsored by the Kit Kat. So it was Kit Kat Crescent. But they've got a new ground now.
Well, Hull have gone 1-0 up, talking newly promoted sides against Manchester United.
Oh. I tipped Manchester United on the Predictions League the other day on Total Sport to win the Premier League, and everybody was like, "Are you mad?" In comes Darl. Oh, that's a good ball as well. That's playing a miss there from Rhodes. It's gone into the keeper's gloves.
He's very accurate, Anish Dahl.
Yeah.
Just runs in, hits the same spot over and over again. Conceded just one run. 5 for up at Queen's Park in Chesterfield. I think it was the morning of day 1, and he just hit the same spot relentlessly. And if there's a little bit of movement, he'll exploit it.
How many balls we got left? 2 balls of this 12th over to go. 27 for 1. Dahl to Rhodes. Comes in and bowls again. Oh, Rhodes tries to drive, and it's gone away for 4 byes. He's missed it. It's missed the stumps. It's hit the keeper's left leg and shot away for 4. And Dahl has had him on a... I don't know what the phrase is in his pocket. What's the phrase he's saying? It's really causing him problems this over. 31 for 1. The lead at 158. Last ball of the over. Dahl comes in and bowls to Rhodes. Oh, and that jumps up into the keeper's gloves as well. That's been a tough over for Rhodes. He's somehow got through it. Very good over from the bowler. Really putting pressure on. 10 to 1 now. And, Durham have faced 12 overs. They had a first innings lead of 127. They lost Alex Lee's first ball of this second innings, edging Ben Aitchison to Martin Anderson in the gully. And since then, Rhodes has put on 11 from 39 deliveries and McKinney 13 from 32.
Change of ends then from the racecourse end. Brett Randall. Bowl over the wicket to Ben McKinney. 13 of 32. Will Rhodes 11 of 39. The partnership 31, of course, as there was a golden duck. First ball of the innings. This was chipped back towards the bowler. Past Brett Randall, and McKinney straight away not happy with his bat. And I think he might want that change. He's inspecting the bottom of it. Randall and Shoaib Bashir having a conversation as he walks back to his mark. Bashir, I'm sure, will be wanting a go at some of these left-handers. He did bowl to Ben Stokes in that one-day cup game, got hit for a couple of boundaries down the ground. And McKinney is going to have a new bat. 12th man running out from the changing rooms in a red bib. McKinney knew straight away he wanted this changed. And there's a selection of two. He made a very quick decision as to which one he wanted. Randall still having a long chat with Shoaib Bashir, who now collects the ball to shine rather vigorously in his shirt. Throws it back to the bowler. Randall being the more expensive of the Derbyshire trio we've seen so far, for 14 runs. Bowls outside edge, and in the gap between second slip and gully, it wouldn't have carried anyway. And 4 more to the total, 35 for 1. McKinney on to 17. Lunch is at 10 past 1. Tea at 4 p.m. today. Have a look at some of the scores elsewhere. Yorkshire 189 for 6. They lead Hampshire by 165 runs. There's going to be a result there down in Southampton. Big game towards the bottom of Division 1, of course. 2 newly promoted sides. Randall bowling, clipped nicely. That's a lovely shot from McKinney. Free mid-wicket. He strung through that region. We saw him hit a straight drive down the ground earlier as well. And after that big swipe where he tried to hit a 6 earlier on in the innings, he's been really patient, as has Will Rhodes. That's a really nice shot. Second boundary in the over. This one more convincing than the one before. Leicestershire leading Glamorgan by 155 runs with 4 wickets remaining. They're 156 for 6. Somerset against Essex. Essex following on 132 for 3. Randall bowls and it's nearly chopped on. It was just a push from McKinney and then tried to leave it. There was no conviction in the shot and that somehow missed the stumps. So Essex 132 for 3, trailed by 179 runs. There has just been a wicket there. Dean Elgar, who was sticking around, 56 of 125, has just been caught by Roof. The bowling of Pretorius. Big game between Surrey and Notts. Notts 255 for 4 at the Oval, leading by 277 runs. Very much in the driving seat there as McKinney defends nicely. Warwickshire against Sussex, that's at Edgbaston. A new hotel there, still being built at good pace. Sussex 171 for 7, another. There's going to be a result. Lead by 166 runs. Cheltenham College. Worcestershire all out for 267 in their reply to Gloucestershire's 150 all out. And at Old Trafford, where I think they've had the most rain out of all of these games. Lancashire. This is defended back to Bashir at mid-on. End of the over, 39 for 1. 2 boundaries in the over off the bat of Ben McKinney. Durham lead by 166. Lancashire bowled out for 137. So they trail by Northamptonshire by 147. Northants are all out for 284. And finally at Merchant Taylors, Kent are on top in that one, 147 for 3. They lead Middlesex by 248 runs. And of course there was a test match overnight as well in Mackay in Australia. Those 2 tests in the north of the country. Australia skittled Bangladesh, 6 wickets for Mitchell Stark. Bangladesh 64 all out. Australia ended the day 165 for 8.
Dahl bowling to Rhodes. Bit of width on that one. Rhodes cuts it out into the covers nowhere and there. Stark took 6 for 12 or something, didn't he?
Yeah. A lot of ducks as well in that innings.
I've not heard of Mackay. Where is it?
North of Australia.
It's a big area.
I know. I'm not helping you there.
No.
But pitch obviously doing a bit.
Hi Marty and the gang, greetings from a bright and warmish Costa del Hartlepool. Looks like Durham have the upper hand in this game at the moment.
I'll correct that to northeast, having just seen the map. It's in Queensland.
Right.
Played
Played by Rhodes up to mid-on for a single. Whereabouts is it then?
on the coast.
So where's Brisbane in comparison?
So it's north of Brisbane.
Yeah, it's down below Darwin then, isn't it?
Yeah, so already into, I guess, summer.
A relative of ours lives on a cattle ranch over there somewhere in the middle of nowhere. Thousands and thousands of square acres of land.
Yes, it's nowhere near Darwin, but
No, right, well, not much
I
is.
wouldn't. Yes.
Yeah. Bowler comes in again. Playing a miss from McKinney there. Keeper standing up still. Paul says, sorry I couldn't be with you earlier. I had some running around to do, but should be with you for the duration. I've got no band to watch tonight. Back to normal on Sunday, though. Keep up the good commentary and the stories and whatnot. And here's Paul's list of cricketing and cycling events on this day. Have a look and see who was born and events that happened.
It's the Great Barrier Reef Arena, the stadium.
Oh,
Which is nice.
right. Might be a bit wet. That's a leave from McKinney. Events on this day. Alan Kippax played his last test match. Australia against England at the Oval Cricket Ground in Surrey. Surrey won the county championship in 1952. We were talking about this yesterday or the day before, how the season ended now in years gone by. And England's Bethany Shriver won the Women's BMX World Championships in the Netherlands in 2021. In comes Dahl. This is played off through mid-wicket by McKinney. Should get 2 here. It's gone right out towards the hotel boundary. He does get 2. So he's on 23. Durham 42 for 1. The lead 169. It's a bit of a thin list today, Paul. There's not much happened on this day in history, by the looks of things. Thanks for the email. Email we@cricket@bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch. The next ball in and out of the keeper's gloves as it's left by McKinney. And that is the end of the over. So, 14 gone, and we've still got another 12 minutes to lunch. Lunch 10 past 1 today, so about another 4 overs or so before lunch. I've got to go and do an update next door.
Yes, it's not helped, I think, the later lunch of these updates. 10 past 1. My final timed one, a strict 20 seconds. After that, it's a little more relaxed into sports scene.
I've got a bit of freedom now.
Yeah. Derby County playing today. Is it Burnley they're playing? Cardiff City, nowhere near. Nowhere near. Derby versus Cardiff, 3 o'clock, and then Leicester City against Burton Albion, both live, of course, on BBC Radio Derby. Randall around the wicket to Rhodes, who's heaved that one away. The umpire didn't really see it and just ducked and put his hands above his head to try and shield the flying cricket ball, which just evaded him. 4 runs for Will Rhodes. And that means Durham 46 for 1, lead by 173. Already right on top of this game. They bowled Derbyshire out this morning. Derbyshire were 127 for 6 overnight, bowled out for 156. 5 wickets for Matthew Potts. The wicket to fall in this innings, Alex Lees, of the first ball of the innings. As this is left alone by Rhodes. We'll have an update shortly as Randall walks back to his mark. Yeah, it's certainly pleasant cricket watching conditions after what we've had in the last month or so. The sun peeking through the clouds again. Randall turning. Rhodes is twirling his bat. Bowls, and this is just steered to Dahl at backward point. 2 slips and a gully for Randall. Fine leg. Forward square leg, mid on, mid off. And then cover and point. A couple of the Durham, either players or coaches, are over in front of the Monarch Security Services stand, where there's a few people in. Randall to Rhodes, strikes him on the pad. Guest likes it behind the stumps, but it was far too high to ask any real questions of the umpire. Derbyshire going through some of his warm-up, so I suspect we'll see an over or 2 from him before lunch, as is always the case for those spinners. For an update very shortly. So Randall bowls the 5th ball of this over. It's a tight leave. Rhodes has judged rather well there. Free to Brick Guest. 46 for 1. Randall walking back to his mark. It's been entertaining underneath the grey clouds here in Derby, where Durham are 46 for 1, Will Rhodes 16, Ben McKinney 23 after the first ball wicket from Ben Aitchison, who had Alex Lees caught behind. So Durham just trying to bat through for lunch at the minute. They're 46 for 1 and they lead by 173. And that final delivery. A dot ball. Forgot to start the 22nd timer there, so I hope I kept that one in. I think we got there in the end. It gets easier in the afternoon. So 46 for 1. Lead, as I just said, 173. We are 8 minutes away from lunch. Dahl continuing. 4 overs. 2 maidens. Just 4 runs. 2 slips, Madsen and Aitchison. And there's a catching cover, Martin Anderson, for Ben McKinney, who plays that one late, gets it past Nick Potts. It's not an easy outfield to field on. And McKinney has hit that hard enough to go away to the backward point boundary for 4. Zach Chappell, good to see him. He's just had a net. He's been out for a while now with a foot injury, which Mickey Arthur said a few weeks ago they diagnosed the problem. They had a rough sort of timescale for his return. He's expecting, I think, to be back before the end of the season. He's been going for a net. He's got the bat and helmet in his hands. Ben Smith, the Derbyshire batting coach, so that's a good sign from a Derbyshire perspective, because the bowling stocks have rather diminished in terms of injuries. Dahl around the wicket, defended by McKinney. No Lewis Rees. Harry Moore and Pat Brown out for the season. Mohammed Abbas is, of course, away with Pakistan in the England Test Series.
Dahl back to the mark at the city end, coming in past the umpire David Mills, and he bowls. And McKinney plays the ball to point. McKinney got a 4 when I was just doing my update there, which I was able to include in the update. So yeah, I think Durham have certainly, after McKinney nearly got himself out a little bit earlier on, and Rhodes came in and had a chat to him, they've certainly been a bit more watchful and methodical, these two. But 50 for 1 is a lead of 177. They're in the 16th over of this second innings. Dahl bowls. McKinney leaves quite close to the off stump. A good leave. Dahl walks away with his right hand clamped to the side of his face in disbelief that he didn't get a wicket there.
Yeah, I don't think the score was probably a fair reflection of how tight Derbyshire have bowled. Probably deserved another wicket or two, but the judgment from the two batters has been just about spot on.
Yeah.
Need a little bit of luck along the way as well, of course.
2 balls left of the over. Dahl right arm round to the left-handed McKinney, who flicks that off his hips and away out towards deep square leg for a single. So McKinney has 28, Durham 51 for 1. What's your, given that you're from Hitchin, which football team do you support?
Hitchin Town and my team in the non-league. And
Baldock Town's not too far from there, is it?
Yeah, Kevin Phillips.
Yes.
Yeah. That's his. I think he's been back there recently, but yeah, Hitchin are playing Racing Club Warwick today.
Whoa! Which league's that?
Southern League Division. No, it's not. Southern League Premier Central. They got promoted from Division 1 Central last year.
My cousin's husband owns Redditch United.
Okay.
Are they in the same league?
Yeah, they are. Yeah. I've not been there, but I've done
It's a nice little ground. I went there a couple of years ago. It's very much a community ground. Dahl comes in again and bowls. That's played up towards mid-off, no run there. End of the over, 51 for 1. Yeah, when I went there a couple of summers ago, they were pre-season and they were just signing a few new players and stuff, and they'd sold somebody to a Scottish League club, and they'd done quite well out of that. That was going to keep them going for a while. But there's lots of classrooms and stuff there, and they've got... They play on a 4G pitch, but they've got all... I think there was plans for some extra stuff to go on other pitches and stuff, but there's loads of different groups meet there, school groups, special needs classes, all that kind of stuff. So it very much a community hub.
Randall to bowl what will be the last over before lunch, so no time for Shoaib Bashir. 51 for 1. The lead is 178. It's certainly been Durham's session from start to finish. Left alone by McKinney. Randall over the wicket.
That's quite a distance from Warwick to Hitchin, isn't it?
It's a strange league. So you've got Hitchin play. They've got Leiston, which is near Aldborough on the Suffolk coast.
Really?
And then they've got Worcester City.
Yeah.
So you're travelling, across the one side to the other, and then they come up and play lots of Stourbridge, Halesowen.
Yeah.
And I'm always careful whether to go Black Country because their fans have peppered me before.
Oh, they are.
Those regions very full and not timed at all from McKinney. Bottom of his new bat. So it's a funny old league, a lot of travelling, and when they went up, a lot of players then sort of moved on because they didn't want to commit to that extra travel.
Yeah.
Because at step 4, it's a lot more local.
Massive,
yeah. So they'll be on the coach today.
I mean, the National League North was ridiculous, wasn't it? You had teams like Bishop Stortford and Gloucester City in it. And teams from the North East going and travelling all the way down there.
Hull City have gone 2-0 up against your title tip.
Yeah, well.
This is driven down the ground. Lovely shot from McKinney. Moves on to 32 and he just stands, doesn't even admire it, just walks down the pitch to do some gardening. And he's improved as this innings has gone along now. 55 for 1.
Wait, is it at Hull?
At Hull,
yeah. Well, there's your difference. If it had been at Man U, Yeah, I based it on Man U because everybody else we're all going to say Arsenal or Man City, and I just thought, well, Man U had a really good second half of the season last year once they'd got Carrick in. So I based it on the fact that
I think they'll be up and about this year. It's hard. It's hard to see some stuff.
I've got Hull to go down with.
You made it off to a good start.
Yeah, but you don't.
It's a long season. No, I think a lot of people have got Hull to go down. This is clipped nicely again through mid-wicket. You just can't bowl too straight to Ben McKinney. Played some lovely shots through that region, and Durham's lead is climbing as we approach the lunch break.
William says it was Dale Bankenstein and Christine O'Connor, the physio, who were just in front of him in the Monarch stand a moment ago that you were talking about.
Very kind to point that out.
Who did I have to go down? I had... Who came up again?
Hull, Ipswich, Coventry.
I had Hull, Ipswich and Spurs to go down. And there were Spurs. I said, they've finished like 4th bottom the last 2 years.
They're spending all the money they've got.
They've spent all the money they've ever had. And look where it's got them.
Randall. Oh, that's a beauty. It beats McKinney's inside edge, I think, and
Yeah.
somehow missed everything.
It's gone over the stumps, I think.
Yeah. Rhodes is now having a lengthy chat with umpire Adnan. Well, nice to have someone listening in from in the ground. It's quite rare because we don't have the earpieces. I think the club have thought about it. It turns out obviously you can really listen live, but so you'd be in a slight delay.
I think with modern technology now and Wi-Fi and 5G,
Yeah, won't be far away.
there's a slight delay. I mean, it's normally about 30 to 40 seconds when you're hearing it on the internet. But
Final ball of the slightly extended morning session, and it's just chopped to second slip, angled bat, and Durham get through to lunch. 59 for 1, the lead is 186, Rhodes 16, McKinney 36. Durham session, they are in control of this game, and you feel they're going to put the foot down after lunch.
yeah, 70 overs gone. So we'll go and see what the meet is today, and we'll see you in 40 minutes' time.
Chicken, apparently. That session yesterday when he just was slagging off every bit of food was so funny. He's going, yeah, don't like that, that's not a food, that's not a food.
Please welcome back the officials and players for the next session.
Well, welcome back to Derby for the afternoon session of day 3 of Derbyshire against Durham. County Championship, second division. Durham in a decent spot here. They are 59 for 1 in their second innings and as such lead by 186. I'm just doing a double take out there at the minute because there's a bit of dark cloud over us. I just thought for a second I could see drizzle against the scoreboard, even though the forecast doesn't suggest any rain, but I can't. It was just my mind playing tricks on me. So the lead for Durham, 186. Rhodes resuming his innings on 16. He's faced 48 balls so far. McKinney on 36 has faced 53, and their partnership is 59 because Durham lost a wicket first ball when Alex Lees edged to Martin Anderson in the slips. Off the bowling of Ben Aitchison, which means Aitchison and Durham's Matty Potts now have 46 championship wickets each this season. Who will be the first to 50? They are the leading wicket takers in the division. And we are going to get underway in this afternoon session. First ball bowled from the City end, and it's being bowled by Nick Potts. We didn't see him this morning, did we?
No. Well, I'm trying to get the music in our ears sorted. It's just about tolerable for the minute.
Yeah, it's not bad.
2 o'clock update around the corner. I was at Chelmsford and they had a country and western festival, I think it was, while Derbyshire were playing Essex there in the one-day cup, and it was next door.
Ball flicked off the legs by McKinney here, off towards deep square leg for 1. In the park next door, yeah?
Yeah, it was incredibly loud. These big Shania Twain covers as Derbyshire were collapsing.
Yeah, I'm not particularly into any country and western much. Although I do like First Aid Kit, but they're not American. Scandinavian. Potts comes in and bowls. That's played away by Rhodes towards deep square leg for 1. This is Shalimar singing at the minute. Ask your mum and dad. Williams says when he was listening to us earlier, there was about a ball delay, he reckons.
It's not bad. Yeah, I wonder if they are looking into the idea of earpieces. Or the Dave Fletcher fans.
Potts in again here. That's played off towards Point, and it's away past Point and away past Danush Dal for 4 towards the pavilion from McKinney. Nice shot. I think it's a costly exercise, and if things are still the way I remember them being, you have to apply for a radio license because you transmit on a low frequency AM transmitter, I think. I just think because modern phones and everything allow you to watch the games as well, people in the ground may well be watching it on YouTube or whatever, and phone battery lengths are a lot better than they used to be.
Lost the music, there we go. Thank you, Nigel.
In comes Potts, that's left alone by McKinney. McKinney on 41. He hit a lovely 4 earlier in the day and then tried to smash the next ball into next week, and he got himself out, and he's been a very different player since then, since Rhodes came down the track to have a word with him. Rhodes on 18. Durham 66 for 1, the lead, 193. I reckon Durham push on, build a big lead through this afternoon session and declare around about tea time and have a go at Derbyshire tonight. That's edged away down towards vacant third man. Hasn't got the legs to go there. It's stopped about 10 yards from the ropes. McKinney will run 3. It's Rhodes coming back to the keeper's end as the ball hits his gloves. Sun trying to poke out through the clouds. That is the end of that first over, so not a bad over from Durham's point of view. They've had a 10 in it.
Yeah, Aitchison will start things off in this second session of the day from the racecourse end. Bowled here in the morning, got rid of Alex Lee's first ball of this Durham innings, but the Durham lead 196. No sign of Shoaib Bashir in terms of the bowling yet. He's at mid-on at the minute. Yeah, usually the seam bowler likes to have another bowler at mid-on or mid-off, but Derbyshire don't have that big battery of bowlers really. And Anuj Dal, very much a specialist point fielders. This is driven back to Ben Aitchison. Nick Potts will go out and have a rest. He's very good on the boundary. Brett Randall is at long leg as well. Potts at deep mid-wicket. So it's Harry Kame at mid-off and then Shoaib Bashir at mid-on, because of course there was the talk about Joe Root captaining, and he moved out of the slips, didn't need to go to mid-off or mid-on in the test match. So Derbyshire skipper Wayne Madsen is at first slip. Defended back to Aitchison by McKinney.
Well, we were talking about Kit Kat Crescent earlier, weren't we? York City's ground, which was Bootham Crescent. Barry says, years ago I went to Bootham Crescent. It rained, the ground was packed, it was dark, and it was near bonfire night. And he said, I know it was around about then because Sunderland got a penalty, and as it was being taken, 2 bangers went off on the pitch either side of the goalkeeper, but the goal was allowed to stand. Sunderland won 4-0. He says Mickey Henderson made his debut that day.
Big shout for LBW, yeah, spot on.
His heart wasn't in it really, was it? He gave up halfway through.
Thing is, if the penalty was missed, then the striker could have the claim, the taker could have the claim of, well, that's put me off. It's going to put both people off, isn't it? In, I suppose in equal measure.
I'll tell you what, I had to go to a pharmacy down Osmaston Road the other day here in Derby, and I was surprised by the number of fireworks shops I saw.
Yeah, there's one near where I lived in the second year of uni, and obviously only got busy for 1 week of the year.
Yeah.
Driven nicely, Montgomery fields very well. A bit like a goalkeeper, diving down low to his right. Got 2 hands there, and does the fielding, no run.
Just wonder if maybe they also do festivals and weddings and things like that.
Had a pleasant surprise on the train up just past Bedford this morning. There were a few early morning hot air balloons at the same time.
I was coming back up through Northamptonshire on Sunday evening, and there was about 6 or 7. Yeah, it's a nice sight.
Very nice. All quite low, very near. Could film them out the train window, defended by McKinney. He's on 44. Rhodes is 18. They've been watchful getting through to lunch, and
the place where we stay in the lakes, they often launch hot air balloons in the field next door.
yeah, I think it is those planes are the best bit. Those fighter planes that pass the speed of sound. You hear them and you look one way and they've already gone. Aitchison bowls 2 straight, turned away for a single to Potts.
Depending which hillside you're on, you know, in the lakes or up in the Pennines or whatever. I mean, I've seen the pilots are below you. You can actually look down and see into the cockpit and see the pilots. But we were out on the kayak a few years ago, and this huge transporter plane came right downwind of me, really low. It's fabulous.
Nearly time for the 2 o'clock update. Big day of football. Hull City still leading in the Premier League against Manchester United.
Potts to start a new over. His first went for 10. McKinney is on strike on 45. Potts bowls. McKinney leaves. It's gone through to the keeper. What's McKinney's stats this year in terms of centuries and whatnot? In total, he's got 5 centuries and 2 50s, so he's got a good conversion rate when he gets to a half century. Got 87 not out in the win at Worcestershire this year. Youngest Durham player to score 200. That one's hammered away along the floor by McKinney. Actually, it's a bit tinny, that sounded, and it's gone to wide mid-off for 1. He was 21 in 188 days when he scored 244 at Bristol this year, so that was the first away game of the season. He's also made 58 in Middlesex and 121 in a draw with Essex last year. In comes Potts to Rhodes. All Rhodes has to try and fend that one away one-handed. It pops on him. He's flicked it down the leg side. It's no run, but he did fend it off with just the one hand on the bat there.
Yeah, Durham have already added 12 runs after lunch. The lead 2 shy of 200. Clark, Beddingham, Stokes, Robinson all to come. Something in the pitch though and through the air for the Derbyshire bowlers in the morning session.
Bowler in again. That's gone to the point position from the bat of Rhodes. No run there. Ben McKinney this year averaging 52. He's hit 1 century and 2 50s this year. The 1 century, the double century. And Durham beat Gloucestershire in 3 days in Bristol. It felt like a club on its knees and about to die. The locals were not happy. In comes the bowler again. Rhodes plays it back to him along the floor. They had lost the week before by an innings. They lost to Durham by an innings, and they'd lost at the end of the previous season, the final game by an innings. And Adrian, the local statistician, told me it was the first time they'd lost 3 games in a row by an innings since something like 1913, which was their worst season in their history. They are at Chesney Street next week. Effort ball there from Potts. You could hear the grunt. It's left by Rhodes. That's the end of the over. 71 for 1. 2 from it. So the lead's 198. Are they coming to you then or not?
I think at some point they'll go to, well, they're at Pride Park, so they'll have that. Then they'll go to Fletcher, to Leicester, and then it'll be me here.
Yeah.
We'll see how things unfold.
So Cardiff are in town today then?
Yes. And League One, Leicester City. Tough old test for Burton. You go to Notts County next week. That'll be either myself or Fletch, which is a little bit another local trip actually. Nice start for Burton at home, and then only to Leicester and Nottingham as Aitchison comes around the wicket to McKinney, who's on 46, turns this one away out to Potts on the deep mid wicket boundary.
They tend to have the bigger games on weekends because the clubs want more sort of local matches on the weekend, and they're happy to have away trips to Torquay on a Tuesday night in the middle of winter because they know they'll be guaranteed a better crowd on the Saturday when they have whoever it is playing who's not too far up the road. Well, Dave Bracegirdle does some of the Notts County stuff, doesn't he?
I think he does Mansfield now.
Oh, he's doing
I think
Mansfield,
he might have changed, yeah. Because, I did a Notts County game last season. I don't think he was there for Radio Nottingham. Aitchison bowling to Rhodes. Turned just in front of Nick Potts.
It was in the air for a
square mid
moment,
wicket.
wasn't
It was. There were shouts of catch.
Yeah, it was low, very low. It was only about couple of feet off the ground, but it was there in the air. It's 4 though.
Just his third boundary, Will Rhodes. And there is the lead, 203, 9 wickets remaining. Derbyshire need a breakthrough. Here we go. This is left alone by Rhodes, no run. Aitchison just walking back to his mark. Durham in the driving seat. The lead has just ticked over 203 of a boundary from Will Rhodes. He's on 22. Ben McKinney 47 after Derbyshire were bowled out for 156 earlier today. They've got a lot of work to do in this one. Next ball through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. No run. 76 for 1. The over rate is -1. Yeah, I think I'm back on there about 2:30, and then it won't be until the football half times.
Yeah, I'm 25 past 2 for my first one, and then football half time. So I'll let you talk through this. I'm just doing an update for online, actually.
Aitchison running in, and that one just moves away from Rhodes, leaves it alone. Yeah, I wonder when we'll see a bit of Shoaib Bashir. Of course, be the risk of them going after the spinner. But I like the way these two batters have gone about their business. They've respected sort of the threat the Derbyshire bowling attack have offered. And I've seen how hard it was for the Derbyshire's batters. And these are conditions that are even more favourable now under the grey clouds here in Derby. Aitchison goes short. Rhodes has a massive waft at it after the ball had gone over him, as if to say, there's not a lot I can do with that. And it's called wide by umpire Adnan. There are those two fielders out on the leg side boundary. It's the first short ball of any note. So a couple from Bryden Cast this morning. Bowled a really nice spell, just back of a length to Anuj Dal in particular, and wrapped him on the glove. Aitchison goes short, gets the line wrong this time. The height was okay, it was maybe just below shoulder height. Through to the keeper, 77 for 1, 70 overs remain in the day. This session will go on until 4. After that, who knows? My train home is at 20 past 8, so that should be under no threat. that would be quite something. And always make sure I allow plenty of time, which in the 50 overs can be a long wait if a team wins early. But you never know how long these days might just trickle on for, and then waiting for the interview after, of course, as well. Potts turns from the city end, comes into bowl over the wicket. McKinney defends nicely. He's on 47. Seven fours in this innings from Ben McKinney. 5 first-class hundreds, 4 50s. Averaging 35. The bottom of his boots are orange, bright orange, Ben McKinney, who cuts this nicely, just waited on it. It was aerial, but that was no problem because there was no one there, straight through the gap. And he goes to 50. It's been a well-watched innings, a measured innings, and he's gone after the bowling when it's been there to go after. But his defensive technique has been very sound as well. 51 of 68 and 8 fours in the knock as well. That the latest one. 81 for 1. Durham now leading by 208.
How many fours?
8. McKinney now defending to Caleb Jewell in the covers. Yeah, fifth first class 50 for Ben McKinney, 500s. He's just laying a nice platform now for Durham to push on in their second innings. Potts running in over the wicket, full, driven down the ground, but doesn't get it between mid-on and mid-off, and Randall does the fielding at mid-on. Nottinghamshire now 9 down against Surrey. They lead by 298 runs at the Oval. Yorkshire still going there, lead up to 203. Against Hampshire, 227 for 8. Potts, as the sun comes out, is driven nicely down the ground. It's beaten the stumps and then beaten the umpire at a couple of obstacles for the ball to get past. And luckily it was able to go past both of them. Another glorious straight drive from McKinney. It was in the air. He hits the ball hard. He moves to 55. Durham moved to 85. The lead 212. Bright sunshine now. It finds a gap in these clouds. It's glorious.
Yeah, very bright.
Impressive, Ben McKinney, Martin.
Yeah, when he doesn't do silly things, he's batted sensibly after that moment of a rush of blood to the head. And he times it well. And that's driven by him off Potts. Bit of dust coming up on the edge of the square as it goes up the mid-off end of the over. So yeah, we've got a bit of a break in the cloud at the moment, so that's quite nice. I would say it's a good drying day.
The numbers over the PA for Ben McKinney's half-century. PA or Tannoy, is that partridge?
Well, the Tannoy is a product name, a bit like Portakabin is an actual brand. So it's the PA system.
Public address, yeah.
There's a fire over there. None of you are listening to me, are you? I'm going home.
Two slips and a gully for Ben Aitchison. Around the wicket to Rhodes. Defended into the onside. Very quick single. Bashir comes in to do the fielding. Considering how close in he was, they actually didn't run that fast. They were quite comfortable they were going to get through for the one. Randall goes out to deep mid-wicket. Potts is at a wide, fine leg. So I think we're going to see a bit of the short stuff from Ben Aitchison.
Tina's emailed from over Pocklington way. Yon Humberside-ish. Sort of between York and Beverley.
It's not as Fletcher's old school, Pocklington.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah.
Defended very nicely by McKinney, no run.
Yeah, he used to fight the school bear on a Friday, didn't he? Tina says, hello, trust us all well. We're looking forward to coming to Chesley Street next week. It's an age since we were there. She's inquiring about A-level results and universities, yes. Well, I'll see you next week and have a chat about that. Fingers crossed for a win at Derby. Hope Sunderland win today. We're looking forward to coming to Chesley Street next week because we have not been there for a long time, she says. So I'll no doubt see you there, Tina.
Just guided to gully. It's Joe Bashir going through his warm-ups. It is some Pilates-style stretching. Every bowler has their own routine.
Good afternoon, Marty, says Mark Weldon.
Aitchison. More nicely bowled. Strikes him on the pad, but too high.
Yeah. He said, it's your team against mine in the first Premiership match this afternoon, as it was 25 years ago. I was at the Stadium of Light for that game in August 2001. Ipswich lost to a Kevin Phillips penalty, I think. I can't remember it, and I commentated on it, but I don't know. I just cannot remember half the games I covered back then now. We had a few beers before the game in a working man's club, and I recall feeling very conspicuous in my new Ipswich shirt.
Oh, in the air for a moment, out to deep mid-wicket for 1, 87 for 1.
He said, I felt very conspicuous in my new Ipswich shirt as the bar filled with red and white striped shirts. We were made to feel welcome, though, although there were one or two jibes about tractors aimed towards us. I'm still a member at Durham, although we now live in Knaresborough, so we don't make it up as often as we used to. Great season so far. Promotion will be the icing on the cake.
I'll get the icing out, I'd say, looking at the table. Durham fans cursing that, though, for cursing them. But they're looking good. And winning this match will help them a long way. Derbyshire's trying to stay in the hunt for their chances of promotion as well. End of the over, 87 for 1.
How much haven't Ipswich spent a load of money? They brought about 10 new players in.
Sure, I can't keep up. They've got a new manager.
Yeah.
But... yeah, they've gone.
Former Wolves
not a lot of
manager.
noise around Ipswich. I don't feel
No.
they came up, went down. Everyone's a bit. Yeah, they're back in.
Yeah, well, I wish you all the best after today. 3 o'clock kick-off, that one. I've commentated on matches at Ipswich, and there was one of them, I think Sunderland lost in around about Christmas time one year, 5-0. Even Titus Bramble scored.
Yeah, this could be some short stuff. Nick Potts is the quickest of the Derbyshire bowlers.
Here he comes, bounding in from the city end. That's a length ball played away by McKinney towards long leg. 1 run. So McKinney on 57, Rhodes on 23, and all of the runs in this Durham second innings, 88 of them, belong to their partnership because Lee's got a first baller earlier off Aitchison. Potts to Rhodes. Balls, that's gone away behind point and it's missed by Dahl. He's going to have to chase it down towards the boundary. The ball bobbles and slows just before the boundary rope. It's about 3 or 4 yards from the rope. They'll run 3 instead. So what was the train journey you did? Midland Main Line today?
Yeah, Luton. You have to change twice from Luton. It's a bit of a pain.
Yeah.
I changed at Kettering and then Leicester.
There's one of the stations, I can't remember if it's Kettering or maybe the next one after it, where the train doesn't fit on the platform, so everybody has to get off at the back.
Long Eaton, I think, is more local here. Yeah.
No, it's not. It's further down the line.
Okay.
I've used Long Eaton because my brother-in-law used to live there. It's gone to the keeper, bouncer. It was very handy for away games on the weekend. We used to drive down on a Friday night, and then you could get a tenner down to London, to Euston. So it was 3 cups of tea and coffee from memory.
Oh, lovely.
So back in the day, pre-kids. No, it was somewhere like. Could it be? Does it go through Wellingborough?
Wellingborough,
is
maybe.
it that
yeah.
platform? That's not long enough, isn't it?
Yeah, later it's direct to St Pancras and then getting the other train up to Hitchin, which is a bit nicer.
Well, it's a shortish ball, but it stays low as it goes down the leg side, taken by Brooke Guest as he tumbles across to his right.
Prefer just the one change.
The Midland Main Line, I mean, if you think about that main corridor north from London, and you've got the M1, and it comes up through Northamptonshire, and as you get just north of Northampton, you've then got sort of around about Crick up towards Watford Gap services. You've got the motorway, the Midland Main Line, and the canal all run alongside each other. Ball is flicked away by McKinney for 1 to square leg. McKinney on 58, 92 for 1. And Watford Gap services are named after the village of Watford, which sits there. But there's there was a natural break in the countryside there, and it was a popular drover's route in ancient times. And I think there was a Battle of Watford Gap where, was it Boadicea? Boudica, what do we call it? Where the Romans set a trap for her and her army coming through that gap in the land. And they were ambushed. Roads with a little flick down the leg side. It's gone for 4 thumps into the advertising hoarding down below us and the chairs. He just backed away from the ball and just helped it on its way, just straight off the face of the bat. And he's on 30, McKinney on 58, and Durham are 96 for 1. They have 223 on the board. And they're in a very good position here. So there's to mess up, really. Tricky spell earlier, before lunch, when the ball was seaming around. We had quite a lot of low, dark cloud cover at the time. But the clouds lifted now, and we've got blue skies again for the time being. They've, what were they at lunch again? They were 59 for 1 at lunch. That was after 17 overs, so 24 overs now, 96 for 1.
Yeah, McKinney and Rhodes both putting the accelerator down. This is left alone, as I say that, by McKinney. Standing right outside off stump now. 223 the lead.
Dr. Kevin Tennant, have you ever said anything in commentary and then thought it was something Alan Partridge would have said every day? My whole career's been modelled around it. He's my hero. Broadcasting hero.
I remember when his latest series, there were trails for it on BBC Radio, and you could just tell the presenters were so pleased that they could advertise this, and then they could just, it was free rein to talk about Partridge after.
Yeah. Yeah, I've decided to do a series about mental health because nobody talks about it.
I enjoy it with anything on The Office as well, when it's online and all the quotes would just be Office quotes in the replies.
What, the series The Office?
Yes. The British one, of course.
Yeah.
Aitchison running in. Bowls and defended by McKinney.
We used to live in a flat, and the couple who were on the other side of the landing to us were sort of similar age, and we didn't know anything about The Office. And one night we could hear our next door neighbour coming in. She was late from work and being delayed by something, and as she's coming in through the front door, she's saying to her boyfriend, "Please tell me you've recorded The Office." And we were like, "Oh, what's The Office?"
Pulled away. It was a short ball, and it's going to beat the fielder. If it beats Nick Potts, it'll beat anyone, because he's very quick, very good on the boundary. McKinney moving along, and there's the Durham 100 for the loss of just 1 wicket.
Yeah, it was just sat up nicely for McKinney there. He's 6'7", and he just planted it straight to the boundary. It was a bit of a freebie for him. Anyway, we looked at The Office that night and then watched it after that. So we got 24.4 overs, 100 for 1. Lead 227. I'll tell you what I was late to, and then basically had to go back and borrow videos off friends and stuff, was The Sopranos.
Yeah, never tried it.
It had been on for quite a few series before I happened across it.
This is Fuller, and some swing away from the batter.
I was always put off, judging a book by the cover, I was always put off by what I considered to be a stupid name. So I never watched it. And then when we were in New York on honeymoon, one of the characters had been arrested for robbery, and all the news channels were in an act of life imitating art. And we were like, why are they all going on about this program? And then a few months later, we were back home, and I was in the house one night on my own and flicking through the channels, and there was this gangster movie on, and I sat down and started watching it, and I thought, oh, this looks like it could be the follow-up to Goodfellas or something like that. And then the ads came on and it said The Sopranos. I was like, what?
Left alone, no run, end of the over, 100 for 1.
So that was a cracking watch, The Sopranos.
Quite like an over in that American accent, if you want.
Oh, I think that's my phone buzzing. Yeah, gotta go and dial in.
Something's just been run out to Anuj Dahl, physio out there, just checking on his knee by the looks of it. I do have the binoculars here, but I'm not particularly great at using them. Yeah, it's strapping around his knee. Here is Shoaib Bashir. Not involved in that test match and would have been surplus to requirements anyway, that emphatic England win over Pakistan up at Headingley. So he is in action here, bowling for the first time after 25 overs. 2 left-handers to bowl at. Rhodes is on strike. Derbyshire needs some breakthroughs. Or just a breakthrough, they need something. This lead, with the batters to come, this game could get away from them, and batting for a draw potentially against this Durham bowling attack is going to be some ask. Bashir around the wicket. Oh, it's off an edge, it's past Wayne Madsen. Caleb Jewell after it. I'll have to have a look if we get a replay as they race back for a third. So we're at the wrong end of the ground to judge if that had turned. But Bashir will be encouraged by that first delivery. Popular figure here at Derby in his first year. McKinney just taking guard on leg stump. Bashir skipping into bowl past the umpire. Defended by McKinney into the offside. Some windmilling, low windmilling of the arms from, I think it's Martin Anderson at mid-off. Bashir comes in again. Left alone, that has turned. Bashir very happy to see that one spin. Of course, Durham, with their multitude of bowling options, do have Callum Parkinson up their sleeve as well. The Derbyshire relief will be there's no Ben Rain, who seems to make things happen against Derbyshire in all formats. Just one of the great, reliable county operators is Ben Rain. Oh, off an inside edge now from McKinney. Aitchison doing the fielding a little too slow. It's a quick single. This is encouraging then for Shoaib Bashir. Hands on head as he turns and walks back to his mark. He's only got one slip. I wonder if they might look at bolstering that. Maybe for his next over. 2 balls left in this one. Had an outside edge and an inside edge. And one that's turned past the off stump that was left alone. He'll enjoy this test. Bowling to these left-handers. Oh, and that has turned as well. Left by Will Rhodes. In fact, it's Brett Randall, I think, who was warming up at mid-off because Martin Anderson and those sharp light blue sunglasses are at mid-on. Harry Kane is clapping at mid-wicket. Caleb Jewell strolling in from point. Drive, it was uppish for a moment past Potts in the covers for 1, so the over costs 5 runs in the end. 3 of those were off an outside edge. And that was a promising start for Shoaib Bashir. 105 for 1. Durham's lead 232. Manchester United lost a Hull. Well, not the opening day because it was a game last night, but their Hull's opening match of the Premier League. We're going to see that bowling change then. Randall. It's the headband out of his pocket. The Kiwi who worked with Ben Smith, the Derbyshire batting coach, and the Super Smash over there when Central Districts become the Central Stags in New Zealand. Teammate of Blair Tickner. Spent the last couple of years here playing for Derbyshire. There's a tiny similarity in the action, just the wrist and the wrist position. I'm never good at comparing bowlers, but there's a little bit of Tickner in the action. He's not as quick and not as crazy as he admitted to Fletch on BBC Radio Derby. He's running in now. Arms pumping, and it's just that little flick there of the wrist. If you're watching on the live stream and how he presents the ball, just reminds me of how Blair Tickner holds the ball up just as he's about to bowl at the top of his gather. But whereas Tickner has the big jump, Randall's a little bit more orthodox in how he runs in and bowls. Running his 7th over. Rhodes 34, McKinney 63, the lead 232. Randall in around the wicket, left alone by Will Rhodes. Be an update shortly for the listeners on BBC Radio Derby to the Sports Scene programme.
Yeah, just finding out there on our sports show that the FA Cup qualifiers are on today.
Will that be step 4? Step 4, step 5?
Yeah, it was the...
Randall. Left again, nicely by Rhodes.
It's, Morpeth are playing Blythe Town in them. I think they're regionalised, but yeah, I think it's the Northern Premier League, and that sort of level. What step's Hitchin? Is that 6?
Step 3. So
Step
third,
3?
Yeah, third of non-league.
So the Northern League, I watched Sun and RCA in the Northern League. They're a bit further down, aren't they? I think they're step 5 maybe or something.
Randall coming into bowl, strikes him on the pad. It's got stuck between the 2 pads in the end and comes out, no run. Yeah, so Hitchin's opponents, Kettering Town, Stourbridge are a big side, and Hales Owen. The big one at the top of the league is Real Bedford, who have got some crypto
What's
money.
with all the Spanish names? Racing Warwick.
I know, Racing Club Warwick. Anstey Nomads have come up, and then Worcester City, who play at the rugby ground.
Where's Anstey?
Near Leicester, I think Leicestershire. Peterborough Sports.
Yeah, heard of them.
One of the thinnest pitches I've seen. Great for corner taking. Banbury, you mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Another Spanish name, Bromsgrove Sporting, as there's an appeal for
Yeah.
LBW turned down. They'll come through for the leg bye.
Well, there used to be Bromsgrove Rovers. Yeah, I've got relatives in Bromsgrove. Yeah, so Division 1 of the Northern League, Step 5, and Sun and RCA are in Division 2, so they're Step 6.
Randall walking back to his mark. 1 ball left in this over. Just the 1 slip now. Double 0 on his back. Running in. Bowls, and that one's moved back in towards McKinney, so he defends to cover. 106 for 1.
Yeah, the scenario for this game is, I mean, Durham are 233 ahead now. They're going to be setting Derbyshire upwards of 350 and not worry about the time in the game because they're going to just back themselves to bowl them out.
Durham still right in front here. The lead is 233. They're 106 for 1. Rhodes 34. McKinney 63. But there's some encouragement for Shoaib Bashir. The wicket's starting to spin a little bit. He's bowling his 2nd over. Derbyshire needs some wickets. Wow. That was a quick cue and update there.
That was.
I was
Well,
wondering if they were coming to me.
Short and sweet.
Yeah, exactly that. We heard a brief.
The less distractions you have in your ears.
I
the better.
agree. Yeah, we had a tiny bit of Dave Fletcher, and then it was straight here for the cricket. Bashir, in the meantime, is bowling. Still just the 1 slip in. It's a hard scenario as a captain, as this is driven for 1. You might want to get a few fielders around the bat, but when only taken one wicket and the runs are coming. Even if you want to bowl quite attacking and pitch the ball up when it is turning, just the risk of going for more runs here. Derbyshire are in a tough situation in this game.
You know, Fletcher was here this morning. There's a Bashir balls that's played out through the covers. It's missed by one fielder and stopped by another. So he's gone to do Burton at Leicester. He could call into Grace Road on his way back. They're playing Glamorgan. And then come back here.
Yes.
So he could be at 3 different sporting events in one day. Bashir again balls. That's defended by McKinney.
I have no rugby knowledge. I presume Leicester Tigers aren't at home.
The season hasn't started.
There you
yet.
go. That's my rugby knowledge.
They start a bit later. There might be a pre-season friendly going on, but I think they don't start till September, something like that. Bashir around the wicket. McKinney said that was an interesting noise.
Oh, our TV's about to turn inactivity.
Oh no.
I get that sometimes if I'm watching the test match all day and it starts barking at me. Are you still there? Yep. Nothing else to do. Still here.
I was driving a car the other day. It has a camera that stares at your eyes.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it's annoying. So McKinney bowls the ball. McKinney bowls the ball. Bashir bowls the ball to McKinney, who plays it down towards third man for 1. Anushdal's collected it. He hurt his knee yesterday, Anushdal, and it was bleeding. And he's...
yeah, I think he got some treatment for it.
You see there's a bit more blood in his knee today. And he's hurt it again. Yeah, it's stupid because the moment you look at the wing mirrors, it says... There's a little bleep comes up. You are not looking at the road. It's ridiculous. There's too many safety features in cars now, like this lane depart thing. The cameras regularly they will pick up on lines on the road where there used to be roadworks, and you suddenly find the steering wheel battling with you.
There's a lot of that around Cornwall on holiday signs saying, ignore your sat-nav. Do not come this way.
Well, what's... is it Mousel? The road in there?
Randall collects the ball from Shoaib Bashir. $110 for 1. Fast-moving game of cricket, which everyone will enjoy. Turned past Caleb Jewell does the fielding. It's been a combination of maybe some darker skies and, as you say, the lack of red ball practice that I think the bowlers have enjoyed themselves up and down the country in this first round of games after that lengthy break in terms of red ball cricket. Randall has just been compared to Randy Orton. I think he's been nicknamed Randy and it's become Randy Orton, the wrestler. There's no resemblance physically, it's purely the name. Yeah, it's a big enough headband to make it look like a bandage, whereas Stuart Broad's was a bit more subdued. This goes quite far back. Bowling to McKinney. Turns that to Jewell in the mid-wicket region. Shoaib Bashir was scampering after it from mid-on. So no Martin Anderson yet in terms of the Derbyshire bowling. Just waiting at gully.
So Hull have beaten Man U, have they? Well, there you are. Everybody will think I've got it all wrong now and I'll just lure them all into a false sense of security.
It's a long season.
Yeah.
Randall around the wicket. Oh, is that an inside edge onto his front pad? Overway, no appeal.
Tricky Trees are playing Leeds today. Spurs begin their relegation campaign at Tottenham. Sorry, yeah, Tottenham at Brentford.
Tottenham versus Spurs.
Yes, they'll still lose. I think Sunderland's a tricky one at Ipswich, as I said earlier. They often slip up against the newly promoted teams. Oh, Nyan's starting.
Randall, defended with a straight back to mid-on. So, any European trips following Sunderland this season?
Well, getting tickets will be one thing, I suppose. The draw for it all hasn't begun yet, has it?
Yeah, still qualifiers on at the minute.
I mean, there's some decent looking sides in it. I mean, there's Real Sociedad, there's one of the Milan teams.
Well, Real Sociedad and San Sebastian were a holiday last year. That would be worth a trip. I'd recommend that.
Is that the San Sebastian's where those huge mountains just come straight out of the sea? Isn't it?
Known for its food as well.
Yeah.
Kinney defends to Jewell at mid-wicket, 110 for 1. And was that maiden over? It was from Brett Randall, his second.
Yeah, there's a few. I hope they don't end up drawing Canvey Island and Cork City or something.
Thursday night football. It's a lot of Sunday and Monday Premier League.
Yeah. Which is actually not too bad a thing, the way the cricket fixtures are going to go soon, because it means I should be able to see not miss that many Premier League matches this year, because I've missed quite a few at the start and the end of the cricket season. Here's Bashir bowling to Rhodes. Rhodes cuts this off the back foot out into the covers, no run there. Nick Potts fielding in there. Keeper standing up to the stumps with the helmet on. Got to slip in Madsen. Bashir comes in. That's more leg side-ish and played away towards deep square leg by Rhodes for a single all the way along the floor. Fielding out there's Matthew Montgomery. Durham 111 for 1. The lead 238. McKinney on 65 from 100 balls is now on strike. Bashir comes in and bowls. It's gone down the leg side. Bounces off the keeper. Madsen's taking a cracking leg slip catch there, but absolutely no need to. Because
leg slip catch at fourth slip.
Came off the keeper, not the batsman.
42 years of age.
Yeah.
It's the enthusiasm he always has.
Shoaib Bashir, 21 tests for England. He was in the England squad for the game against Pakistan at Headingley, and then him and Bryden Cast were released and allowed to come and play in this match.
It's a Pakistan side that's changed a lot when you think of the last test series there. Because when I think of Pakistan, I still think of your Shaheen Afridi, Naseem Shah, who apparently his younger brother's in the squad, Harris Ralph. It's all changed. Next
Ball tapped to short mid-wicket, no run there. Fielding in there is Harry Kane. Yeah, I was reading something last night about how they're on a bit of a downer, Pakistan, at the minute, but these things are cyclical, and somebody pointing out that they'll recover from where they are in the not too distant future. Bashir bowls. McKinney back into his crease, just pushes the ball to Potts. Short pointish area, end of the over, 111 for 1, the lead 238.
So any signs of results anywhere elsewhere? Yorkshire lead by 243 runs away to Hampshire, 267 for 8. And Leicestershire the exact same, 216 for 8. They lead by 215 runs against Glamorgan. Essex are still hanging on in there against Somerset, following on 185 for 3, trailed by 126. Allison and Critchley building a partnership. Randall coming into bowl. Two straight, turned away between fine leg and deep backward square, and they'll come back for two. Notts leads Surrey by 326 runs. That's a good lead at the Oval. 1 wicket remaining there. Hutton and Pennington batting together at the moment. Warwickshire have begun their chase of 203 to beat Sussex. They're 10 without loss after Sussex were 207 all out. That one will probably be done today. And Gloucestershire, in their reply to Worcestershire's 267 all out, their second innings 61 without loss. Randall bowls, defended by Rhodes. Northants in their second innings 61 without loss, lead of 208 against Lancashire. And Kent, they lead Middlesex by 297 runs, 196 for 6. And that is everything. So it looks like that Warwickshire-Sussex game will come to a conclusion today. Left alone by Rhodes.
See, Borough are at Blackburn this afternoon, which is the Tony Mowbray derby now, isn't it? He's gone back to Blackburn. Oh, big derby at West Ham, Charlton Athletic.
I can't wait for West Ham Millwall. Some good derbies in the
just basically
Championship.
either side of the Blackwall Tunnel, those two stadiums. Be surprised if there's even 3 miles in it.
West Ham Millwall, Wolves, West Brom, Southampton, Portsmouth. Driven on the onside to Bashir, no run.
I predicted Southampton to go up, and I'd forgotten that they could still face a points deduction for Spygate. But I think
-4, I think it was.
What?
-4 points. I think.
Oh, they are they?
Yeah.
Oh, well. But I think they're going to be angry, and they're going to feel like they're the victims, and they're going to want to prove a point.
Every game they're going to get some stick as well.
aren't they? Yeah.
Randall just glanced up towards the scoreboard there, running into bolt. In the air, down the leg side. That's going to be fine of long leg. It goes for 4. Giving chase was the Derbyshire fielder. Couldn't get there. So the lead now 244. It's a substitute. Is it the new man Rogers? He was here this morning. Signed a contract ahead at the Hampshire game in the one-day cup.
Yeah, he's been playing with Loughborough Uni, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think it's Will Rogers.
Yeah.
Number 19.
He's had a lot of second-team games for varying clubs this year as well.
Defended by Rhodes, an off stump, 117 for 1 at the end of the over.
So this year, he's played for Sussex, Yorkshire and Warwickshire seconds and Derbyshire seconds. Loughborough Uni. He's played for Cuckfield in the Sussex Premier League last year. And in this neck of the woods, just up the road, or down the road, yeah, it's slightly up the road, Mansfield Hosiery Mills in the Nottingham Premier League. Drinks break here, so these factors all get added onto the time of the day. Just talking to the scorers this morning about how yesterday drifted, and there's meant to be 6 hours worth of play each day, so split into 3 sessions of 2 hours. Never is. I mean, they never come off till about 6:30 every day, but they add on 2.5 minutes for every wicket, and then they also add on time for other disruptions like drinks breaks or players needing treatment or whatever. And collectively it all just helps the day to drift. So play will resume in a moment once Rhodes has got back to the non-strikers end. He's just walking back after a drink and putting his gloves on. So it's an hour since this session began. Bashir then Bowling to McKinney. McKinney forward to this one. Meets it around about leg stump and just snuffs it out. Bowling his off spins. Bashir. 22 years old now. His last test match was at home to New Zealand this June. Bowls again to McKinney. McKinney plays us off the legs out towards deep square leg for one. Moves him on to 66.
Now this jingle I was pre-warned about. It's when they're doing the split between the Derby coverage and the Burton coverage. So we've got that in our ears and that will fade.
They've gone late with a split, haven't they, tend to?
Yeah, it can vary.
Shoaib Basir was with Worcestershire 2 years ago, and Glamorgan last year. Derbyshire this year. And played for the Lions and first came to prominence playing for Somerset Schools through the age groups.
He's from somewhere in Surrey, if I recall. I want to say Woking.
Wokingham.
Wokingham, there you go. Chertsey.
Chertsey.
Wikipedia.
Yeah. I couldn't point to it on the map.
He was in Surrey's academy, wasn't he?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't know exactly where that is.
It's down there somewhere. 118 for one. Bashir balls played by Rhodes towards the cover area. No run there. Where is Chertsey? Is it sort of round here? Leatherhead. I need it on a map. Comes in and bowls again. Defended by Rhodes. Just goes short on the offside. Where are we? Chertsey, there you are. It is... Oh, it's round... yeah. It's not quite Leatherhead. It's near Virginia Water and Ascot, so it's where the M25 crosses the M3 around that area. Not too far from Heathrow. It's where all those lakes are around Heathrow. But south of the Thames.
118 for one. The lead 245. Decent crowd in. Will be hampered by the fact that Derby County are at home. I'm sure a few people would have started their day here and then made the journey across to Pride Park.
Crowds at Derby getting these days.
Quite good, I think. Slip in a gully for Randall. Keeper up to the stumps. Driven at Montgomery. Slight misfield. And that's going to cost 2 runs. Of course, Derby had the drama of that late takeover pullout from a potential Saudi Arabian investor. All very last minute. Poor Dom, the sports editor, I think would have been hoping for a quiet summer, and then suddenly you've got a Saudi billionaire looking to take over. And that story rumbled on and on through the summer. Randall around the wicket. Defended. Makes it look quite easy. Just drops the bat. Plays it into the offside. Very still at the crease. Not to rule out in that game at the Oval. So Surrey will need 329 to win. Mid on, mid off, mid wicket. Catching cover, point, gully and a slip. 2 out on the leg side. This is pushed through mid wicket past Caleb Jewell. Potts doing the fielding. On the boundary, 1 run added, 121 for one. A lot of walkie-talkie action between umpires and scorers. That's why you get the little rumble.
If you caught anything of it, that's why the noise happens on the line, is it?
We worked. I mean, it must have happened for years, but we finally worked out why this year causes it.
Rhodes has spotted something, which he's handed to David Milnes. We bought a set of walkie-talkies a few years ago. They're really good.
Randall. Oh, it's heaved
Whoa.
past Caleb Jewell. Just diving at mid-wicket with a one-handed attempt, and Will Rhodes, it's the first real sign of aggression. He's been quite calm at the crease, really. That's the hardest anyone's hit a ball to date. It's been smashed through mid-wicket for 4. Moves to 47, the lead 250 now, 252.
I'll write that down.
Rhodes closing in on a half century, 2 balls left in this over. Left alone, Guest doesn't take it cleanly. I'm doing my prep for the One Day Cup and that Durham game. Will Rhodes last year, the top wicket taker and top run scorer.
Yeah,
Durham.
Yeah, he was the player of the year in the competition. Yeah.
$125 for 1. Alex Lees must be kicking himself watching these two go about it. This is left alone, end of the over.
Well, at the end of the day, it's a team game, so
Yeah.
if the team's getting runs, it doesn't, you're going to be annoyed you've gone out first ball, but you'll be happy, I suppose, these two are doing nicely.
Fran Lonsdale, the Derbyshire women's team you had here on day 1, I think her last 2 scores were a big century and a win over Leicestershire and then a duck against Sussex. That is just why cricket is such a great game. That's 2 games, 100 and a duck, but 2 wins for Derbyshire's women. For England women here in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, they're playing.
Ireland in a one-day international. Bit of an experimental England squad has been named.
So that was Frances Lonsdale, pink top. I've got written down here. Francesca didn't come on air.
No, I think she had to. Did she go home?
She was around the ground doing varying bits and bobs. But Bashir balls. This has gone up towards wide mid. Mind you, there was loads of us on day 1, and it rained a lot.
There's a lot going on for 5
Francesca,
people.
I know in my notes here, was wearing a hooped top. So.
No, that when they turned up and I introduced them to Fletcher at Reps, and he just went, "I'm not going to remember. I'm just going to call you both Fran."
Yeah.
And that's how we did it for the day. And people were emailing in saying, "Can we ask the 2 Frans about this?"
Yeah. Little flick down towards long leg by McKinney here for a single off Bashir. Well, then he decided to call them batter Fran and bowler Fran, didn't he?
Yeah.
Bashir, a little hop and a skip as he comes in. Round the wicket from the city end. Ooh, that nearly undoes Rhodes. He was very late to that one. He's got a leading edge that's done him for the turn, almost. Just got it away, very late. I was waiting for the bails to come up there. Bowler comes in again, and that's turned away by Rhodes down towards fine leg for 1 run. Moves him on to 48. We've got 2 balls left of this 34th over. The sun's shining here in Derby. If you want to get in touch, it's wearecreate at bbc.co.uk. The Vuelta a España has begun today in France, in Monaco. That's going into the city centre to have a look around the shops, that one. It's gone about 2/3 of the way up the permanent temporary stand. A big 6 from McKinney straight back over Bashir's head. And now some punters in the stand are looking for the ball. It has been retrieved from about row 15.
Yeah, it wasn't too far from clearing that stand,
Yeah.
was it? That's a lovely shot. When they hit it that straight, you know it's travelling.
He's hit it into the central section where there isn't anybody. So one of the punters had to climb over a rope and go along the road to find it. Monaco has now become the first place to hold stage starts in both the Giro d'Italia, the Vuelta and the Tour de France. I think it had the Giro in about 1966, doesn't it? Bashir back to bowl again, sunglasses on, comes in. McKinney plays the ball into the ground and back to him, and that is the end of the over. 133 for one. It is 3 o'clock. It's kick-off time in the footy. So we'll be doing our updates into the sports shows in about 50 minutes time.
Yeah.
They never finish on 45 minutes, do they? So
Martin Anderson is going to come on for the first time. That was the first 6 in this Durham innings. The lead 260. And it feels like they've just batted, haven't they? They've just taken a lot of singles out there. They've hit the odd boundary. They've made it look very easy.
They're in such a comfortable position now. Effectively 260 for one.
Yeah, and you've got Ben Stokes to come. It's it's nice going. Martin Anderson then. What can he come up with? Rhodes is on 48. The partnership, of course, 133 for one. Alex Lee's gone the first ball of the innings. Caught by this man at Gully. Low down, the bowling of Ben Aitchison. Derbyshire were up and about. We thought, hello, they might be back into this game a little bit. And that's not transpired. Continuing to chip away. Derbyshire. It's down the leg side, taken by Guest. Felt like their luck just wasn't on their side in the morning session with the ball. Aitchison in particular bowled really nicely. Dahl, as he does, was making things happen. Just to come away with that session with 1 wicket. Durham sort of shut up shop, got through to lunch, and it's always going to be the case after then. They could put the foot down a little bit more, and they've been able to do that to good effect. Just seen that 6 from McKinney off Bashir down the ground. Anderson bowls to Rhodes, turns that one away behind square. They're going to push for 2 here, and they will come back for 2. Will Rhodes goes to 50 of 92 deliveries, his 29th first-class 50 for the 31-year-old. Been a steady hand alongside Ben McKinney. Just the 6 boundaries. And he's put Durham in a very strong position in their second innings. He faces Anderson now. Leaves alone. Swings the bat inside the line. The ball goes through to Guest. From Nottingham, Will Rhodes. Down the Brian Clough way. But Yorkshire, Warwickshire and then Durham, his career. Anderson bowls to Rhodes, another just easy single, turn to Potts at forward square leg. Hands on hips for Shoaib Bashir at mid-on. A little quiet in the field. There's a few hands on hips, actually, when you look around this Derbyshire side. Defended. McKinney wants the quick single. Rhodes tells him 3 times. Absolutely not. Some of the bigger greyer clouds are moving towards Nottingham, and the sun is just about to come through when they start to move away. Sky above Derby city centre now is blue. Defended by McKinney. And if Anderson's over, 3 runs off it, 136 for 1, lead of 263. Listening to Day 3 of Derbyshire against Durham in the County Championship on BBC Radio Derby and BBC Radio Newcastle over on the BBC Sport website or app, of course, on the Derbyshire live stream. Good to have your company. We've had no 5 Live Sports Extra action today. Plenty going on. They've not picked Derby yet, you never know. Premier League football on normal Sports Extra, and of course on 5 Live. Rugby League, there we go, Sports Extra 2, St Helens against Castleford Tigers. Sports Extra 3, Formula 1, so there's no cricket. Going back to the cricket on there, Sports Extra 3 at 4:15. And at 5 on Sports Extra 2. Bashir gives this one flight. And Rhodes just waited on it, turned away to deep mid-wicket. Montgomery does the fielding. Derbyshire bowled out this morning for 156, 5 for 46 for Matthew Potts. And Durham going along very nicely as McKinney goes down the ground. Sight of this one, it's gone very straight again, gone for 6 into the advertising boards. Caleb Jewell has to climb over and fetch the ball. Second 6 off the bowling of Bashir for Ben McKinney, and this could become quite the task now for the England off-spinner to try and restrain some control here. McKinney 82 off 116, the lead 270. Only Ben Stokes to come.
Bashir, where's that gone? That's down the line, and 6 more. That was a lower arc in the trajectory there, and he's a bit risky when he's just hit the last ball for 6 to try it again. Caleb Jewell fielding down there, was only just over his head.
3 6s now for McKinney, all off show of Bashir. Burton have gone 1-0 up at Leicester.
Get that open top bus ordered. Bashir comes in and bowls again. McKinney forward to try and defend that. Plays and misses, beaten by the spin. It's gone through to the keeper. That's an incredible afternoon for the people of Burton.
1,000 of them have gone.
They've never celebrated the like since the day the brewery opened. Or the tyre factory.
Fletcher will be losing his voice. That would be the day.
Bashir again comes in. McKinney digs out a full-length ball right on off stump and drives it down to long off for 1. And that's the 150 for Durham. 150 for 1. The lead 277. And that's in the 36th over. 36th over?
Yes. Yeah. I can't move my laptop any lower, unfortunately, thanks to this scoreboard.
Next ball's defended by Rhodes. That is the end of the over.
Yeah, it might be the end of Bashir's spell for the moment. Derbyshire just look a little stuck for ideas at the moment in terms of where they turn. Wonder about Anuj Dal, if there is some injury. Nick Potts only bowled 4 overs as well. A couple of short balls from him and Aitchison. It wasn't a real focused plan. I'm surprised he's only bowled the 4. It just seems to be meandering along now. And that's good news for Durham. 55 overs left in the day. Question will be how many runs and how many overs do they want. But they've got time to have a good 20 or 30 potentially this evening at Derbyshire. Then
I think that's what they'll do.
It could be some carnage before they get to that stage. Anderson to McKinney. 150 on the board for Durham. 277 run lead.
Ah. Dr. Kevin Tennant, he says, yeah. One place I do associate with Derby is the Brunswick pub, a lovely wood-panelled pub doing cask ales, including miles near the railway station. Yeah, it's funny. It's like a V-shaped building on the corner, isn't it?
Yeah.
Other pubs are in the area, by the way.
I walked past there this morning. I walked from the station.
Yeah, it's popular with away fans on Manchester Pride Park. McKinney
Smashed out over deep mid-wicket. 6 for 6. That's gone miles. McKinney goes to 95. He's putting his foot down. Anderson smash for 6.
I did mention his conversion rate earlier today, didn't I? He's got 500s and only the 250s, so he's now on the verge of making it 600s and only the 250s. And all of this after Rhodes told him to calm himself down a little bit earlier in the day.
He now has the licence to hit as many 6s as he wants, I think, and next step will be getting to a century. It's off something of an inside half of the bat. Goes to 96. Zach Chappell having a stroll around the boundary. Derbyshire would love to have him as soon as they can for the final run of games after this.
He's played his club cricket, Ben McKinney, for Burnett Field in the North East Premier League and Hetton Lions. Family are from the Seaham area, I think.
Left by Rhodes, nice carry through to Guest.
Sunderland at Ipswich 0-0 at the minute. Playing in that pink Elvis Presley shirt that was unveiled a few weeks ago before they played a pre-season friendly in Nashville.
Anderson. Struck on the pad. This looks close. Rhodes is gone. Finally, Derbyshire have a breakthrough. The last one came with the first ball of this innings, and it's Martin Anderson in his second over who dismisses the very set Will Rhodes. He goes for 52, and this partnership ended 157 runs of 221 balls. Rhodes LBW to Anderson.
Yeah, that was plumb, wasn't it? Didn't get up much off a length. And it's a partnership at 157.
And who will come out next, I wonder? I think it's David Beddingham before Ben Stokes.
Yeah, it would normally be David Beddingham.
Just keep him up your sleeve. Warm applause, though, for Will Rhodes. Yeah, that's David Beddingham coming out. Just confirming with Jane next door as we have a look at the replay on the live stream. And yeah, that's hitting middle and leg, I'd suspect. Quick decision for the umpire. And a wicket for Martin Anderson.
David Beddingham, the leading run maker in Division 2. He's got 812 runs at an average of 81.2.
Caleb Jewell is having a drink.
Dr. Kevin mentioning that pub says he went there, going there after conferences held in the old LMS Railway Signal Training Centre. And one now sadly departed colleague got quite merry on 2% mild.
Can happen. Yeah. If you don't eat.
Well, yeah. If you're drinking on an empty head. Here's Bashir bowling to McKinney. McKinney square cuts this one hard towards the boundary and will get a single. Moves him on to 97.
So Bashir continuing. Still just Madsen at the slip.
In comes Bashir. That's turned away by Beddingham out towards deep square leg for one run.
Yeah, it's just too easy to get off the mark there. Yeah, 2 free fielders on the boundary. 4 now. It was 3 for the new batter, 4 for McKinney.
Bashir in, McKinney defends, rolls back to the bowler's end. I was going to look actually at the Durham's partnerships just to see where they are in terms of that second wicket stand. In comes Bashir again, pushed off towards mid wicket and square leg area by McKinney for 1. So let's just have a look at this then. Partnership records against Derbyshire. Ooh, it's not a record. Mark Saxelby and John Morris way back in the day. It was a match at Queen's Park in Chesterfield in 1994. They put on 190 for the second wicket. Same match also brought us the first wicket record of 169. Saxelby and Wayne Larkins. Bashir to Beddingham. Beddingham plays this one to mid wicket. It's a dot ball. Bright sunshine in Derby at the moment. Last ball of this 38th over. Bashir balls. Beddingham returns it to him along the floor. End of the over. And the score 160 for 2. Martin Emerson with you and Freddie Cardy here on BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Newcastle. You want to get in touch? We're cricket at bbc.co.uk.
Mighty Hitchin have gone 1-0 up.
Oh, have they?
Down in Warwick.
Warwick. And at Warwick.
Yes.
I wonder where Warwick's football ground is. I've been to...
It's next to the race course.
I was going to say, I've been to
yeah.
the race course, and we parked in the race course to go to the castle, which is a very good day out. I was surprised by how good it was. I can't remember seeing a football ground there, though.
Yeah, I think it's right next to the race course.
I like Warwick. It's a good town centre. Some canny pubs, though.
McKinney on 98. Facing Martin Anderson. And he defends. Now, some commentators would give this the Awaken. Would you like it? Would you like it?
Doesn't bother me.
No.
Doesn't bother me, Governor.
Derby are 1-0 down. McKinney. 98 for 127. Defends again. "21 years of age." McKinney. Away at the 100. Whips this one through mid-wicket. Quick single, needs to get a move on. Bashir shy at the stumps. I think he would have been okay. Nervous 90s, on to 99.
Just looking at McKinney this year, I mentioned that 244 at Gloucester. That was the first away game of the season against in Bristol against Gloucestershire. He got 58 at Middlesex, at Lords in Maine, a draw, 87 in a win at Worcester. 87 not out in that one. And now he's on 99 and off strike.
One slip in a gully for David Beddingham. Defends to gully. Bounces awkwardly in front of him. Point cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. Deep mid-wicket and long leg on the boundary. Anderson bowls, defended. So some good cricket conditions out there. The flag is hanging very limply. The sun is out. Probably very pleasant.
Where's the flag? Oh, yeah. The end of the pavilion. It was pointing sort of southeastward yesterday. It can't be bothered today. It's just...
Anderson, final ball of this over, and Beddingham gets behind it. No run, 161 for 2.
Tea is at 4, so we're 40 minutes away from there. McKinney is on strike on 99. Wayne Madson's having a chat to Shoaib Bashir about how to bowl to him, giving him a few pointers.
Surprised Bashir's still on. He was belted for 3 sixes down the ground. Don't think that'll be his way of going to 100. Tip my hat if he does.
He's faced 129 balls. He's hit 4 sixes and 10 fours in this innings. Bashir with a little hop as he comes around the wicket to bowl from the city end. McKinney drives back towards him. He can't stop the ball. It's a single. It's his century. It's his second of the season. It's his 6th in first-class cricket. And it has come in 130 balls, 10 fours and 4 sixes. Well done, Ben McKinney.
Yeah, outstanding. A real display of the talent of this young opening batter and why he's been in some of these conversations about going on and playing for England. And I think it's right. I think he needs county cricket. I think we've seen him almost mature in this innings. We saw some flashes of maybe some poor shots early on, and then he's settled in, he's dug in, particularly before lunch, and then seen him express himself as the afternoon has drawn on.
Next ball bowled to Beddingham, who whips it away down towards wide long on.
Yeah, really impressed.
Bashir once more to McKinney. McKinney forward, defends this, it rolls back to the bowler.
And he did shape up for that when he went to the 100, as if he was going to smash Bashir down the ground after all.
Next ball is played up too long on, down towards the city end of the ground. So the lead's 291 now, so 40 minutes to tea. 35 minutes to tea. Bowler comes in again. Beddingham plays just to sort mid-wicket. I think Durham are going to be wanting to set upwards of 350 here, 380, 400, something like that. But
yeah, I think 400 is very much achievable. And then from there...
Next ball played by Beddingham towards mid-on, no run in there. I wonder if they bat to tea and then come out and throw the bat at it a little bit after tea and then declare, give themselves a couple of hours to have a go at Derbyshire. And there's still a lot of cricket to come between now and tea, so what have you got, 35 minutes. So that's going to be out 8 or 9 overs, maybe even 10 overs worth with Bashir on. So That could be another. That would take them up to around about 340, something like that.
1-1 at Pride Park.
Ipswich have scored against Sunderland.
Oh dear.
There we go.
Anderson to McKinney. He just blocks it back to the bowler.
Scorer is a person called Emerson. With 1 M and 2 N's. That's an interesting spelling of the name. I've never seen that before.
Confirming there's no relation. Anderson, guided and well stopped in the gully region. 2 hands there. Goodness me, Anderson into bowl, driven off the inside half of the bat. Burton 2, Leicester 0. 10 years on from their Premier League win, they are 2-0 down to Burton Albion. Magnificent job Gary Bowie is doing. Some limited resources at the start of this season. Dave Fletcher.
Yeah, well, football fans will know, Sunderland fans will know what it's like to lose to Burton, because I think it was Burton who relegated them to the 3rd division after they'd gone straight through the Championship. I saw Sunderland lose at the Pirelli Stadium one season as well.
Guided and expertly guided by McKinney. Should just have enough to go to the boundary. It does. Wayne Madsen gives up the chase. He just picked the gap really well there. McKinney goes on to 105.
When I started taking my oldest daughter to watch matches at the Stadium of Light, she went for more than a year, never saw them win a game. She eventually saw her first Sunderland win was at Burton Albion.
Fletcher should have been on commentary, I'd imagine.
I don't think he was back then. It was a few years ago now. Something like 2018, 2019, something like that.
Anderson to McKinney. Just defends on the onside. Anderson fumbles in his follow through, picks up the ball, rubs it quickly on his left leg. Anderson around the wicket. A quiet county ground here in Derby. Driven nicely straight to Harry Kame at a wide mid-off. Does the fielding, they'll scamper free for 1. The lead now 296. Change of bowling at the City end. Anuj Dal is going to replace Shoaib Bashir, so his spell 8 overs, no maidens, 0 for 39.
Better do an update for online sport about the McKinney 100 actually.
Yes, I think there's excellent updates on the BBC Sport website, the County Cricket live feed. Very valuable service. Of course, with all the links to the commentaries as well, so you can tune in to a game of your choice. Dahl then will bowl to McKinney. Durham 169 for 2. Alex Lees and most recently Will Rhodes, the wickets to full. Lees 0 off 1. And since then, McKinney's 105 not out and Rhodes made 52. Lees was out the first ball of this Durham innings after Derbyshire lost their final 4 wickets this morning, bowled out for 156. Matthew Potts took 3 this morning to complete a 5-for. There's also a wicket for Bryden Cars, Here's Dahl around the wicket. Oh, gets that one really wrong down the leg side, full down the leg side. And Guest was able to take it. The flag is suddenly up, standing tall and billowing in the wind, so conditions perhaps changing a touch. Trees as well, showing signs of some more wind around the ground. Dahl bowls, gets this one right, driven straight to Potts at cover, misfields and come through for 1. Surrey 10 for 2 in their chase against Nottinghamshire, looking like another defeat for the Three Feathers. Sibley and Adam Thomas out. And Warwickshire 42 for 3 against Sussex. They need 160 more to win. That's looking like a good game, a good contest. Essex still only 3 down, following on against Somerset. Bellingham defends into the offside. 50 for Ben Allison. And Leicestershire adding to their lead against Glamorgan, 255 for 9. Scriven playing a handy innings of 41. And Yorkshire, their lower order, also doing a similar job. They lead by 277, 301 for 9. Hill and Bess have put on some runs, and Code is sticking around as well. Division 2, Gloucestershire still trying to reduce the deficit against Worcestershire at Cheltenham. Gloucestershire were 150 all out. Worcestershire made 267. Gloucestershire 84 for 2. This has been heaved over mid-wicket by Beddingham. Didn't quite get all of it, and it held up a touch in the outfield, but still powerful enough to race away for 4 and bring up the 300-run lead for Durham here in Derby. Northamptonshire 111 for no loss. Vasconcelos 72 off 67. He's having a good campaign, as is Luke Proctor, 38 of 89. And they lead by 258 runs with 10 wickets remaining. And Kent, another side who have lost a lot of wickets but are pushing on their lead. They lead by 343, 242 for 9 against Middlesex at Merchant Taylors. Dahl bowls, driven handsomely by Beddingham to Harry Kame at mid-off, does the fielding. So plenty, really. There isn't actually a boring game or one where it doesn't look like there'll be a result. It's been a very entertaining round of fixtures and hopefully some close finishes over the remainder of today and tomorrow. Driven by Beddingham, straight to Bashir at cover. 49 overs left in the day. 27 minutes until tea. And Leicester City are down to 10. Oliver Skipp's just been sent off, the former Tottenham man. Barrington are 2-0 up at the King Power against the 10 men of Leicester. And I think Dave Fletcher will be in a pub somewhere rather than coming back here if that result stands. Still Derby 1, Cardiff 1. As Martin Anderson walks to the top of his mark. Anderson bowling to McKinney, drives to Bashir. He's found himself in the covers. The substitute Will Rogers in a bright blue Derbyshire baseball cap is on the field. Number 19, got a name on his back. He's at mid-on, Harry Kame at mid-off. Manson at slip, and I think it's Jewel at gully. This one just squares McKinney up a bit, defended to Anuj Dahl. Anderson around the wicket. And he's been heaved away over mid-wicket. And has that gone all the way? No, it's 4. It's a lovely shot again from McKinney. Moves to 111. Just picked up the length there and swatted Anderson high out towards that elite performance centre. A couple of bounces into the rope. 305 the lead. 12 fours in this innings. 4 sixes. 3 of them of Shoaib Bashir. Just turns this one away through mid-wicket. Rogers fields well, the sub-fielder. Come free for 1. Rick Basra down below us having a chat. Some of those Derbyshire spectators. Anderson to Beddingham. Sunlight gleaming off the back of his bat. Oh, there's a misfield. That sums things up really for Derbyshire at point. I think it's Anuj Dal there. Very rare error, if so, from him. And they'll come free for 1. 179 for 2.
Sun's still shining, but there's a bit of darker stuff to the west of us.
Oh,
What's that all about?
it's a waft from McKinney and missed out. Didn't really commit to the shot and it went through to Guest. No run.
No movement of the feet whatsoever. Derbyshire are going to be chasing 400-ish, plus-ish here, and unlikely-ish as well. McKinney and Beddingham just having a little chat here and a shake of the gloves, or tap of the gloves, or whatever they do. Anuj Dal back into the attack. Beddingham is on 7. Partnership's worth 23. The lead 307. 48 overs left today. Beddingham whips one out towards deep mid-wicket off Anuj Dal. And Shoaib Bashir was having a drink out of there. He was a bit sort of lackadaisical going around to try and get that ball. I think that was catchable unless he just never saw it in the trees. It was in the air for a long time.
I couldn't quite pick it up either. You've always got to be ready, especially at this stage in an innings.
Seems to be stretching out the left-hand side of his groin. Bashir. In comes Anuj Dal round the wicket to the left-handed McKinney. Dot ball goes short on the leg side. Looks a very pleasant day out there, doesn't it?
Yeah. Ben Stokes in next, do you reckon?
Yeah, or Ollie Robinson. You'd think Stokes when you read he'd come in the first innings. Yeah, he came in after Beddingham, then it was Clark, then Robinson. Dal bowls, McKinney. And it's like, is it going to reach the stand? It has. It's hit the stand at the far end. Another 6. It's gone about a quarter of the way up this time. That was a length ball from Dal, and he's just middled that.
The presentation of the full face of the bat, that's such a nice shot. Such a nice shot. On the offside.
Oh,
and
Sunderland have equalised. How many 6s is that now from him? 6?
yeah, I think so. I think there's more to come.
Dal comes in again and bowls. Oh, McKinney plays and misses at that one with the keeper up to the stumps. He's on 118. He's hit 6 6s and 12 4s. Strike rate is not there, so I can't tell you. So that's not good. The lead's 314 at 187 for 2. Dahl comes in again. Bowls. McKinney gently plays this up towards mid-on. No run. Goes for a little wander. Kicks a bit of dust away.
Yeah, just starting to warm up in the commentary box as well. Some of the sun comes in through the window.
Yeah, once it gets round the corner of the overhang from the camera gantry. Yeah, if you're outside on the camera gantry today, that's a factor 30 job easy.
Yeah.
In comes Dahl again. That's in the air. It's screwed out towards deep cover and bounces twice before it reaches Bashir. Bit of a misfired shot there from McKinney, end of the over. He'll keep strike. He has 119, Beddingham 8, 188 for 2. The score, so the lead 315. We are 20 minutes away from tea on day 3 here. Will day 3 be the final day? Will Durham put Derbyshire in and back themselves to bowl them out today? I'm not going to say I don't expect to see us here this time tomorrow, because virtually every time I've ever said that in a commentary, we have been here this time tomorrow. So
I think there'll be cricket tomorrow. I don't think there'll be very much. I think Durham have got enough time to just keep batting here.
Get up to the Lake District for Sunday afternoon lunch then, late lunch.
Anderson bowling, and that's just been guided down to a wide third man. Just very still, down to the back down, not a lot of foot movement there. McKinney just makes it look very simple. Madsen moving to a second slip now. McKinney is rehearsing a shot that would have sent the ball towards the University of Derby if he'd connected it. It's been nudged down to a wide third man. One of those situations in the game, if you're a fielder, it's very hard to get the energy up. Already thinking about facing Carse, Potts, Stokes, Olivier, probably a bit of Callum Parkinson. I think he'll come into the game a bit more. All of that challenge to come. But until then, you've got the prospect of being up against it with this strong batting lineup.
Everton are winning against Crystal Palace.
You see Callum Parkinson having a bit of a roll. It turned a little bit for Bashir, and then he's struggled. I mean, the seamers were so good. That's driven beautifully by Ben McKinney. He is really impressing today. It's the first time we've really seen him drive through the covers, but it's a very elegant shot.
Well, Parkinson bowled 1 over last night, and then they took everybody off for bad light, so we've got nothing to base it on, really.
It teased him, yeah. What I love about him is his celebrations. Any format of cricket, he goes mad.
Always looks like he's scored the winner in a cup final, doesn't he?
Leicester have got one back.
Oh, Dave's going to be depressed tonight.
Now beautifully driven down the ground by Ben McKinney on the onside. Derbyshire just standing and watching a batting exhibition at the moment.
Anderson looks thoroughly fed up there. It's only his 6th over, but he's gone for, where is he on there? 32 runs, 1 ball left of it.
Potts has come back to it. He's bowled 4 overs. He's been one of Derbyshire's standout performers of the ball this year. Unless he's injured, be intrigued as to why they've not gone with him, even just for a couple overs of short stuff. just 4 overs. Dahl's just bowled 7. He's been in the wars of injury a little bit out there. He's had a few scrapes. That one's kept low.
Yeah.
And McKinney's nearly fallen over his bat trying to keep it out. End of the over, 198 for 2.
Just done well to keep that out there. As you say, sort of collapsed into the shot, didn't it? Nearly skidded through. Well, what a pleasant afternoon. Somebody somewhere will be listening to us in a hammock in their back garden, swinging to and fro. Bashir's coming back into the attack.
Or is he giving...
What's he doing?
He is.
He is. Interesting. Got 14 minutes to tea.
Guess it'll be a burst of Aitchison and Potts afterwards, just try and limit some damage. Aitchison's bowled 10, Randall 10, Dahl 7, Potts 4. This is Bashir's 9th, Anderson 6.
Yeah, I think this is a get the tea, see where we're at, come and swing the bat after tea, and then put Derbyshire back in.
Derbyshire, in terms of bowlers, missing Mohammed Abbas, Lewis Rees, Pat Brown for the season, although he'd be unlikely to play a lot of red ball cricket. Harry Moore and Zach Chappell, most prominently.
Bashir to Bellingham, he's bowled him, it skids through, had a bit of sort of top spin on it, shot through on him, he backed off to try and cut it, and it's hit the stumps. Bellingham departs for 9. Seemed to be a quicker delivery, that one as well.
There you go, bring Bashir back on. Easy as that. Well, I'll be delighted. Bashir has had a bit of tap, as you'd expect in this game situation. And David Bellingham, a very good player. They'll be pleased to see him gone. But I mean, this whole Durham side, you look down it, and there's no weaknesses really. It's a side that should be playing Division 1 cricket, and by all means probably will be. But Derbyshire may just see the introduction of another challenge in Ben Stokes. That is indeed him strolling down the steps, and it certainly is. It's the recognisable figure of Ben Stokes. Yeah, Jane, no problems for Jane this time. As we have a look at the replay.
Has he got his bottom edge there?
Potentially. Quick replay.
It was from a very long way off as well, wasn't it? Far corner of the ground, the camera on the balcony on the old... It was the old dressing rooms, wasn't it? That?
We're going to get some Stokes versus Bashir.
Yeah.
For the first time in first-class cricket, I believe, they face each other.
Well, it will be, because Stokes hasn't played much in recent years for Durham.
Times around in the EFL, so I'm going to keep an eye out for half-time update when they want me. As Stokes comes to the crease. This could be entertaining. Well, it will. Let's face it. It's Ben Stokes facing Shoaib Bashir. That's why county cricket's great.
Yeah, he's got a bottom edge there. He's come right off the bottom corner of the bat and he's played on. Looking to cut. So, not the best of matches from David Bellingham's point of view. He was out in the first innings for 18, gone in this one for 9. Leading run maker in the division, though. Bashir to Stokes. Stokes taps the first ball away from square leg for a single. From up here, it didn't look like there was any issue going on there, but Bashir thought he's seen something, or...
They love each other, those two. And I think Stokes will know he's going to get this from Bashir. The excitement... Stokes will be reminding him of the last time he played here and hit the ball to all parts.
McKinney plays the next ball to short mid-wicket and a Stahl in their fields. It's a really lovely afternoon. There's hardly a breath of wind. The sun's shining. Bashir again gives that a well wide berth, and that is smashed to next week by McKinney. It's gone flying through Potts at short mid-wicket, short cover, and it's flown off the field and smashed into what used to be the dressing room door. And a rate of knots. McKinney moves on to 132 from 157. The lead is 330. Bashir comes in again, bowls. McKinney drives at that one, just a bit more gingerly this time. It bobbles out towards the cover boundary for the 1 run. Fielded out there by Ben Aitchison. Durham 204 for 3. Bowler comes in again. Flicked away by Stokes out towards deep mid-wicket. Ended the over. 46 overs gone. 205 for 3. Leads 332. So that the 200 came up after 45.3 overs.
This is interesting. Matthew Montgomery is going to have a bowl for the first time in this match. See a bit of his mystery spin. Going to bowl to Ben Stokes. Good luck. 9 minutes to go until tea. I think it proves that Derbyshire think there's something for the spinners here. They're going to give him a go. And almost just a bit of a free hit. That anyone could go around the ground at this point. Try Matthew Montgomery. Ben Stokes may not have faced him before. I'm sure he'll have faced Sunil Narain or Varun Chakravarti before. Montgomery, similar action if you're picturing it. This is driven nicely enough out to the deep cover boundary where Harry Kame does the fielding. McKinney just marking his guard on middle and leg. .333 the lead. It's driven just where Stokes drove it out to Kame for a single. He's got a couple of red ball wickets this season, Montgomery.
It's a very interesting bowling action.
A reverse sweep from Stokes brings 4. I think under Wayne Madsen at slip. Stokes, this is his first boundary. He moves to 7, 211 for 3.
Better go and dial in next door. They'll be expecting an update shortly.
Half time in the football. And down the country, we're into that busy time of the year, the football cricket crossover. Montgomery bowling to Stokes, heaves this one away. And it's been brilliantly fielded. Completely lost sight of the ball, but brilliantly fielded by Caleb Jewell. At a short mid-wicket, Stokes had absolutely smashed that. 2 balls left in this over. Drops that short. Maybe surprises Stokes, just tucks it away off the back foot to Kame. Single. Time for a couple more overs before tea. Montgomery tosses one up on leg stump and gets out of the over. 212 for 3, 339 is the lead. Yeah, there was an under edge from Beddingham. Having another look at that replay. Six minutes until tea. So there'll be an over for Bashir, one for Montgomery. Probably a little bit of slowing things down from both camps, and then looking at 42 over long, potentially evening session. If there's a change of innings, which there should be, that goes down to 40. So maybe Durham bat another 10 overs after tea. Stokes comes down, clips that one through mid-wicket, and that is a masterclass of picking a gap after you've found it. 4 runs for Ben Stokes. He's not played much on this ground, but he scores runs here. If this year and that one-day cup game is anything to go by, and he knows Derbyshire better than anyone. This is a test for the off-spinner, according to his former England captain here at Derby in the county championship. Round the wicket, Stokes just turns it to mid-wicket. Dahl does the fielding, lobs the ball back to Bashir, who was stood with his legs stretched wide apart, looking back towards Ben Stokes. Long on, long off, deep cover, deep mid-wicket for Stokes. Just defends this to Madsen at slip, open the face of the bat. Another one that's maybe bounced on him a little bit. Yorkshire finally all out, Hampshire needing 278 to win. They're 4 without loss in their reply. Stokes turns this one to short third, no run. Short fine leg, my apologies. Leicestershire now all out, so Glamorgan needing 257 to win. Stokes drives, doesn't time it back to Bashir. T at Grace Road, T at Taunton, where Essex still just 3 wickets down. Surrey steadying 31 for 2, need 298 more to beat Notts. Warwickshire 77 for 3, chasing down Sussex. Stokes defends, final ball of the over. There should be 1 more before tea, 216 for 3. Northampton still going very strong, 121 without loss. And Kent still building their lead as well, 355, 1 wicket remaining. Chris Benjamin, 45 not out. Good round of matches, this one. So then, final over potentially before tea. 2 minutes until 4. Montgomery drops that one very short. And McKinney says goodbye. Straight down the ground, don't bowl there. Moves to 140. The lead climbing up now towards 350. Which on this pitch, in these conditions, will probably be more than enough for this star-studded Durham bowling attack to have a go at. But they've got enough time today and in this game to just keep on going. Weather set fine tomorrow, 22 degrees and sunny. So they'll have all of those overs to work with. The ball is going to have to be checked. It's been hammered down below us in the media centre. The umpire's checked it. I'm going to do a quick update here. Yeah, you're joining us as the ball is in the air and taken by Martin Anderson. Perfect timing there. Ben McKinney gone for a beautifully made 140 off 161, but he's just hit Matthew Montgomery in the air down the ground and been caught. So Durham are now 4 down, 222 for 4. The lead is 349 and T will now be taken. Well, that was some timing there. Derbyshire taking Durham's 4th wicket. As you heard, Ben McKinney trying to launch Matthew Montgomery down the ground. A fine innings. He goes for 140, 15 fours and 6 sixes. And he will rightfully raise his bat to this Derby crowd. Matthew Montgomery gets the breakthrough in the end. The catch taken down beneath us by Martin Anderson. And that means it is tea. So we will join you again in around 20 minutes' time. Here is Montgomery to Clark. Down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Guest. Tomorrow is a back to the regulation amount of overs, I'm told.
It is, well, yeah, you can't have extra overs on the final day, and you have fixed positions for lunch and tea on the final day as well.
Montgomery bowls flat down the leg side. Poor ball. I'm surprised he's still going after tea, and it's going to be Anuj Dal.
Well, he's finishing his over, isn't he?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
I'm off it here, Mark. Sorry. Get Fletch back.
Yes. Yeah.
Did
you have too many Smarties at tea or something?
I've gone on seconds from what we had for lunch. There was so much
You're
left.
joking?
They must have thought there was more
must have
meaty
been
coming today.
freezing.
It wasn't war.
Cold pasta and chicken, isn't it? and coagulated cheese.
2 balls left in this over. And it's defended to Bashir. Montgomery, who took the wicket of Ben McKinney, a well-made 140, which, as producer Phoebe pointed out, was 16 shy of Derbyshire's whole team total in the first innings. It was some effort, a really enjoyable knock.
Well, if you go back to the game between these two in June in Chester Street, Durham made, I think, 337 and still won by an innings and 21 runs. I've got it somewhere on my notepad.
You've got some searching.
Oh, look at that. I opened it on exactly the right page. What are the odds? Yeah, 377 they made and won by an innings and 21 runs.
Oh, there's a red and white striped shirt over there, Martin.
Where?
Round to the far side of the ground. I can't work out. There's a football team's badge on it, but you never know.
Here's Bashir bowling to Stokes. Stokes clips this off towards deep cover. Where am I looking?
Round in front of the Elite Performance Centre.
Is that near the pavilion?
Oh, it's got a Europa League badge on the side.
Has it?
Could it be?
Yeah, that's the new Sunderland shirt,
Oh,
which
look at that.
is modelled on the 1937 FA Cup winning shirt.
There you go, you've got company.
I noticed they haven't got a sponsor on their kits today. There was talk of Visit Ghana or something the other day. I don't know what the crack is. Bashir comes in, bowls. That's played safely away by Clark. Durham here, push up to 400. Declare, get Derbyshire in.
Lake District.
Yeah. Just ran. And there's quite a lot of paddle boarding on the go on Windermere at the moment.
Oh, lovely. I did a bit of that in Cornwall. It is good fun.
Yeah, it does not hurt your shins.
Shins?
Yeah, I feel I always feel I can never relax on the paddleboard.
Oh no, you can't. Not in the sea in particular.
No. Next ball is bowled to Clark, who plays it short on the leg side to pot. I find you're constantly battling with your balance, and so your muscles are getting a real workout up your shins, I find. Bashir bowls. Clark plays and misses. Keeper has the bail off. Kids just seem to float around on them absolutely effortlessly. They're a lot lighter than me. In comes Bashir from the city end to Clark. Clark slog sweep out of the square leg boundary and he's gone. That's the end of him. A very short visit to the middle. He's out for 4. Now this is an interesting scenario we've got here because the Durham slog sweep their way and get themselves out before they get a 400 lead on the board. The lead's 3-5-4.
Ben Aitchison taking the catch. Watched it all the way. Simple
Simple,
enough.
wasn't it? Didn't have to move.
Yeah. Some batters find it easier than others to just walk in and get going from the off. But for most of this innings, they've been able to pick up singles and twos really easily. As you say, they could just bat for, a certain amount of overs and just tick along really up to 400.
I think, I was talking about McKinney playing sensibly earlier in his innings when he nearly got himself out, and then he did bat very sensibly, got up into the 80s, hit a couple of sixes, and then got himself out at the end there, just basically trying to push the score along, inject a bit of pace into it. Just took on 1-6 too many. He hit 6 sixes and 15 fours in his innings of 140. Ollie Robinson, the new man. They've come up with an agreement today with the camera crews. As the new batsman comes out onto the field, they're making sure they've got an angle of them so you can see them clearly as they walk down the steps and onto the field.
Yeah, it's helpful. Luke's on it.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing.
So Jane's delighted.
Yes.
On the PA system. The Derbyshire scorer who's in the room next door to us. Sunderland and Ipswich is still 1-1 at Portman Road. Bashir now bowling to Robinson. 227 for 5. The lead 3-5-4. And that is the end of the over. So 41 overs to go tonight. So they're meant to bowl 16 overs an hour. So that's 32 in 2 hours. And then 2.5 minutes for each batsman who departs. So we've already got a 2.5 minute on the go there. 10 minutes for a change of innings, of course. And that would mean a loss of 2 overs in play.
Montgomery will continue. Bowling to Ben Stokes. Long on, long off. Deep mid-wicket. There's also a short mid-wicket and Shoaib Bashir, and then a deep cover all on the boundary. Tossed up. Hammered away through point for 1.
Bowls with a very stiff shoulder, doesn't he, Montgomery? Hides the ball behind his back as he comes in.
Bowling over the wicket now and just too straight to Robinson. Turns that one away behind square for 2. Kane does the fielding. Next update will be the football full times, and then sometime between 5:30 and 6, and that is it for the day. And it's freedom. Montgomery tosses this one up, just nudged off the back foot down the ground for 1.
He was born in Johannesburg, Matthew Montgomery, but played one-day international for Germany in 2023. He was at Nottinghamshire for 5 seasons, 21 to 25.
Round the wicket, Madsen in at slip. Stokes comes down and might be in
That's
trouble here. No, he's got
bang.
it past Nick Potts and over the rope for 6. Potts was interested for a moment, but Stokes just hit it too hard and too straight.
That's made quite a dent. Where did I park the car again today? I've parked it behind the building today. When I got here day one, I put it as far along the grass as I could, where I was trying to work out who could reach the car. And then yesterday I had it behind the TV screen on our right-hand side at the end of this building. So
Yeah, this is the time where things like that could be in trouble, as he misses the reverse sweep and it's just missed leg stump. Guest removing the bail. Stokes gives them back to him.
very much off balance as he tried to play that. Matthew Montgomery has played league cricket for Papelwick in Linby in the Nottinghamshire Premier League for the last 3 years.
Just a great name.
Yeah.
Montgomery drops that one very short. Stokes drags it away for 1 out to deep mid-wicket. End of the over, 237 for 5, 365 run lead.
Sounds like it should be a little sort of leafy village with thatched cottages and a massive orchard on the edge of the village, doesn't it? If you come to Papelwick, you come to buy some cider. I don't know why I'm suddenly in Cornwall. But if anybody listening has played at Papelwick in Linby or knows where it is, let us know. Oh, the Tricky Trees are playing Leeds, of course, at home today. And 0-0 there, I think. Are Burton still holding on, or what's the crack?
2-1, yeah, and Leicester down to 10.
Oh.
So, it'll be a busy second half.
Shoaib Bashir bowling to Stokes, who smacks that into the temporary permanent stand at the far end of the ground. It's just dipped, actually, and gone underneath the stand, I think. But that went like a shell.
Yeah, that might take some finding if it has.
Did it go in?
No, it's been
gone
thrown
into the stand. Oh,
Yeah. Oh, it's hard to tell.
I lost the line of sight there. I thought there's a sort of section underneath it, and I thought it had gone down there where, where all the leg supports are. I thought it had gone into that bit there. It was actually retrieved about 4 or 5 rows back there, wasn't it? Slightly higher than I thought. Stokes has decided to give it some Clapey. He's on 27, 244 for 5. The lead's 371. Bashir comes in again. Stokes just defends this one, plays it along the floor back to the bowler.
Sort of his stock defensive ball is the one that was fired in really on leg stump. It doesn't give you the room to hit down the ground.
Comes in again around the wicket to the left-hander. Oh, he's given that a lot of width, and Stokes is asking the umpire why that's not a wide. He's saying, come on, that's got to be a wide. David Mills is not interested. It's a big cloud of dust came up from where he tried to hit it, and I mean it was right towards the edge crease line there. Bashir comes in again. Oh, he's nearly done himself there, Stokes.
A lot of moving around in the crease.
Yeah, he was trying to con Bashir by making it look like he was going to move in one direction to try and lure him into bowling at the other, and then he switched again, and he's ended up playing the ball between his legs and it's missed the stumps. This is not an innings of finesse, really, is it? It's just about wellying it and getting the score up. Oh, that's 4, is it? Yeah, he smashed that over the close infielder in the covers, Potts, and that's gone for 4 towards the old pavilion. Well, that's 10 runs in this over.
Yeah, 375 lead.
There's an old man limbering up on the boundary there. I think he wants a ball.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm sure he was fast asleep in the chair a few minutes ago. I think he's woken up and tried to warm himself up. Bashir comes in again. And that is defended by...
I think he's mimicking Harry Kame as well, because Kame is swinging his arms and clapping, and the man behind him's doing the same, and now he's swinging his arms. It's like that fielder, was it, at that ground in Australia, when he was stretching from side to side, and all the fans behind him. And now he's just swinging his arms for the sake of it.
Yeah,
Might have slept really
he was on
awkwardly
a
on
chair
one
at the end of the marquee, and he was fast asleep during tea, so he's just got up and walked around. I think he's just trying to warm himself up and get a bit of blood back into the circulation. So 2-4-8 for 5 Durham. They lead by 3-7-5, 39 overs to go today. They could pull out if they get up to that 400 lead. Pull out with about 34 overs of the day left. Gives themselves, in theory, 2 hours, but the light could be an issue.
Defended back to Montgomery by Robinson. Yeah, for me it's 400 and declare. Get Potts, Cast, Stokes, them all. They can all get firing. I think Potts and Cast just complement each other really well as well. Cast has got that sort of X factor, a bit of a shorter length, a little bit quicker, and Potts is so accurate. Dahl moving round to backward point. Madson's short third. Stokes waits, hits it over the head of Matthew Montgomery, not far from a catching chance. I mean, it would take his hand off if he got there, but it was just over his head, and he waited so long for the ball to come to him and then just powered it down the ground.
If that had been higher, it would have hit our window probably, but he's hammered it over the bowler, and it's hit the advertising hoardings down below us, and they're at an angle, so then it's ricocheted up and up our building.
Yeah, they do range hitting here in sort of T20 season, and this building was just kept peppered because they hit it this way. Now Stokes goes up and over mid-wicket. Strange shot. It was almost a bit of the flamingo shot with the raised back leg, just to work it up over Bashir at mid-wicket. 2 runs.
Steve Cole says, if I remember right, the last time Durham played at Derby in a Division 2 game, there was a case of washers stopped play when a Durham batsman spotted a metal washer embedded in the ground on a length, and after much discussion, play continued. Yeah, I remember that.
Stokes comes down, just slams it along the ground to Potts at long on.
I think it was decided it was part of was it the tooth off a lawnmower spring? It's a piece of mechanical equipment, and they decided it would cause more damage to try and get it out of the track. So they left it where it was.
Montgomery bowling to Robinson, driven to Bashir at cover, no run. 383 the lead.
.38 overs remaining. Brackets, in theory, closed brackets. Did have quite a bit of cloud cover last night when they went off a bad light, and that was when the spinners were on, but there is a bit of cloud here at the moment, but it has been a fairly brightish afternoon. 38346. Fair for 5, Durham. And it's Stokes on strike. They're putting fielders on all of the boundary ropes. They're circling the wagons, Derbyshire. Bashir's going to bowl to Stokes from the city end. Stokes drives at it and finds a fielder out in deep cover, 1 run. Will they bring them in off the boundary for Ollie Robinson or not? They don't appear to be.
Yeah.
So for Robinson, you've got a long on, a long off. Cow corners moving around the deep mid wicket. It's a fielder. Bashir's bringing in long off. They've got a fielder on the cover boundary. Got a slip in for him as well. Bashir right arm over now to the right hander. Robinson plays the ball up to Anush Dal at mid off. Dal going down gently to collect that one because he's got a bit of a knee injury and it keeps bleeding. Bashir comes in again, bowls. Robinson taps this up towards long on for a single. That'll bring Stokes back on strike. The lead is 385. Durham at 258 for 5 in there. Second innings bonus points wise, they took 4 and Derbyshire took 3. Bashir to Stokes. Everyone's back out on the boundary again. Comes in and he bowls. Stokes flicks this out towards mid-wicket. It's missed by mid-wicket. It will be collected on the boundary instead by Harry Kane. Martin Anderson fielding at mid-wicket. Sort of dived across the top of that one there. Bashir again. Robinson lobs it out and he's going to be out. He's gone, caught 4-5 as well as he's just found the fielder straight at long on. He didn't really have to move a muscle there. I don't know who it is it H, isn't it? Got red glasses on his head.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, Brett Randall.
Yes. Not got to grips with Fletcher's binoculars that he's left here.
Where are they? Oh, there.
Yeah. 5 off 9 for Robinson, so him and Clark going very cheaply. Stokes still there and they'll continue on.
Bryden Cars.
Yeah, this is going to be some power, one way or another.
What's Bashir got? He's got 3 for 64 in 12.5 overs.
No disgrace, those figures, really.
259. 32 the partnership. Bryan and Carster face the last ball of the over then from Bashir. From the city end, right arm over. Carster fends. So that leaves Stokes on strike on 40 from 28 balls. Durham's lead 386. So 14 runs needed for the 400 lead. Stokes is on strike. If he puts them on the board, he will have gotten to a half century as well. Got 60 in the first innings. I don't think Durham need to concern themselves at all about how much time's left in their game in terms of a Derbyshire run chase, because Durham just need to back themselves to bowl them out, and that will be their mindset.
Montgomery bowling his 5th over. He has been expensive. 1 for 36. 1 on leg stump for Stokes. Off the back foot to Potts at wide long on. 1 run. Lead approaching 400. Stokes in the 40s as well. 41. Cast will have to get set. Surrey free down now against Notts. Burns has gone. That one kept a bit low. Cast plays into the covers. It's a case, I think, the bowling attack, everyone in this Durham attack will feel they've got reason to have a crack with the ball, including Callum Parkinson. It's going to be one of those sessions where everyone's going to want to have a go. So much quality there. Tossed up, a long way outside off stump. Hit down the ground to Anderson. 262 for 6. Montgomery, hand behind his back, flat, and inside edge onto pad from Cars. Strange old scorecard. Cars defends. Lee's 0 of 1. McKinney 140. Rhodes 52. And then we've got a 9, a 4 and a 5. And Stokes obviously 41 not out of 42 not out now of 30. Have I got going? Or you haven't. Well bowled from that Montgomery. Flat on off stump, and Stokes just pushes it down to long off. That's just an over of ticking along. Let Cars block a couple of balls. He's on 2. Durham lead by 391.
Quite a lengthy chat going on between Stokes and Cars here. .391 the lead. Stokes on 43. Will be on strike. 2 Bashir. We have deep cover. We've got a long off, a long on, deep mid wicket. Points dropped out. Mid wickets dropping out. We've got a deep backward point. Bashir floats one up for Stokes as a little temperature, and he leaves it. It skids through to the keeper. It's well wide of the stumps. Bashir again. Stokes turns this towards mid-wicket. Doesn't go for a run. Picked up in there by Anderson. Bashir around the wicket, city end, bowls to Stokes again. That's another wideish ball, and that is actually signalled as a wide, and yeah. well deserved in leaving that alone, because that's gone down the side of the track there. Bashir to Stokes. Stokes hits a slightly over-pitched ball out the point. There's a lot of dust came up there as he hit that one. The breeze seems to be coming from the west, judging by the way the dust's moving, flowing through the air. 3 balls left of the over. Bashir again bowls. Stokes just punches it out into the offside, and Potts is wrong-footed there and stops it with the instep of his right foot as he's about to go past the ball. Carl's on strike. Things have just slowed down the last few minutes, haven't they?
Yeah. Hitchin have conceded late on. That's not good.
Two balls left of the over.
Wonder if it's squeaky bum time at Leicester for Burton, clinging on against the 10 men.
Bashir in again, defended by Cars. 1 ball left of the over. The lead is 3-9-3.
It's a quiet little period, isn't it?
Unexpectedly so. There'll be 36 overs left after this ball today. Cars with a little late nick pushes that down towards third man, and we'll get 2. Chased by Kane. Nice little shot that, end of the over. Leads near 3-9-5. Durham 268-4-6 against Derbyshire. So that brings Stokes back on a strike on 44.
35 overs left in the day. There will be 2 lost for the changeover. And imagine bad light. There'll be some conversations because it's been a cloudy day and there's some dark grey clouds still above. If they're there in a couple of hours, then we might not get that full allocation. Sunderland fan is, I think, putting his jacket on, so it's obviously cooling down a little bit. Montgomery around the wicket to Stokes. Bashir really enjoyed that. It was left alone, wide but within the guidelines comfortably.
Oh, Leeds have scored at Forest. Very late.
Stokes punches down the ground off the back foot for 1.
There's a few. I was on the stairs at T there, just on the phone. There's a few Durham supporters that are spotted in the stands. Looks like quite a number have come down for a day at the cricket on the Saturday.
Excellent. It's a direct train, isn't it? You get a direct train from Durham?
Yeah, it's cross country, isn't it?
Yeah. So it won't be the most comfortable, and you might not get a seat, but
no,
it is a direct train.
There's a lad I know who drives them, and he basically brings the train down from Newcastle each day, gets to Derby, switches trains and brings another one back up.
No. This is driven to Potts for 1.
So I don't know where the other driver starts off at Bristol or something and comes up from there.
Montgomery to Ben Stokes on 45, comes down the pitch and he smashed this up into the media centre, and that's 50 for Ben Stokes. That's a long way up. Gets there off 38 balls, and in terms of the number of first-class 50s, it's first-class 50 number 60, 2300s, and Ben Stokes takes that Durham lead over 400.
So the 83rd time in first-class cricket then.
Remarkable.
Yeah. So many 6s and 4s has that been.
Montgomery to complete this over. Wide. Stokes doesn't really get much of that, but he'll get a single, keep the strike out to Martin Anderson.
4 4s and 3 6s.
It's the sort of innings I think most people would have predicted in this match situation when Derbyshire were bowled out this morning. Durham piled on the runs, and it was perfectly set up for somebody like Ben Stokes to come in. And and do what he's done. But that was the biggest 6 I think we've seen today, that last one. Two all between Derby and Cardiff at Pride Park. I think it's free after tea here, so if you're done at the football, up to the cricket, finish the day off. I believe it's free after tea.
Start of a new over from Bashir. The first ball's gone in the keeper's gloves. Don't know why they're still out there now. Bashir in. And this is driven by Stokes. It was a wide-ish ball out towards. There's the umpires. Wonder what's being said.
I think the Durham fans, I'd imagine, will be eager for a declaration now.
Yeah.
Forecast is good for tomorrow.
Bashir bowling at Kars. Kars plays and misses. It hits him on the thigh pad.
Far too high.
Oh, look at this.
Oh no.
Into added time at Portman Road, Ipswich Town 2, Sunderland 1.
Oh, the season's back. Well, you said
Yeah.
you said it would be tough.
Well, I said
That's your one prediction.
I said they always lose to the newly promoted teams.
Yeah.
So, ball played by Kars back to the bowler. They started the season last year with a 3-0 home win against West Ham.
Yeah, I recall watching the highlights. Brilliant atmosphere.
Next ball bowled and played away out towards deep mid-wicket for 1 run by Kars. I think it's a former Sunderland player who scored the goal on the 90th minute. Clark. Jack Clark. That'd be ironic. Well, Durham lead by 406 now. As Bashir's bowling this over, and it's the last ball of the 58th over. Stokes plays the ball up to long on. Maybe Durham aren't in any hurry to go home tonight. Maybe they have plans. They've come down in I think they've come down in minibuses this week. They had the team coach for the leg of one dayers last weekend.
Well, there's 5 players or coaches sat out on the balcony, which is usually a sign that, you know, one of them's in position to be able to wave.
No, they want the lights on.
It's going to be a good time to bowl whenever they...
Yeah, well, yeah. For me, I can't see the point in them being out anymore, but
No.
I've said that. They lead by 407. Stokes is on strike.
Oh, it's been dropped by Matthew Montgomery. Hit back down the ground. Would have been a very good catch to be able to first get there and then cling onto it, and that's going to sting.
I think he's lucky to still have a hand.
Yeah. Dropped. Technically dropped. I will write it down. Fortunately for Montgomery on 55. Kars just defending. He's been very watchful. Why not? He's got Stokes at the other end. Now the umpire currently at point. He's just checking his light meter. Derbyshire wouldn't mind going off. Like I say, it's gloomy above. The clouds are grey. Down comes Kars, and he's at the inside half of the bat and skewed away to mid-wicket for no run.
There you are, Jack Clark, the former Sunderland winger, has scored the winner against Sunderland, and they've lost to a promoted team again.
Montgomery fires that in on leg stump, and it's just turned away to the deep backward square leg boundary for 1. West Ham have come back from 2-0 down to get 2-2 against Charlton and then missed a penalty in the last minute.
Oh.
Final ball of the Montgomery over. Drops that very short. Stokes just defends down the ground, keeps the strike. The lead is 410. And still no sign of movement, but there's a few Durham players starting to assemble over on that balcony.
Well, I think the umpires are wanting the floodlights on here, and the signals come up to the scorers for that message to be relayed to one of the ground staff. They're now waiting to see what the crack is. There is a big cloud sitting over us, and this is the one issue that Durham would have tonight in trying to bowl Derbyshire out quickly, is the light could go against them, particularly if they want to use their quick bowlers.
More reason to declare now, isn't it, as well?
Well, yeah.
But Burton have won it. Finished full time. Leicester 1, Burton 2, Derby 2, Cardiff 2. So all focus back on the cricket, I'm sure. Like I say, it is free after tea if you're leaving Pride Park.
Bashir's bowling to Stokes is on 56. Stokes comes down the track and basically wellies that one through mid-wicket for 4 along the floor.
Not the
It was
best
a bit of a scruffy shot, to be honest. But
Not the best bit of cricket we've seen today, that. Anderson looks a little fed up at mid-wicket there. That just went straight past him. Nothing he could have done.
None of the Durham players on that balcony or anybody looks in any particular hurry. They all just seem quite relaxed and sitting there watching the action. So Bashir again tries to spear one in down the leg side. It hits Stokes in the pad as he's looking to play across the line. I think he might have hit his foot with his back there.
Yeah,
Well, the lead's 414 and Durham are batting on. 287 for 6. Bashir to Stokes. Stokes cuts hard at a wideish ball. He finds a fielder. Potts in the covers. No run there. Got 2 out on the leg side boundary as the floodlights eventually start to flicker into life. Long on, long off. 2 on the cover boundary. That's a wideish ball which Stokes leaves.
Lights are flickering on.
Yeah, 2 more balls of this over the go, and then there's 31 remaining. Bashir comes in and bowls, and that's wide again, and it is signalled wide this time by David Milnes.
I've no idea who it will be for press, but Bashir is in front of the wickets column. Speaking to somebody from Derbyshire.
Bowls again. Stokes forward, defends. Is that the end of the over? I've got 1 left.
Yeah, 1 more. Because of the wide.
Ah, yes. Well remembered. It was a whole 2 balls ago. Last ball of the over then. Bashir to Stokes. Stokes punches it up into the air and it drifts out through the leg side. Bashir chases after it. 1 run, he just walks it to the other end. And that is the end of the over. So there are now 31 to go.
Yeah, struggle really to see the logic in batting on here for Durham. And there's been no intent to just for Stokes to hammer everything as well. You know, I know it's been an aggressive innings, but there's not really any sign that they're at the end of this innings.
No.
Or a signal to right, you've got a couple overs left, throw the bat at everything, and then we're off. So wide from Matthew Montgomery.
That was a really scruffy delivery, wasn't it?
It would have taken some very long arms to stump him. It got past Ben Stokes and Britt Guest fumbling in the end as he was trying to gather the ball. Montgomery to Stokes. sticking on that wide line. Stokes' bat has ended up at square leg, and the ball has gone past. The ball has gone away for
Oh, Griff, I hope you got that.
by, and this would be one of the photos. Is it? I know it's a run. So he's managed to edge it. Shoaib Bashir has now picked up Ben Stokes' bat and is going to twirl it around. So somehow Stokes has got a run there.
Is he asking for some more gloves, or what's he doing?
Yeah, maybe. I'm sure that'll be on social media later.
Yeah.
It's not the first time that Ben Stokes' bat has ended up at a different postcode. How hard he tries to hit the ball sometimes. Montgomery bowls to Cars. Cars swings that one away to deep cover for a single. Yeah, Stokes wants some gloves. I'm trying to see where David Griffin is.
He wants some gloves and a bat.
Some super glue.
He's broken his bat, he says. He needs to go off, and Wayne Madsen says, yeah, you go and sort your bat out. All of this seems particularly needless and pointless now, really. Leeds 418.
Oh, we've just heard some of Dave Fletcher's commentary. Excellent. Never heard him that excited before. Stokes has a new bat. I'll be doing an update for BBC Radio Derby shortly. Here goes. No run there for Stokes. Ben Stokes has smashed 62 here of 53 deliveries, including a couple of huge sixes. He's taking on his former England colleague, Shoaib Bashir, and he's pushed the Durham lead up to 418. Durham 291 for 6, as Stokes hammers another 4. That was through mid-wicket for 4 runs from Ben Stokes. The lead now 422. Very good work from the Radio Derby desk all day, getting these updates and not playing the audio in my ear 5 minutes before. It is distracting when it suddenly appears, but they've done a very, very good job. Nice to hear some of Fletcher's Burton commentary there. A 2-1 win for them, as this has it been edged by Stokes. It's no run anyway. Madsen falling over as he hurls the ball back in. It's been a rather intriguing passage of play. I don't know if intriguing is the right word. It's been a little strange. But the lead is 422, and they are declaring. Finally. Martin Emerson's been waiting for that. I sense a few Durham fans have been waiting for that as well. So Durham lead is 222, just in time for Martin Emerson's update on BBC Radio Newcastle. So there'll be a 10-minute changeover. Ben Stokes finishes 66 of 55. Bryden Cart's 8 of 16. The highlight of that innings, though, Ben McKinney, 140 of 162. Derbyshire will need 423 to win. They will have to bat for the rest of today and tomorrow to draw, and they'll lose 2 overs, so there'll be 28 remaining in the day. We'll be back in around 10 minutes. Alongside me shortly will be Martin Emerson, BBC Radio Newcastle. I'm here for BBC Radio Derby. I think that was Callum Parkinson. Wants them 4 down tonight. I think Martin would have wanted a few more by the end of the day. But came off the mark. Jewell and Madsen top scored in that Derbyshire first innings, 28 each. But how long will they be out for this evening? Jewell gets one down the leg side, but Robinson scrambles across to take. McKinney first slip in the wide brim sun hat. Beddingham and Lees in their caps at... Beddingham's at first. McKinney had come across there to retrieve the ball, so it's Robinson, keeper, Beddingham, McKinney and Lees. Clark at backward point, Oliveira at cover. Stokes and Cass mid-off and mid-on, and then Callum Parkinson is at a long leg. Alex Lees at mid-wicket. Correction, Will Rhodes at mid-wicket. Lees is in the slips and very vocal. And Stokes finishing up 66 not out, as Durham declared. Of 55 balls, 6 fours, 3 sixes. Still sunny behind those clouds, but the floodlights called into action about half an hour ago. Potts coming in around the wicket to Caleb Jewell, who's hurried in for pace there. Jewell defends into the offside, no run.
Good thing about being a pilot, you know, it's sunny every day. You can escape the morning gloom and the rush hour and head up into the skies and see the sunshine. Does look a bit brighter to the west. Should I have a look at the old radar and see what the cloud cover situation looks like?
Jewell defends quick from Matthew Potts.
I looked on the Met Office app today. Sunset 17 minutes past 8 here. It seems a bit early.
Yeah,
it does go down later further north, but yeah, there's quite a lot of cloud there. Look.
Mm.
I want cloud. Yeah, there's a lot of.
Potts, final ball of the first over. And Jewell defends solidly, 1 without loss.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of cloud cover. I think it's not going to really clear while play is still on today.
So Cass sharing the new ball.
Cass means business. He's got his collar turned up.
Well, one side, the other side seems to have fallen down a bit.
Maybe he hasn't starched that bit.
You wouldn't get away with that at school.
Would you not?
No.
What kind of evil school did you go to? Cass comes in, racecourse end. That's left alone. Wide of off stump. Where was your school? What was it?
In just a standard school in Hitchin. It's nothing special, but you'd want to sort your collar out.
They had the collar police patrolling the corridors, did they?
Shirt being tucked in was the main one, of course.
Yeah. Next ball pushed out towards mid-wicket this time by Kane. Stopped by Parkinson. The secret farmer wondered if Durham were trying to allow a player to get a century, i.e. Stokes, but then he said, I spoke too soon. Just he sent the message on Blue Sky, the declaration came.
See on Blue Sky if there's been any messages directed towards Fletch that I need to pick up on.
Cast balls, and that's played past point. It was too short. Kane helps it on its way. Clark's chasing after it, but it's gone for 4. Kane moves on to 5-5 for Norm. And just a small matter of another 418 runs to win. Durham's over rate is -1. Had they, instead of bowling Derbyshire out, now this is how daft things are, right? They bowled Derbyshire out in 52.4 overs. If they hadn't bowled them out and completed that over, the over rate would have gone to below -1. That's very wide delivery. And it's just left well alone by Kane. That's an Adnan, the umpire, just signalling to David Milnes at square leg that there are 2 balls left in the over. They do a little confirmation.
Parkinson is limbering up a little bit already.
Yeah, he was bowling last night when they took them off. So then they decided the light wasn't good enough, so
He'll be saying to the
they
umpire.
need this big cloud to shift.
Yeah, it's moving very slowly.
Yeah, it looks like a long one as well. In comes Cars again. Oh, that's right into the pads, but I think a bit of bat there as well. The office at the end of this building does have a side window where you can look to the west to see what the weather's like, which is on its way.
That's just the side of the scoreboard, isn't it, out that way?
No, you can see. I looked through there the other day.
Yeah, that's coming in from the Kedleston and the university side of Derby. It's not looking particularly promising.
Cars bowls, that's left. Oh yeah, the university sits on the hill on the A, just on the A38, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you go around that side of town. End of the over. I'm going to go and check to see what the weather looks like.
It's the dedication you will hear on this commentary. 5 without loss. Derbyshire needing 418 to win. Need to bat all day tomorrow to draw. And the Durham bowling attack reads Ryden Cast, Matthew Potts, Ben Stokes, Dwan Olivier, Callum Parkinson, Will Rhodes. And Matthew Potts will continue. Charlie Allison has a century for Essex, who are going to make Somerset bat again. They're now in front in that game as dual defends. They lead. Still trailing, going about it. Trail, I thought they said lead by 23 runs. A lot of good games. Good round of cricket, this, in the county championship. It's going to be a lot of results, including probably at the Oval. Surrey 77 for 5. Need 252 more to win.
That big cloud, if that shifts, it looks a lot brighter behind it. So
Potts past the umpire, bowls past the outside edge of Jewell. That's a lovely delivery. Bit of bounce through to wicketkeeper Robinson. Potts going back to the top of his mark, bowling from the city end. Busy road behind the ground. Buses and cars going past. He's beaten Jewell again. There's Potts. Last England game, that test match. New Year's test against Australia. Played one day in T20 cricket in the West Indies series last year. Certainly a little further from the England squad, but he's beaten Jewell again. For my money, he should be very much knocking on the door. Certainly next cab on the rank. Some chat on their TMS yesterday about maybe England win at Lords, changing things around, giving people like Sam Cook a go for the third test. I think Matthew Potts has proven his name should be in that conversation as well. Bowler for English conditions, certainly. Running into Jewell once more. That's an absolute beauty. Getting some real bounce out of this surface at Derby now. Past the shoulder of the bat and through to Robinson. He's bowling in areas where, and at speeds where you'd associate them more with Bryden Cast, but it just does not look very pleasant facing him at the moment. Under floodlights, grey skies, trailing by over 400. One ball left in his second over for Caleb Jewell to survive. Potts is steaming in, and Jewell just covers up into the offside. Quick single to point. Throw is towards Jewell. Oh, it's hit the top of the stumps and then being claimed by Dwayne Olivier, who celebrates as if he's taken a catch, because he did take the catch on the full. The throw was a powerful one, and it ripped the bells out the top of the stumps, pinged through at head height to Olivier, who took a very solid catch and then took his cap off to celebrate. That Parkinson, then Callum Parkinson, my apologies, then raised his finger in the air to join him in. It's a Durham side in good spirits. I've seen a bit of everything today. Ben Stokes' bat flying to square leg, and then a catch off the stumps. The result of that is Derbyshire a 6 without loss. We also had Harry Kame's throw in the Durham's first innings, hitting Alex Lees in his helmet when he was making his ground. Here's Cast over the wicket to Jewell. Jewell turns that straight to short leg. Potts creates the pressure and Cast capitalises. Sharp catch. And Caleb Jewell is the first to depart. Fine catch by Graham Clark under the helmet. Matthew Potts was regularly beating the outside edge of Caleb Jewell, and then Bryden Cast gets him to fall into the trap. Derbyshire 6 for 1.
When it's as quiet as a mouse and the PA's echoing around the ground announcing how you've got out for 1, must be very good to hear, mustn't it? So he's out for 1, 6 for 1.
It's remarkable just how he picked short leg out there. It was like he didn't know he was there. Just turned straight into his hands.
Sometimes they just forget.
Yeah.
Now we can see the replay as he's crossed the rope. As the new man heads out. He's standing behind square. That's what I think. He's out of his line of sight.
Yeah, and that feels like a bit of a pre-planned trap for Caleb Jewell there. And credit to Clark, had to hold on. Sometimes those catches go a lot quicker, and it almost just sat up into his hands. But not everyone can do that job under the lid at close proximity. But I don't know, Martin, if you saw much of the Potts over, but he was getting some real bounce to Caleb Jewell. And then the run through where Dwayne Oliveira took a catch off the stumps. But after all that, Derbyshire have a new man, Montgomery, and still 24.5 overs today if the bad light doesn't come in.
Yeah, here is Cast then from the racecourse end, bounding in. Montgomery leaves the first ball. That cloud, it's quite a long one, and it's just sitting over us at the moment. It's just not moving much, but when it does go, and I'm amazed because it's a really dark cloud and it's not dropping any rain on us, but nothing's forecast, but when it does go, it should get much brighter. So I think the umpires will have an eye on that. It is coming up to 8:30. Cast comes in and bowls. Montgomery leaves that one as well. It's well wide of the stumps.
He gets so much height into his gather when he releases the ball. Bryden casts a little jump.
Cast in. That's gone down the leg side. Beats the keeper and is away for 4. Yeah, there was bat on that. Yeah, there was. I heard a click.
Yeah, a few fielders jumping around in frustration. But, comfortably wide of Robinson in the end. Montgomery is off the mark. Doesn't look like a nice time to be batting against these two at the minute.
Cast once more. Again, it's a leave from Montgomery. It's quite a busy line of traffic out the ground at the moment on the approach to the big roundabout. Be quite a lot of traffic heading out of Derby as well after the match. In fact, there's a traffic jam heading out of town as well. It's solid out there at the minute. That's your travel report for you here on Radio Derby.
Weather and travel.
Yeah.
Just need some news.
Yeah. Gas bowls, and Montgomery plays the ball to Stokes. Min-off, end of the over. 10 for 1. 413 more needed.
Yeah, I'd imagine it's a little bit cooler out there now. Some more jumpers and jackets on around the ground. I think I've got one more update in the next half an hour into BBC Radio Derby sports scene. Presuming we're back tomorrow, it'll be Dave Fletcher back in the hot seat after, and he can tell you all about that Burton result. Beating Leicester City. Here comes Matthew Potts. Came just shuffling across his stumps, defends nicely into the offside. Many Sunderland fans in the Durham squad, Martin. There's a few people from there.
Yeah, well, Ben McKinney will be. Potts is.
Tell you who is from Derbyshire, Pat Brown. He's a big Sunderland fan. Yeah.
Right.
I'm not sure. I've not been able to ask him.
Isn't he from Worcestershire or somewhere originally? Where was he from?
Potts. Arms pumping. It came on the pads and it's given out. It looked a little high, but the umpire says it's hitting the top of the stumps and both Derbyshire openers are gone. There was no complaints from Kame. He turned and trudged off, and Derbyshire are 10 for 2.
I mean, that absolutely thudded into the pads there, didn't it?
Scores of 9 and 5 for Kame in this game. It's from Peterborough, Pat Brown. So,
well, there's nothing obvious. That's where Keith Waff lives, who used to be a professional goalkeeper with Peterborough and Watford. I can't really think of any links between Sunderland and Peterborough. It's got to be parents or grandparents.
Apart from the train that goes up to Newcastle. But
well, when you're in the Peterborough area, there's some sidings just south of it, and there's a big sign in the sidings, and it's a railway engineering company or a railway stock firm. And there's a big sign saying "Howay the lads till the end" in these sidings, and the guy who owns that firm or is the MD of that firm, he's a Sunderland fan.
Here's the replay if you're with us on the live stream. Yeah,
that's absolutely
good.
Smack bang in front of that. He never got the bat anywhere near it. It hits both pads in front of middle. So.
Well, still 23.4 overs in the day. Wayne Madsen joins Matthew Montgomery, which is bad news for me because, like Fletch, I cannot tell them apart when they're batting because they are so similar.
Well, one of them's got a jumper on. So Madsen's got a short sleeve jumper on.
Well, it won't help much.
Have they got the same bat?
A lot of chat out there.
Madson's got an arm guard. They do both look like they're using the same bat, though.
Free slips. Potts to Madsen. Bowls, and Madsen is struck on the pad. They like it for LVD. Yeah, I thought the same. Someone says stop begging down below. Apparently there's a bit of chat yesterday between fans and a couple of the Durham fielders about the excessive appealing of some of the Derbyshire supporters' views. And one of the Durham fielders turned around and said, well, I don't think you've got a better view from where you're sitting. Yeah, Madsen survives. Potts really liked it.
Got a turn of pace going here, though, hasn't he?
Yeah. His run-up looks really good, really smooth. Madsen now struck in front and given. Potts gets Madsen. This could be over today, you know.
Yeah.
Derbyshire are 10 for 3. And they cannot play Matthew Potts this year, essentially. He's causing all sorts of problems. He's got 2 for 2. Derbyshire 10 for 3.
I did say, you know.
Second ball duck for Madsen. The first ball he faced was a massive appeal as well. That one looked very, very out. And looks like Martin Anderson coming out, which would follow the batting order given. Here is the replay for those who are watching, and that is as out as they go. So Madsen trudging off. And one of the Durham slip fielders just turned around to the fans and repeated what they said, stop your begging. Which is very good, I applaud that. I like, there's a bit of banter going between them, and I think it was David Beddingham's South African accent. He turned around with a smile on his face because that was absolutely out. Derbyshire will be praying for some big dark clouds to come overhead now. And Potts is playing like a man who wants to be back in this England squad. And
Well, I said this morning I thought this would end today, and my only worry now is the light is going to stop that happening.
I mean, it's comprehensive where this game's heading. Derbyshire
Martin Anderson's
413
playing some
behind.
nice warm-up shots. Is he going to be able to play them the same ones with the bat on the ball?
Another slip coming in. 4 now. Will Rhodes very happy to be invited to the... Oh no, he's been sent to gully, so he's a little bit further away, but he's still in there. He's very happy to be invited in. Here's Potts. Running in, and Anderson defending nicely. Anderson likes to use his feet. You won't really be able to come down the pitch to either of these bowlers.
Well, somebody's got bat on ball there. So...
And this is why Durham are running away at the top of Division 1. It's just been an all-round
How are
classy
Kent
display.
doing this week? I've not forgotten about their scores. It was Kent and Northants who were...
It's another good guess. So Kent were 350 all out, 254 all out. After Middlesex were 249 all out. His Potts goes past the edge of Anderson. So Middlesex now 68 for 1. Need 288 to win. End of the over, 10
They're
for
not going
3.
to do that, are they? At Northwood. I don't know how big the boundary is there. Northants are in a big lead against Lancashire. 380 ahead. Cameras panning in on the floodlights. You see one of the bulbs out on one of them. They're not that high, the floodlights here, are they? Because the ones at Durham are 70 metres high, I think.
They are getting some new ones, aren't they?
Here's Cast to start a new over from the racecourse end. Bowling to Montgomery, who's on 4. The first ball from him played up towards mid-on, no run there.
Well, if it is Overton, I'll be interviewing Mickey Arthur.
Potts has now got 48 wickets for the season. Could well be the first one to 50 today. Cars up to the stumps, bowls. That's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. Half-hearted appeals. Who is the person who's giving it large downstairs?
No, I don't think I would be. If team's 10 for 3, sledging the.
There's 5 people down there.
They're there every day.
Yeah,
very committed.
I think me and Fletch sat with them a few years ago when we weren't actually working one day.
Yeah, I think the next wicket there'll be some celebrations their way.
I think I'm being summoned back on air. In comes Cars, bowls, and that's off the pad and rolls away for a leg bye.
So the wickets to fall. Harry Kane, LBW to Potts. Jull caught by Clark at short leg with the bowling of Cars, and then Madsen. LBW to Potts as well. Derbyshire 412 needed to win. And the light is fine, I can report. Durham were fine to just keep going at the moment. It's only 20 to 6 in August. You'd like to think so. It's been a week of much cooler weather. Cars from the racecourse end, left alone by Martin Anderson. Durham field now, so attacking. Stokes had walked in all the way up from deep extra cover. Rhodes is a short mid-wicket. They've got a short leg in. Clark. Not even a mid-on or mid-off now with Stokes walking in. Cars defended by Anderson. The effects mic, I'm sure, picking up some of the, not sledging, the encouragement. Good time to be in the field. Anyone who's played cricket will know when you're this far ahead in the game, you can basically shout whatever you like. Brentford have gone 1-0 up against Tottenham, so Martin's prediction of them to get relegated. He's got one prediction today. We've got a couple, given the Sunderland one as well. Cast bowls off an outside edge to point at Parkinson Field. 11 for 3. This is a real examination from Carson Potts. Montgomery taking guard now. Free slips. Cast goes out to long leg, and again Rhodes starts off at extra cover and then is brought into gully. In fact, he is going to go to fourth slip. They're just sort of measuring the distances between the slips as well, trying to sort that out. Potts bowls left alone, not far away from off stump, taken quite low down by Robinson. .5 overs left in the day. Derbyshire 11 for 3. If you're just joining us, it's been a fast-moving day of cricket. Derbyshire were bowled out for 156 this morning, with Potts taking 5 for 46. He's bowling out to Montgomery, steps across his stumps and defends. Durham then, in their second innings, made 295 declared to give them a lead of 422. Ben McKinney smashed 140 of 162. Will Rhodes scored a half-century. Ben Stokes was 66 not out of 55. And Derbyshire, in their second innings, 11 for 3 here at the Central Co-op County Ground. And in all sorts of trouble against the Division 2 leaders. Steps outside off stump now, Montgomery. Allows the ball to pass through to the wicket-keeper. Greyish-blue gloves on Robinson.
Just saying on my update for Total Sport on Radio Newcastle, there's a huge traffic jam outside as Derby County fans head home. But if they've been listening to our commentary, none of them will be detouring here at the minute.
Tough sell.
They'll be just heading on home.
Potts to Montgomery. He's trying to figure this out by getting across and outside even off stump. Try and negate that line from Potts. It's worked for him so far. Very loud out there. Rhodes has gone to leg slip. So just the free slips now. Montgomery standing right across his stumps. Crouches in his stance. Potts coming into bolt. Cut away just past the diving Clark for 4. Bit of relief for Derbyshire and Matthew Montgomery. Nice shot. Listening to BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Newcastle, County Championship action between Derbyshire and Durham. Central Co-op County Ground. Derbyshire 15 for free.
The Central Co-op.
The Our Co-op, sorry,
Our Co-op.
they changed it.
Were they the Central Co-op?
Yes.
Are they all now Our Co-op?
No, there's different ones around the country. It's a
Ah.
nightmare. Defended now by Montgomery, caused me and Fletch all sorts of problems when they
It
changed
used to
that.
be the North Eastern Co-op at one time up our way, but I don't know if it still goes under that name or not.
15 for free after 7. 21 overs left in the day.
See, if you're up in North Yorkshire or across towards Cumbria, you would have WCF sponsoring stuff around there. Do you know who they are? They're shops and petrol stations and stuff.
No.
West Cumbrian Farmers.
I like booths. I'm a big fan of that.
Oh, aye,
Yeah.
you've got. You must be making money.
No, well, I don't live up north, so I can't claim to shop there regularly.
In comes. Course, that was in the air for a moment or two.
But the reason I like it is because the meal deal, you get it for the same price as other places, but you get 2 snacks, which is just fantastic.
Oh.
So it's worth the money.
Right, I'll have to go. I'll be back in a minute.
Plenty of updates for Martin today. Durham on top. BBC Radio Derby, understandably less interested to come over here with Derbyshire 406 behind. Some really good games elsewhere, particularly at Edgbaston. That's pulled behind square for 1 by Martin Anderson. The game between Warwickshire and Sussex, that could end today. Warwickshire 156 for 6. They need 47 to win with 4 wickets remaining. Alex Davis and Chris Wokes at the crease. Quick flurry of wickets there. That could be really close. Cars. Clipped nicely through mid-wicket. It might not quite have the legs to go for 4. And it won't. They will hurry back for a 3rd. Will Rhodes doing the fielding. Stokes is slowly warming up to bowl, but there's no reason to take either of these two off at the moment. Cass to Anderson, turns that one in front of mid-wicket. send Montgomery back. Here's Cars. Floodlights on. Still plenty of grey clouds. Thick patchwork of grey and white clouds above the ground in Derby. Full delivery, dug out on the leg side by Anderson. Clip behind square for 2. Cars nearly gets in Anderson's way when he was walking back to his mark. 23 for free. The aim is now just survival for the rest of the day. 400 to win. Couple of people making their way to the exits. Anderson defends. A little bit of a prod forward. Just let the ball come to him rather than pushing forward at it. And that will be 23 for free. 8 overs gone, 20 still remain.
Is there? Wow.
How many we're going to get? Not sure.
Oh, all of them. Plus the extra half hour. Pots to continue from the city end of the ground. Bowling to Montgomery, who's on 11. 400 exactly needed to win now as Potts comes in. Right arm over. Montgomery forward to that one, steers it across towards deep square leg. Parkinson's chasing it over from the square towards the pavilion, and they run 2. They've got down underneath that psychological 400 barrier now. 398 needed to win. It says it's 10 to 6. You're not going to get... I'd be amazed if you get 20 overs in from here. That cloud hasn't quite left us yet, though, has it? It's taken an awful long time to move. But when it goes, it will brighten up.
Be glorious.
It's going to be like the summer solstice. Playing a miss there from Montgomery. Radiating sunshine across the heavens of Derbyshire. Beaming down onto the county ground here.
Yeah, my brother's in the Peak District today.
Is he?
Near Bakewell, doing some walking.
It's nice round there. We had a Christmas in Bakewell years ago, and my daughter turned 4, so it's about 2011, 2012, something like that, and it was a really nice place to be for Christmas. Went to Chatsworth House, and I took a photograph of the grand dining table with all its Christmas decorations, and Potts comes in and bowls. Oh, that's out! He's edged behind. That's the 4th. Montgomery trying to drive at Potts. I'm sticking with my 3-day finish here. I went with it this morning. I just had a feeling this game was going to rattle on today.
Go as far as saying he's unplayable at the minute, Matthew Potts. It's a good battle between him and Montgomery, because Montgomery's coming further and further across his stumps, and Potts just adjusted his line and was able to nick Montgomery off anyway when he was just pushing forward. If he was stood on middle and off, he would have probably left alone, but he was so far across his stumps. Pushed it through to the wicket keeper, 25 for 4.
Potts 49 wickets now for the season.
We'll have 50 in the next 24 hours, I dare say. If not 10 minutes.
I think you'll be all right for your train.
Oh, yeah.
What time train did you say?
20 past 8.
And so you go down to Euston, did you say?
St Pancras.
Oh, into St Pancras. Oh, yeah, it's middle of
And then if it's if I can get down to the low platforms in 6 minutes, then it's a bang on 2-hour journey, which is not bad at all. If I can't,
does it go Derby, Long Eaton, Nottingham or not?
No,
it goes Long Eaton, doesn't it? Then
to
misses
Leicester.
Nottingham. That's right, yeah.
Leicester and then on.
Yeah, I've done it from Leicester as well a few times. It's a nice journey, that.
Yeah, the bit between sort of Leicester and Market Harbour down that way is lovely.
When you get into the countryside and north of Northampton, the train's going alongside the canal. It's beautiful around there. Some nice villages. Who's a new man then?
We're going to have
Guest.
an update shortly. A little roundup. Guest the new man. Yeah, Ben Stokes has not been needed. It's another current or / former England player, Matthew Potts, who took 5 for 46 in Derbyshire's first innings. He currently has 3 for 8. Bryden Cars, another England man, 1 for 16. Derbyshire are 25 for 4. They need 398 runs to win. I can tell you now, that's not going to happen. This looks really tough batting out there, but Matthew Potts, who took 8 for at Chesterler Street against Derbyshire, he's all over them at the moment, 25 for 4. And that is the last update of the day. I think I've left them in no doubt where this game's going.
Oh, next ball bowled to Guest. And it's gone through to the keeper. Parkinson's changing his requirements now. He wanted them 4 down. Now he's seemingly halfway in. .25 for 4. Potts from the city end, an edge down into the floor from Guest to Lees at third slip. 4 slips in place there. That is the end of the over, and there are 19 to go tonight.
Cast continuing the ball, his 5th over. Yeah, the question from Andrew Strachan presenting today was, well, is it Ben Stokes who's the story? And no, it's the other England bowlers. Matthew Potts. I mean, if England are watching some county cricket, should have an eye on this one, I'm sure. Cast goes a little bit too full. I don't think I've said that all day about a Durham bowler, and he's driven away towards the point boundary where the fielder does an excellent job. Callum Parkinson come back for a third. Don't think he's bowled anything too full. Cast until that moment. So are you done for the day for updates? Or?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, we're done for the day.
There we go. That's how it's done. Busy Saturday. Cast coming in. Guest turns that one away. And that's going to go down to the fine leg boundary for 4, but Guest gets off the mark.
They're just finishing off the non-league roundup now, I think. And yeah, then it'll be the music show taking over. And Newcastle United have got Liverpool tomorrow. So there'll be commentary on that.
Cast a Guest, still short leg in. Bowls full on leg stump, and Guest just turns that one away. Cast almost just getting a little bit greedy for the glory ball. Come back for 2. Can't blame him. It's got enough runs to play with. Stokes encouraging. I'm just find Ben Stokes, what he did post on Instagram about Headingley. He said Joe Roots said about it being a shame that Headingley's not of any Ashes, and Ben Stokes said shame is an understatement, to be honest. Shambolic would be more appropriate.
Yeah.
Great win though. Cast into Guest, who just pushes down the ground. There's no mid-on. Just rode at mid-wicket, so he does the fielding. What is a shame is how good the pitches have been at Headingley, particularly in that last test. A bit in it for everyone. There is the women's test there, of course, the women's Ashes, the multi-format series next year. And the warm-up match is at Old Trafford. And I think the ECB have tried to say it's going to be a high-quality warm-up match, as opposed to maybe some previous ones. In terms of the players on show, it's going to be a high-quality game worth turning out for. Cass over the wicket, turned away behind square, and that was very similar to Guest's boundary earlier this over, in front of the long leg fielder, Olivier. And Anderson has 4. Derbyshire 39 for 4. 18.1 overs left in the day. Essex now in the lead against Somerset. 314 for 3. Allison 105. Critchley 72. Critchley 72 has come off 213 balls. And Allison's century of 218. That was a proper effort. Cass. Derbyshire will need something like that and more to get anything out of this game. End of the over, 39 for 4. $18 overs left.
A defensive error from Alderete gave Ipswich their winner right at the end of the game. He was at the World Cup a few weeks ago.
Yeah, excellent. First day of the Premier League season. Message from the Manchester United fan. What a dire day of football. Hate this sport. The Premier League is back. That's why we love it.
Potts comes into bowl from the City end, bowling to Brooke Guest, who's on 7. He plays that defensively out into the offside of the covers, no run. Things have calmed down. We haven't had a wicket since the 9th over.
Boring.
Now into the 11th.
Derbyshire will not mind that one bit. Don't think Guest and Anderson will sleep particularly well. But if they're still there at the end, it's almost brightening up as well.
The sun's about to burst out in a minute. Potts heads back to his mark at the far end of the ground. He turns. Running into the stumps, comes in past David Milnes, the umpire. He bowls, and that's a 4 down to third man. It was just short and wide and helped on its way round the slip cordon by Guest. Too short.
Interesting, the 2 Durham totals, 283, 295 declared. It's just been, I don't think Derbyshire have been awful with the ball, considering the bowlers they're missing as well. But this is just a higher quality of bowling attack. It's undeniable. You know, there are 4 Test cricketers in this Durham bowling attack, and Derbyshire's batters just haven't matched it.
Potts bowls, a play and a miss there from Guest.
It's just the relentless lines and lengths.
They've actually got a leg slip in here. They've put Rhodes in there. He was in the slip cordon, but they've now gone 3 slips and a leg slip. So that was where there was a little bit of space for Guest to play that last shot, which went for 4.
Stokes has been warming up for overs and overs. I don't think you're going to take either of these 2 off unless they're tiring a little bit.
Potts will know he's on 49 wickets, won't he? He'll want his 50th today. Comes in again and bowls, and Guest turns this down to long on for 1. He's on 12, 44 for 4. 17.2 overs remaining today. Graham Onions, the Durham bowling coach, is leaning against the fence on the hotel side of the ground, watching the action from side on. Potts. Oh, that's out, is it? An edge, they're appealing. How has he not hit that? Anderson walks away to square leg. The umpire says no. I don't know how he's not hit that. Let's see this again then. What? Does this go over the... Oh. They started the replay and then didn't show us it.
I didn't hear anything, mainly because Radio Derby's now in my ear.
I just wonder how close it was to the bat. Here we go. It's gone over the stumps.
How has that missed everything?
It's gone over, middle and off. Between bat and pad. Potts again, balls. No, just defended on a length here by Anderson. End of the over, 44 for 4, 17 overs to go. So just about an hour. Oh, here's a bit of respite for Derbyshire as Ben Stokes takes his top off.
He gives his cap to the umpire and is jogging to the top of his mark. I think Dave Fletcher could get back in time. There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nigel. We've lost the cue now.
He'll be drunk in a bar in Leicester somewhere by now.
For a nice curry.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he probably doesn't like curry.
No, that's too extravagant.
Yeah.
Unless somebody invents curried kebab.
Or pizza.
Yeah. You might go for that.
Here is Ben Stokes then. Smashed 66 earlier today, and he's now adding to this fearsome Durham bowling attack. Derbyshire 44 for 4, and they're going to be 44 for 5. And for the second time in this match, Ben Stokes has come on and got a wicket with his first delivery. 44 for 5, and Derbyshire are hurtling towards a big defeat here. Easy as that. Cricket's an easy game for Ben Stokes.
Well, Guest's tried to drive a length ball, and he's just skied it up to Gully. And the fielder at Gully just had all the time in the world there to wait for that to come down, Graham Clark.
Well,
where's the fight from Derbyshire?
Yeah, it's a strange old shot.
They are now 44 for 5. 19 added there. The biggest partnerships have been the last 2 wickets, 15 and 19, but...
You know, the sun's coming. Yeah. Doesn't get any Ben Stokes is on and the sun's come out. So, which basically...
Derbyshire's lowest score against Durham could be on the cards here, you know. Was it 63 when they bowled them out here in 2013? Yeah. 63 all out here in 2013.
It'll be an even better day for Fletch if his beloved Tranmere have won. So we're going to have to check that score. They got a draw. Tom Ince scored. Way to Port Vale. Win and draw to start the season. Stokes then will bowl to Anuj Dal. The little shake of his head. He can't believe it. Just come on and... But I think a big part of it is the work that Potts and Cast have done. They've laid the groundwork, and Stokes can just come and continue their work. And different bowler for Derbyshire to try and face. Oh, this looks out, isn't it? It is out. Ben Stokes has 2 in 2, and Anuj Dal is gone for a first ball duck. This is what a Test match quality bowling attack can do, and Ben Stokes is on a hat trick in the Derby sunshine.
Well, they are absolutely in disarray here, Derbyshire. The last Durham hat-trick was taken by Chris Rushworth. It was 3 overs and 2 innings at Hampshire way back in the day. Steve Harmison took a couple as well. I saw one of the Harmison ones. I saw the Rushworth one. So the Rushworth hat-trick at Hampshire in 2015. He got James Tomlinson LBW with the final ball of his 21st over, then bowled Gareth Berg with the first ball of his 22nd over, and that ended the first innings. And then when Hampshire started their second innings, he had Michael Carberry caught behind first ball to complete the hat-trick. The first player to do it in that manner in England since Tony Locke for Leicestershire against Hampshire in Portsmouth in 1967. And in terms of Derbyshire, the last hat-trick against them was Gareth Batty's at the Oval in 2015 when he claimed the wickets of Tony Palladino, Mark Footed and Ben Cotton. One of 5 against them since 2000.
Can Ben Aitchison stop the Ben Stokes hat-trick? Short leg. and 4 slips and a leg slip. Cast has come up to a catching cover. Wonder if that one kept a little bit low. No, Cast is going to go in as a
fourth slip.
5th slip. Stokes on a hat-trick then, running into bowl to Ben Aitchison. Derbyshire 44 for 6. Here is Stokes. Bowls and Aitchison defends into the onside. The short leg fielder sprinting after the ball to make sure there's not a run.
What an anticlimax.
Ben Stokes looks like a man with no pressure on him. Looks like the man enjoying his cricket. Why not? Loving his time back in Durham colours. Stokes, number 38 on his back, runs past the umpire, bowls, and it's edge! 3rd wicket in the over for Ben Stokes. Good catch, tumbling back by David Bedingham. And Derbyshire are nearly there. This could well and probably will now be over tonight. Ben Stokes is free in the over. He hasn't gone for a single run. Aitchison gone for a second ball duck, caught by Bedingham in the slips.
Well, from a Durham point of view, spectacular. From a Derbyshire point of view, what an absolute mess.
This is remarkable now.
So what's that, 3 and 4 balls?
He was just backing away, wasn't he, Aitchison?
Yeah.
Didn't want to get in line and just fended it to Bedingham, who took it falling back. Forget the hat-trick ball, the one after did him. And I don't know what sort of fields we're going to see here. We're just going to have everyone behind the bat, aren't we, for the remainder of the day? So Brett Randall coming to the middle. Running out of space on my notepad because of all of these events. Yeah, words fail me at this point. And, well, 44 for 7. One more for the extra half an hour. I mean, that might not even be needed, to be honest. 16.2 overs and the sun's out. Stokes has 2 balls left in his first over. It's quite good, this lad. Bat and ball. England should have a look. Fair play to the Derbyshire fans who are still here. Probably to watch this man. Pots and Cast. 4 slips and a gully. Randall turns that one away in front of mid-wicket for 1.
Potts thought, Cast, everybody other than the bowler. Stokes thought he'd got that through his defences there. He got onto it very late and Stokes crouched down with his hands wrapped around his head in disbelief that he hadn't got it through. What an over this has been. It's become expensive now with that single.
Concerning thing for Derbyshire is that they're trying to go up this year, and this is the team top of Division 1, and just the gulf between the two sides is just widening and widening the more this game goes on. Stokes over the wicket. And nicely played through the cover region. Anderson will come back for 2, and Stokes' first over. 3 runs, 3 wickets.
Sports Extra with us now. Welcome to listeners there. Ben Stokes doing Ben Stokes things. We all live in a Ben Stokes world and all that malarkey. He took a wicket with his first ball of the innings for the second time in the match. Brute Guest skying one to Graham Clark in the gully on 12. Then he got a Dahl LBW first ball. Aitchison played the first ball that he faced safely away and then tried to cut the next ball and was caught. That first slip by David Bedingham. He went for a duck as well. Derbyshire losing 3 wickets on 44. There are still 16 overs to go tonight and brilliant sunshine. I don't think Durham are going to need half of those. And Derbyshire 47 for 7, staring into the abyss here. And a massive a massive defeat in terms of margin of runs. Unless somebody can get a partnership together. Randall is now facing Potts, who's bowling to him. Randall on 1, that's gone to mid-wicket. Meanwhile, Potts took a couple of wickets earlier on. He's on 49 for the season. Came for 5 and Madsen for none, his victims, before he then got Montgomery trying to drive. He was caught behind on 13. Kame was on 5. Madsen, second ball duck. They were both LBW. Prior to that, Bryden Coss got Jewell to start things off with Derbyshire 6 for 1 when Jewell was out 4-1, caught it short leg by Clark in the 4th over. Potts comes in again here now and bowls, and that is a big appeal, and nobody else really joins in. And then Potts signals, yeah, it was going down this leg side, wasn't it? He got excited, but... So this morning, I said I felt this game was going to be over today, despite the fact we'd lost 60 overs in the match. It was just accelerating at a rate of knots, and Durham were fairly advanced. Well, they were all out yesterday, weren't they? And then they'd got Derbyshire were 6 down overnight. So Durham were looking for 4 quick wickets this morning to try and get back out and build a lead and declare again, which is exactly what they did. They bowled them out. Took them 50 minutes this morning, and then they declared this afternoon 295 for 6. The lead 422. As Randall plays this towards point to Clark. Derbyshire's lowest score against Durham, for those of you who've just joined us on Sports Extra, was 63 all out here in 2013 when Durham turned the game on its head on the final afternoon of a game that had been affected by fog and rain, and went on to win the title a couple of weeks later. Potts comes in and bowls. Ooh, nearly an edge there. He's fishing a long way outside the line of off stump. Anderson playing a miss. Derbyshire's lowest score, well, that's not going to happen. And there's nobody around who'll remember this. 16 all out in a defeat at Trent Bridge in 1879. Since 2000, their lowest score, 44 in Bristol in 2010. But they still then won that one by 54 runs. And then there's the Durham total, 63 in 2013. Durham winning that one by 9 wickets. Potts comes in and bowls. Anderson steers that one to vacant third man for 4. And Derbyshire past 50, 52 for 7. There's been a bit of crack between the Durham players and some of the Derbyshire spectators as well, who were accusing them earlier of begging for wickets.
Yeah, they didn't need to in the end.
No. As I think David Beddingham reminded them.
That was good from him.
And they were about 5 down.
I like that.
Potts to Anderson. Oh, that stays low. Anderson keeps it out. He ends up leaning on the bat. He's a big stride there. Potts stares to the heavens. End of the over. 15 overs remaining. Can Derbyshire see them out? There have been games that I have covered where Durham have had to come back on the final day for 1 wicket. There were 2 where twice happened in matches where Keaton Jennings got a century, bizarrely. And he told a story about his dad Ray playing in a first-class game in South Africa, and his team coming back needing 1 wicket on the final day and never getting it.
Oh, wow. That's the sort of things Derbyshire will need tomorrow, if they are still here. Here's Ben Stokes, 52 for 7 here in Derby. That's turned away down to fine leg for 1 by Brett Randall. He can hold a bat, as we said earlier, first class high score of 90 for the Kiwi on Derbyshire debut. This would see Durham really fly away at the top of Division 2 in their quest to go straight back up. Stokes' second over. Runs in past the umpire. And it's Anderson to thrust his hand off the bat. The ball ended up at forward square leg. Callum Parkinson doing the fielding. Shadow starting to lengthen now. Still a bit of sunshine, but I still don't think we'll get those full 14.4 overs in. Plenty of clouds still. Very slow moving grey clouds above the OurCoop County Ground. Stokes running in from the racecourse end and defended by Anderson, who just squats down low afterwards. Just to check as well, Martin, so Potts has not been in an England squad, has he, since the Ashes? Or has he been in and around it? Stokes bowls, driven nicely. This
don't think
should
so,
go for 4.
No, he's played for Durham all season.
I mean, this has been the sort of display. I mean, if Chester Street against Derbyshire wasn't, that...
And he got an 8-4 there, didn't he?
Yeah, he should be around the conversation now from these displays, but only 2 tests left at home.
Well, I think England have just beaten Pakistan in 2.5 days.
Yes.
So.
Tougher tests to come, I suppose. So I'm looking forward to that South Africa tour. South Africa playing England and Australia this summer in South Africa. This winter, sorry. That 2 really good series. Stokes. Balls to Anderson. He defends this one. 57 for 7. There's a whole lot of Test cricket next year or so. There's a good run of it. Big series. See England in South Africa, looking forward to that. I think it's a 5-test series as well. So you get the whole classic proper test series in the Ashes next year. Stokes running in past the umpire. Oh, it's struck on the pad. Stokes
Inside
never turned
edge
to
on
appeal.
the pad there.
And end of the over, 57 for 7, 14 left in the day.
Hassan Adnan just having a word with Stokes about where his feet are going after he's bowled. So Durham staying with 3 in the slip cordon here, and it's Duan Olafia who's going to replace Potts. Former Derbyshire player, played for Yorkshire as well. South African Test player. Signed as a replacement for Kemar Roach, who got injured and went home. First ball from him is a wideish half volley, and it's played out into the covers, no run. Will Rhodes collects it. The sun's about to come blazing out again in a sec now. Here we go. The shadows from the scoreboard and the floodlights are stretching right across the ground now.
So Ben Stokes at Derby scored a century to win the one-day cup match here. He's smashed in the first innings 53 of 61.
On the fear again, defended by Randall.
The second innings 66 not out of 55, and then he took 3 wickets in his first over.
So what's your point?
I don't know. I don't know what to say. Nothing more that hasn't been said already, but I guess the thing for Derbyshire is, and you can say that, you know, there's the gulf between the two sides, but if Derbyshire want to get promoted, want to be a Division 1 side, this is the sort of bowling attack and team that they're going to have to compete with. And they look miles off it.
That's defended by Randall on off stump. I mean, it's rare for Durham to have all these international bowlers available at once. You know, as I say, Carls hasn't played for them in the Championship for more than a year.
Yeah. However, there's no rain.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
They haven't had Ben Rain here yet. Either. He would have done a job as well.
Yeah.
Fearing again, and that's going to be runs. It's gone down behind point, being chased by Clark down towards the third man boundary. 2 for Randall. Well, this partnership has moved to 15, which is the joint second highest of the innings. Derbyshire 59 for 7 now. 13.2 overs remaining of day 3. There's still day 4 tomorrow, remember, if it's needed. Olivier in again. It's too far down the leg side. It's away past long leg for 4. Well, Randall certainly seems to know what he's doing with the bat in his hand, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's positive.
Looks quite relaxed out there, actually.
Coming before Nick Potts, and then it'll be Derbyshire.
Well, Durham took 4 bonus points from this game, so that took them up to 153. The win would be another 16. 169 they'd end up on. Oh, playing a miss this time by Randall, who I've just said looks like he knows what he's doing with the bat in his hands. He's just tried to hammer that through the leg side, and he's pulled at it and missed it, and it's gone over the stumps. End of the over. 63 for 7. How many overs to go? 13.
So Stokes will bowl a 3rd over. No spin yet. Callum Parkinson would be the option there. Stokes just flicking the ball up from his right hand, comes into bowl to Martin Anderson, who's 22 of 24. And he's just turned that one away behind square for a single. Certainly been a very good summer for Martin Anderson. Him alongside Ben Aitchison have been standout figures this year. Anderson's scoring plenty of runs, chipping in with some wickets. He's a good fielder as well. Got an almighty task in his hands here. Stokes bowling to Randall. Steps across his stumps, turns this one down the leg side. It's gone past the glove of Robinson, given byes, so no bat, according to umpire Adnan. Plenty of excitement. Bowling figures at the moment. Potts, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 18. Cast, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 30. Stokes 3 for 9, midway through his 3rd over. Dwan Olivier, first over, went for 6 runs. Randall has 9. He sends Martin Anderson back. Anderson was nearly halfway down. Partnership 24, Anderson 23 not out. At the other end of 25. TV's about to shut down in here. Yeah, very much still going. Another long day of cricket. Over 100 overs in the day. Some extended sessions to make up for some lost time from day 1. Tomorrow goes back to normal, of course, because it's the final day, if it's needed. As Randall is struck high on the pads, the umpire unmoved. Muted appeal, as you can hear. Derbyshire 68 for 7. They need 355 runs to win this Division 2 match. And Edgbaston, it's a thriller. It really is. Warwickshire 179 for 8. They require 24 to win with 2 wickets remaining. Chris Wokes 5 off 23, and Ethan Bamber has just come to the crease. He can bat. Wokes, of course, can as well. So that will probably be over today as Randall pushes into the offside, moves into double figures. Surrey Notts is nearly all over. Surrey 139 for 8. And Northamptonshire made 298 for 4 and declared. Lancashire have begun their reply. Middlesex 3 down now, need 240 more to win against Kent. But all eyes are probably on that Warwickshire-Sussex game. Warwickshire now needing 20 more to win with 2 wickets remaining. Final ball to Stokes' 3rd over, and it's a rare stray down the leg side. The wicket-keeper was diving across.
That might have been a drop, you know. It was a shot to catch it. He got a hand on it, but he couldn't hold on. He was at full stretch as he hit the ground. It came out of his gloves. Are Derbyshire going to see out the day? 69 for 7. I still think this will end today. Couldn't be sunnier at the moment either. The light is certainly not an issue at the moment. Dave McCall's emailed, he says this Durham pace attack should come with a government health warning. Here's Olivier bowling, that's left alone, gone past the off stump. 2 England internationals, a South African international, an England all-round legend, not to mention Callum Parkinson's spin, which probably won't be needed, and a fella called Ben Rayner's absent. I think you'll be correct about this finishing today, although if that does happen, I'll feel a little shortchanged about a day less of Fletch on commentary.
Yeah, 2
Well,
days.
he's been really shortchanged this match. He's
Can only
taken
apologise.
the mick out of you this time. Bowler comes in again, and that's left alone. I would imagine the majority of the Cardiff fans have probably got the train back to Cardiff today. It's not that far down the line from here, really, is it?
Yeah, it's all right. It's a nice journey.
Yeah. Down to Brum and then down through Cheltenham, isn't it? Cheltenham
Yeah.
Spa, and then you're nearly there. This one is defended by Randall, off towards the gully to Clark. Four wide-brimmed hats on show at the moment, 2 on the heads of the umpires. McKinney at second slip and Clark at backward point. Gully, deep gully. He's more backward point, I think. Well, they're fearing again, and that's played by Randall out wide of mid-off, chasing on with Stokes trying to get to the ball before it reaches the boundary. He stops it, he keeps it in just in front of the Monarch stand. And did they run 3 there?
Yes.
Right.
Randall can bat.
Yeah.
The early signs are promising, certainly.
72 for 7. Anderson on 23 now on strike. Randall has 13. The partnership's 28. It's way ahead of anything else in this innings by 9 runs. So Derbyshire was 6 for 1, 10 for 2, 10 for 3, 25 for 4, and 44 for 5, 6 and 7. Now 72 for 7. Olivier in again. And Anderson stepping way across the line of off stump there. And lets that go through to the keeper. It's a really lovely evening. It's bright sunshine. There's a gentle breeze.
I feel like Ben McKinney's knock might go not unnoticed, but it almost slips down the pecking order of events today. I think that 140 of 162 balls in the end, that was some innings.
Defended. Yeah, and he hit, was it 15 fours and 6 sixes? End of the over.
Spot on, yeah.
11 to go today. Will it be Sunday morning in Derby or Sunday morning on the M6?
Yeah, plans tonight if you are still here. Well, are you staying tonight anyway, I would imagine?
Oh, yeah. It's too late to start heading off now, isn't it, really? Especially by the time you get packed up, get back to the hotel, and I haven't packed any clothes or anything, so... I don't know, go out and have a lonely meal.
Go and find Fletch in Leicester. He'll be coming back here. I think he's going to drop someone off and then he'll be staying the night nearby.
Who's that man staggering into the ground over there holding a half a pint of beer, singing Burton songs?
With a kebab.
Yeah.
Stokes to Randall, defends. The last wicket was at 44 for 7. These two have steadied things enough to give Derbyshire a chance of surviving into a day 4. 28 is the partnership. It would be quite ironic if Fletcher's to come back tomorrow, literally have a couple of wickets and then have the task of the big interview with Mickey Arthur afterwards. He missed. Oh dear,
nasty.
That's going to hurt. Into the helmet, a bouncer, and it's dislodged something from Randall's helmet.
Well, it's the neck protector bit that's come out.
Randall is sitting up and he's okay. Stokes straight over to check on him. That is a vicious bouncer, and Stokes is the first one over to really make sure he's okay. The physio will have to come on. That's just not nice to see, and it's
even with the helmet on, it's dizzying. He ducked into it, didn't he?
Yeah.
He's picked himself up.
Yeah, when a bit of the helmet comes off, you know it's been bowled.
He'll have to change the helmet if nothing else, because when you get a blow like that, the helmet could easily have been weakened.
His first short ball we've seen from Stokes, and I think it completely surprised Randall.
And the physio's on. The first question they get asked is, "Who's the Prime Minister?" And they're like, which one, this week or last week?
New Zealand or England? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah, then the mumps backwards. Goodness me, it's Brentford 3, Tottenham 0. Your predictions are ending the day quite well.
Well, it's a sort of ear protector that's come off the helmet there. It's just hanging there. It's going to be clipped back on by the physio. He's just examining the helmet. Drink's been brought out. So if it's deemed he can play on, then they'll come back out and check him again in 10 minutes' time. But Stokes went straight up to see if he was all right, and then
straight away.
They did shake hands as he walked back away. It was a pretty rapid delivery.
Yeah. Yeah, Stokes he almost sprinted over to Brett Randall. As did a lot of the Durham fielders, as you'd imagine. So 10.4 overs left in the day. Interesting where this next ball is. And Randall is going to continue on. We saw one, I think Tom Moore's top-edged a ball from Akif Javed, who bowls up in the high 80s and 90s into his helmet in the blast, and he was down for a while and was able to continue, which was remarkable. I thought he'd come off. It was a losing cause anyway. And he smashed Javed for a 4 and a 6 afterwards, but that was really nasty. Here is Stokes. Fuller delivery, Randall solidly in behind it.
Lancashire are chasing 446 to beat Northants, who declared in Manchester in their second innings on 298 for 4. So Lancashire bowled out for 137 in their first innings, or 11 for 1 in their second. Middlesex at Northwood against Kent, 123 for 3 in their second innings, need another 233.
Stokes bowls to Randall, defends into the offside.
Game at Southampton will go into a fourth day. Hampshire 106 for 3, need another 172 to beat Yorkshire. In Taunton, Essex are now leading by 3 runs in their second innings. They are 3 wickets down, 314 for 3. Following on, having been bowled out for 158 in their first after Somerset made 469.
Another defensive shot from Randall, who tells Anderson to wait there.
Glamorgan are 4 down in their second innings at Leicester. They are 105 for 4 and they need another 152 to win. Warwickshire look like... Oh, this is a tight one.
Yeah, it's very good.
Wow. So Warwickshire are 190 for 8, needing another 13 to beat Sussex in Birmingham. That one you think should finish tonight.
Final ball of Stokes' 4th over. Very full to Randall, defends with a straight bat, 72 for 7.
And Surrey are about to lose at the Oval to Nottinghamshire. They are 9 down And they're way short of what they need. There's still another 181 needed. So Notts will seal their 4th win and cement their place at the top of the table. So another over, 10 to go. The last wicket fell in the 12th over. We are now starting the 19th. And this partnership's worth 28 from Anderson, and Randall Anderson on strike now on 23. Olivier balls to him, a play to miss. He's played it outside the line of off stump, and then it's really wobbled and come back down towards the leg side as it's hit the keeper.
Yeah, the clouds have thinned out a little bit now, particularly away to our right-hand side from our position in the media centre.
Olivier comes in again, city end, and that's turned off towards backward square leg for 1 run.
The shadows of the trees, those tall trees,
Yeah.
are lengthening now over the pitch.
They're sort of halfway across the square. They've just reached the wicket, haven't they? The track. Olivier back to his mark. Randall on strike on 13. 73 for 7. Olivier bowls. Ball's gone off to the cover area. So what over is this from him? This is his 3rd. Stokes has bowled 4. Potts 3 for 18 from 7 earlier, and Cars 1 for 30 from 5.
Could Potts have another crack before the close, you wonder?
Olivier again bowls. It's played up to mid-off, no run there. And at 73, Derbyshire have avoided their lowest score against Durham as well by 10 runs now.
I'm surprised there's still so many people here, but it's quiet on the members' pavilion actually, but busier in other places around the ground.
Bouncer ducked out the road off by Randall. Olivier comes back in and bowls. Playing a miss there by Randall. That's the end of the over. 73 for 7. We've got 9 overs to go today. We're nearly down to the last half hour, and the sun is shining.
So Durham at home next. Martin, who are they up against?
Gloucestershire next week, yeah, and then down to Northampton the week after that.
Derbyshire have back-to-back home games. Host Middlesex here next week.
Right. Well, Durham played 3 away games in a row in May. I've never seen them do that before. They had a trip to Lords, a trip to Worcester, and a trip to Beckenham. That was followed by a couple of home games in June when they played Derbyshire and then Northants.
Stokes bowling his 5th over. Took 3 wickets at his first. Bowls to Martin Anderson, who tucks that into the leg side. He's going to race past Stokes and try and come back for 2. Randall says no. Partnership is 30. To give some credit to these two after the carnage at the start of this innings. Been out there for 45 deliveries now. Now the slips assemble for Brett Randall. Short leg comes in. Graham Clark, who took that good catch to dismiss Caleb Abdul. The first wicket to fall. Sort of a backward short leg. Slightly behind where it usually would be. 3 slips in a gully. Or a short third is a bit too wide to be a gully. Stokes comes in, beats the edge.
into the 20th over of this second innings. 349 needed still to win.
Warwickshire now 7 runs away. 2 wickets remaining. Chris Wokes 19 not out. Ethan Bamber has 2. Ollie Hannon Dolby would come in next. That's a great game of cricket. Oh, Stokes goes short. Randall just about ducks underneath it. After that nasty bouncer that dislodged that net guard on his helmet in the previous Stokes over. Oh, Brentford have missed a penalty. So 3-0 up and Igor Tiago's missed a penalty. Tottenham spent a lot of money.
As they always do.
Well, interesting times at the Oval. Then another defeat for Surrey. Seems like a bit of an end of an era. Their dominance of the county championship. Stokes short and Randall rides the bounce, stands tall, defends to point, no run.
Well, it's about time other teams had a chance. Keeps things refreshing and interesting.
Pitch now all covered in shadow. Quarter to 7, Saturday evening in Derby. The traffic has certainly eased on the road around the ground. Stokes bowling to Randall, goes full, defended to short leg. He then has a shy at the stumps and is convinced it would have been out had he had hit. Potts is then mocking the throwing technique of Graham Clark. Maybe again they'll try Callum Parkinson. Just 1 over. Could be a very funny contribution to this match from Callum Parkinson. 1 first innings over. He's put 1 run on the board. Wasn't required to bat.
Bring Potts back on for a burst.
I would. Stokes goes full. Randall defends. Impressive resilience from these two, and Randall in particular after being struck on the head, and spot on. The physio now out to check at him again.
I thought Olivier had bowled more overs than 3. Last 8 overs to go today, then half an hour of play. So, what time we're looking at? About 7:15 if the light is considered.
Yeah, for once I've timed my train quite well. Quite pleased with that. Randall taking on a drink.
What time will you get home tonight?
20 past 10.
Right.
And then easy enough walk back. And
So you get the train London, then up to where?
then up to Hitchin.
And then how far is your house from there?
20-minute walk.
Yeah,
So
about a mile or something.
yeah, and then it'll be match of the day. Certainly be match of the day tonight, all of the football action. And then EFL highlights in the morning.
They're taking Randall off.
Okay.
It's decided he is concussed. Oh, they're not happy with the condition he's in. So that means that Durham might only need 2 wickets to win now then.
That is a shame for Brett Randall.
Just ask the scorers what was said there.
And remarkable how well he was coping after being struck on the helmet. And coming off now, the physio, as they have to do, come on and check for those delayed concussion symptoms. And Randall had batted flawlessly, really, since the incident. And he has to come off now, so Nick Potts will come out to that.
He's retired but not out at the moment.
So it might be the case if Potts and then potentially Bashir get out, it's a case of whether they deem Randall fit to come out and bat. And well, if they need 300 runs to win, there's no point risking anything or forcing him out there. It's not a Chris Wokes arm in a sling situation, this, to come out and win a test match. This is hurtling towards a conclusion. So Randall retires not out. Potts comes to the crease. 8 overs left in the day.
Could have a situation here where Derbyshire are 9 down and Durham don't know if they've won or not.
Warwickshire still need those 7 runs.
Olafia to bowl then to Martin Anderson, who's on 25.
That was a quick chat between him and the physio as well.
He's probably in a lot of pain. Here is Olafia to Anderson. Anderson defends, ball goes up to Parkinson, a short mid-wicket. I mean, he took a blow, he's probably feeling like maybe his jaw's really sore now or something.
Yeah, and as sports people do, he just soldiered on until he was told.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is they're probably thinking, why put him in harm's way when
at this stage
in a lost cause.
Cars has been limbering up to come on and have a bowl.
Olafia, all that spits up at Anderson and tries to fend it away one-handed.
It must be slightly annoying for the batters now. They're watching the bowler run in from the sun, then into the shade. I guess it's easier than having some of the pitch in shade and then sun. Durham can sense it. He can sense a victory this evening, and why not?
Well, the fear in again. It's played down into the floor and trapped against the front foot by Anderson.
Alex Lee's looking up at the scoreboard. 10-7 Saturday evening. Listening to Freddie Cardi and Martin Emerson on BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Newcastle, and is it Sports Extra? Main Sports Extra. BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. It's very exciting.
Yeah, no doubt. Got us on in the background when you're getting ready for a Saturday night out on the tiles.
Scores are level now at Edgbaston. And that merits an exclamation mark with the BBC Sports score, which is good. Scores are level, exclamation mark. Warwickshire still 8 down.
Oh, Olafia appealing. Outside the line of off stump. Anderson goes for a walk to square leg. David Milnes says no.
Durham loved it.
Olafia's standing there still with his arm in the air as if to say, well, why haven't you given that? And there was a little bit of an explanation from David Milnes.
They've had no chirp from the Derbyshire faithful this time. Unsurprisingly.
Potts comes over and gives him a supportive tap. This is the last ball of Olafia's 4th over. There'll be 7 overs to go today after this one. Olafia in again. Anderson leaves a ball that's wide of off stump. End of the over. 74 for 7. The thing now is if these two could see out these remaining 7 overs, then technically Durham could be coming back looking for 3 wickets tomorrow, because it gives Randall a night to try and recover from the blow he suffered.
Stokes is continuing. Short leg in for Potts. I think these are going to be some short pitch deliveries potentially. Yeah, impressive Randall with the bat.
So this is Stokes' 6th over, 3 for 11, and they all came in his first over.
In the shadow now, full, driven in front of point, just falls in front of him.
It was a bump ball, I think, wasn't it?
Yes. I mean, it was one that a top order batter would have probably slammed through the covers. It was a bit full and floaty from Stokes. Oh, goodness me. The score's level at the Edgbaston, and Ethan Bamber's just been dismissed. So it scores level and then 9 down. I have to just pull the stream up to watch the conclusion of that. So Ollie Hannon-Dolby has come to the middle. What a brilliant game. Stokes here in Derby bowling to Potts, flicks that through square leg, and they're able to trot back for a rather slow 2. So the scores are level, but they're 9 down, Warwickshire.
Really?
Oh. And Ollie Hannon-Dolby.
You don't get many ties, do you?
No, Henry Crocombe, he's impressive. 3 for 71. He's going to join Surrey at the end of the year. He was very good here in the One Day Cup.
Was there a tie at Taunton 2 or 3 years ago? I'm trying to think when the last time there was a tie.
Was there one at Cheltenham when James Bracey took that catch?
Right.
Stokes bowls, defended by Potts. He took a brilliant catch in the game at the Cheltenham Festival.
I've never seen one. Not in a county championship match.
We've seen many in white ball cricket the last couple of years here. It's been incredible.
Yeah, I've seen 4 or 5 in T20, but none in the championship.
Derbyshire had 2 in the Blast this year. One against Yorkshire at Chesterfield, one against Lancashire at Old Trafford, and then a tie in the One-Day Cup against Leicestershire when Zach Chappell tripped over his bat and was run out of the final ball of a great game. Stokes runs into Nick Potts, defends to Rhodes, another one who's capable with the bat.
It's normally Fortress Chesterfield for Derbyshire, isn't it?
Well, it ended the run.
Yorkshire in about 9 matches now.
Yeah, it ended the run of. So now the marketing team are going to have to go to unbeaten in however many matches rather than have one. But it was a great game. Sold out Queen's Park is it's a great place to watch cricket.
I commentated on a game there in 2017 in the county championship, and I did a T20 there a year or 2 later, I think it was.
Potts plays that late out to the offside, no run.
Actually, no, the T20 was a Sunday afternoon, and it was around about 2014. I had a game on a Friday night at Nottingham. Drove across to Tamworth on the Friday night. My brother-in-law and sister-in-law got married in Lichfield on the Saturday, so we went to their wedding, and then on the Sunday, on the way back, I did the commentary of the Derbyshire game.
You got friends in every place.
Scattered to the
I mean, it's very handy when you travel around, in particular. Nice defence from Potts into the over 76 for 7.
They've never lived in the North East. They've always been down around the Midlands.
Never seen a team set a field for so long as Sussex have here. It's Chris Wokes, the score's tied. Just been beaten. What a great finish at Edgbaston.
Well, here there's 6 overs to go. I don't think the light's an issue. There's not a cloud in the sky now, actually.
No, they should get all of these, surprisingly.
Yeah.
And here is Matthew Potts coming back on. This could be the job finished if he can bowl like he did in his first spell.
Well, Anderson's on 25. He's for these 37 balls. He's brought a bit of stability to things here. They were 44 for 7. Potts to Anderson, City end. First ball is pushed away behind point and down towards third man. Chased by Clark, 2 runs. The whole central section of the ground is nearly in shade now, but either end is still in brilliant sunshine. A few people in the temporary permanent stand in the shade at the far end. They're in coats and jumpers. And then on the other side, there's still a lot of them in the sunshine in shorts and t-shirts. Potts comes in and bowls. Oh, that's worth a shout. Was that an inside edge? I think it might have been an inside edge. It's not given by David Milnes. I think Anderson just got far enough forward then. He just got an inside edge onto the pad. I think it might have stung him a little bit. Three in the slip cordon. And Lee's at third slip and McKinney at second slip. I've got their sunglasses on the backs of their heads and they're glistening towards us and reflecting the sunlight as Potts comes in again and bowls. Anderson leaves that one. Through to the keeper it goes. 5.5 overs left. Mr. McCall might get his wish in another day of Mr. Fletcher.
Who wouldn't want that?
Potts bowls to Anderson. Anderson forward to this one, gets bat on ball and just defends his wicket, plays the ball out into the covers to Rhodes. No run. Stokes has come quite close in on that offside as well, so you've got Rhodes in there as a short extra cover, and Stokes is in a sort of advanced mid-off position on the prowl. Clark's at backward point. We've got a deep square leg in Parkinson, and Carson's down at long leg. Where he was. Who's the signal going to there? They're bringing Parkinson in from that deep square leg boundary to mid-wicket. Comes in again. 2 balls left of the over. He bowls. Inside edge onto thigh pad this time. It's gone to third slip along the floor. No run.
Chris Wokes has blocked 5 balls from Jadav and Adcat. So still scores level. Still Warwickshire 9 down. 1 ball left in his over. He's got Ollie Hannon-Dolby at the other end.
This was like that day, was it? When Yorkshire got relegated and Warwickshire stayed up last day of the season. Potts bowls. Going to be a quick single for Anderson here at the end of the over, so he'll keep strike. 5 overs to go. 78 for 7. It's 7 o'clock at night. I'm not going to get into the hotel until 8 o'clock again at this rate.
Yeah, I left home.
There was loads of people there last night who all had motorbike. So there seemed to be team mechanics and that kind of thing. So is the...
Yes.
I wonder if the British Moto GP's on at Donington this weekend.
Yeah, that would be a good shout. Often if you're driving that part of the M1 when something's on at Silverstone, you see the big trucks going up and down.
Yeah.
So Ben Stokes, 5 overs left in the day. He's bowling and it's been pulled away. And the catch is taken. Martin Anderson goes. That's the big wicket. And he is caught in the deep. Big celebrations for Durham. They may only need 1 more wicket. Stokes has his 4th.
And Parkinson, isn't it?
Yeah, Parkinson with the catch. Going over onto another piece of paper now. Run out of space. There's so much happened today.
79 for 8, possibly 9. Partnership.
Valiant effort from Anderson.
Was only 5.
Yeah. Valiant effort, but took on the short ball and perished.
Martin Anderson was caught by Parkinson off the ball and left Stokes for 20.
Well, I'd imagine at this stage, if there is a wicket, I think that's it. Because I don't know how Brett Randall can suddenly be able to bat today, really.
Yeah, Derbyshire may well have taken the decision not to risk him.
Yeah.
Bashir's coming out now.
4 wickets for Stokes, who certainly has more than Potts.
By the way, it's the Touring Car Championships at Donington Park this weekend. So they were all race mechanics for car racing teams.
So Shurab Bashir comes to the crease and will face Ben Stokes with the bat rather than with the ball. Derbyshire 79 for 8. And we reckon that this is the final wicket partnership. Because Brett Randall, who was struck on the helmet by a nasty bouncer by Ben Stokes, continued on after an initial check, and then a second one from the physio saw him leave the field.
I think there are checks going on now with the dressing room as to whether he would return. James Whittaker, the match referees, asked to see what the situation is.
5 balls left in this over, and Bashir struck on the pad. A couple of
2
noises
noises there, wasn't there? Yeah.
May have been pad onto pad. It was high as well. That's a frustrating way to go for Martin Anderson, who'd batted well. Just to still be there. But Bashir has 4 more balls in this over to survive from Ben Stokes. Then it's 4 left in the day. Bowls and Bashir turns it to short leg. And the interesting thing as well is if they survive, whether Randall tomorrow will be able to come out. You'd think so, but I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to make any sort of guess, but I will inquire at the end of the day in that interview of his condition. Stokes to Bashir. Solid defence from the off-spinner. Stokes then throws it at the stumps, misses. Another maiden at Edgbaston. Goodness me, there'll be some nervous people. Oh, and it's in. Yeah, Chris Wokes has got it. He's just flashed one through the slips. Warwickshire have won by 1 wicket. Somehow that's gone through the slips. A great game there. Stokes to Bashir. Short leg in the game. Bashir leaves this one alone.
Who are they playing?
Sussex, yeah. Oh, flash past 4th slip. I think there are 10 or 11 balls with the scores level and Warwickshire 9 down. Can Stokes potentially finish things off? Final ball of his 7th over. On 7 p.m. here in Derby, Bashir is able to defend under his eyes, so Potts will have the strike. 79 for 8.
And it'll be Potts to Potts. Well, Barry Skinner says the Moto GP was at Silverstone on the 9th of August. Yeah, well, fair enough. We once stayed in a hotel on the circuit at Brands Hatch in Kent. It was a friend's birthday party. It was around about, it was nearly 30 years ago now. No, 20 years ago. In comes Potts then to bowl to Potts. That's defended. Rolls to mid-off. And on the Sunday morning, we could hear all this noise on the circuit, and we went to watch, and you could, from the beer garden of the hotel, you could see the motor racing circuit. And what got me was just how hilly it was. Really, some really steep, long drags. I always see everything through the eyes of a cyclist and think how much effort you'd need to go up each slope on a normal pedal bike, you know. Potts comes in, and that is pushed away up towards mid-off, no run.
I don't like the idea of a birthday party, waking up hungover, and then there's a whole motor racing event going on, waking you up in the morning.
I can't, I think I went to Silverstone once for Grand Prix many moons ago, about 1990 or something like that, and I can't recall seeing any hills there. They're bringing a leg slip in now for Potts. Rhodes has come out of the covers and he's gone in there, so we've got 3 slips and a leg slip. Potts to Potts. Potts defends Potts. Goes to Stokes, no run. Interesting to see how this day's going to end.
We've had a bit of everything.
My 3-day finish could still happen. 1 wicket and we might be done. If it isn't today, I've come close. Potts at the far end, comes running in. Looking for that 50th wicket of the season. He doesn't get it with that ball. It's driven by Potts and a misfield from Stokes and 1 run. That brings Bashir onto strike though. Oof, and he nearly gets hit on the head with a throw from Stokes back to the keeper's end.
And enough hits on heads. Because it was the first innings, Harry Kame's throw that clonked Alex Lees on the side. Harry Kame straight away looked like a naughty school child who realised what he'd done. from that side-on camera angle.
There's 2 balls left of this over for Bashir to see his way through. He's taking a middle stump guard.
I think there's a lot of communication between scorers, match referees, dressing rooms as to what might happen.
Potts coming in, city end. Balls to Bashir. Oh, he's got it that away to mid-wicket. Right off the bottom of the bat. Last ball of the over coming up then, and there's 3 to go.
The sun's actually crept now onto the stumps at the striker's end. So that shadow is moving.
Yeah. Well, the sun's moving.
The sun's, yeah. Well,
we're moving. We're moving, aren't we? But the sun heads round further to the northwest. Right, last ball of this over, and then 3 to go. 80 for 8 the score. Potts to Bashir. Tries to go for the Yorker length ball. It's kept out by Bashir. End of the over.
my train's at 10 past 8. I thought it was at 20 past. Hopefully that doesn't cost me a miscalculation. Be all right.
Stokes is going to continue from the racecourse end, so this will be his 8th over on the spin. 4 for 13. He took 3 and 4 balls, I think it was, in his first over, wasn't it?
Yeah. Ben Aitchison blocked out the hat-trick ball and nicked off.
Yeah.
Can Derbyshire get through the day? 80 for 8. And the highest score in the match is 28. Jewell and Madsen made 28 in the first innings, and Anderson made it in this one. Oh, that's short over the head of Potts, short enough for him to duck under it. So nobody's gone past 28 for Derbyshire in this game. David Griffin is hovering for the players to come off. I think he'll know some pictures of Stokes might pick up some interest. That's cut up and over. Smart shot from Potts, brings him 4 runs, his first boundary, 84 for 8. Stokes walking back to his mark, setting his field. It's going to be some more short pitch bowling. Shadows lengthening now on the fielders. Stokes is about 20 yards now. Nearly 7:15 in the evening. There's 2 slips, short third and then a deep third. That's off the shoulder of the bat. It's going to be out, and I think that will be that for Durham. I think they have won this here in Derby. A remarkable day of cricket. Derbyshire 84 for 9, and I don't think they're going to see Brett Randall. We're going to wait and see. Durham are celebrating like this is over, and yet they're shaking hands. So Durham have won emphatically. 339 runs. Martin Emerson, what a display.
Yeah, I'm looking through the window to see if this is over or not. I think it is, because the players are shaking hands. And I had a feeling this morning that Durham would have enough time in the day to build a sufficient lead and bowl Derbyshire out and win it in 3 days, and they've done it. They've done it with 2.3 overs to spare. They haven't bowled them out entirely, of course, because Randall has retired hurt after getting a blow to the head. But Stokes finishes with a 5 for 17. And Durham have won.
Yeah, they confirmed that Brett Randall will, of course, not be able to
Durham
get
win
on
by
back.
338 runs.
That's as emphatic as they get, really. Derbyshire bowled out this morning for 156. Durham piled on a quick fire, 295 for 6. Well, they could have batted all day. We were wondering, they're declaring a bit late here, and they had all the time they needed. Derbyshire all out for 84, and Ben Stokes goes to 5 for. So he's hit 2 50s, 100, and taken a 5 for here at Derby in the space of a few weeks.
Lees took the catch at third slip. Potts is out for 7.
Two sides shaking hands now in front of the Elite Performance Centre. Stokes leading Durham off. A word for Ben McKinney as well. That big score of 140 that really teed things up in Durham's second innings. And all done as dusk sets on this Saturday evening, 7:15, and it is all over here in Derby. So no Dave Fletcher tomorrow, unfortunately. No cricket tomorrow. There's plenty elsewhere. There should be some good results. So do be listening in across the BBC Sport website. And you're off to the Lake District.
Windermere for me.
Lovely stuff.
As Dave says, a short game's a good game.
Yeah.
Right, I'll quickly run you through the bowling figures then. And Ben Stokes in the end taking 5 for 17. And he bowled 7.3 overs off the bounce. Took 3 in 4 balls at the start of his session. Potts 3 for 22, so he has 49 wickets in the championship this year. He bowled 9 overs, 1 maiden. Carse 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 30. Olivier 4 overs, and he took none for 10, and 1 maiden for him. So Durham winning by 338 runs. That is what you call emphatic.
Well, look who's back. Dave Fletcher.
He's coming to take all the glory at the end of the game.
Fletch, you've had a mixed day of sport. I think you glad Dom sent you to Leicester?
Yes.
He's here. He's got a pint in his hand, Burton scarf, waved about.
Got a Burton tattoo now. Leicester 2026.
So all over. And any further notes, Martin? Or
That's it from me.
yeah.
Bashir not out on none.